And here we go. Here it is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is here. Here I am. Hope you are there. The session has commenced and your company is required. That thing that goes on round about this time is going on exactly at this time. So if you are available round about now, partake in the sessions, you know the routine. That bald-headed or you are laughing man that talks in a peculiar tonality. Come hear that peculiarity one more time. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Osinbajo Chukwu. Another Savior, holy, 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 Osinbajo Chukwu.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Osinbajo Chukwu is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Osinbajo Chukwu is another Savior. Holy, 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 Osinbajo Chukwu is another Savior. The genocide. Whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, Yabika Kwakwanso. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo. It's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Osinbajo Chukwu. Another Savior, holy, 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 Osinbajo Chukwu.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Osinbajo Chukwu is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Osinbajo Chukwu is another Savior. Holy, 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 Osinbajo Chukwu is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, Yabika Kwakwanso. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo.
And there it is, the Holy Holy song from the East. The tones of defiance from the East, they will never give it up. Holy, holy, Nnamdi Kanu, their other savior. So holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Kwakwanso declares for presidency under obscure NNPP. So it looks as though this guy's ego now is not enough to his ego could not play out in the PDP. So he has now gone and given birth to a new party to give his ego full-fledged. So this is ego now at its highest, I would suggest. So his ambition now, no room for it in the PDP, of course, because he will have to surmount just so many big names for him to get to that space. He has to go over Atiku, Saraki, Wike, etc., Peter Obi. And he knows within himself, of course, that he doesn't have sufficient enough to overcome. But his ego is that big that he could not yield the front seat. So he forms his own party. Kwakwanso declares for presidency under obscure NNPP. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. What is in play here, we find out shortly too. Osinbajo not betrayer, rejected Obasanjo's Attorney General of the Federation offer to stay with Tinubu. So this is a headline now that counters the poster that were going around Abuja just barely 24 hours ago. So he comes out quickly now to debunk. So this seems to be the strategy now that this guy has decided to deploy to counter any and every single narrative that is negative towards his ambition. So very quickly he moves. Osinbajo, not a betrayer, rejected Obasanjo's Attorney General of the Federation offer to stay with Tinubu. So quite why that has been put out and what that tells us, we find all of that out shortly. National Assembly should enact laws to legalize weapons for Nigerians to end bandit attacks. So a lawmaker that's saying this, and this for one thing that I concur with, the right to carry is something that I have always championed within the Nigerian space. Because if the hoodlum, the bandits, the terrorists, the etc., if they come, are calling, and they know that everybody they are going to attack, they know that they are fully armed, they will have second thought. That is not to say they will not do it, but they are doing it at their own peril. And by the way, this is the law in places like Israel, etc. Every Israeli has the right to bear arms. I think in the United States, we know they have the right to bear arms. So they have a youth service system in Israel that when you come of age, you go through a grueling military program, at the end of which you are allowed to carry a weapon. And that is their first line of defense. So quite how people just wait in abject surrender as they're slaughtered and brutalized by bandits. No security structure to protect them, and the state is insisting that they cannot protect themselves. Enough is enough. National Assembly should enact laws to legalize weapons for citizens to end bandit attacks, a headline attributed to a lawmaker. So how he argues this, we'll find out shortly. And this next headline is the reason. One of the reasons why he's making that argument. 3 killed as herdsmen attack Igbo community. So that is the thing now. If the herdsmen knew that the community were armed, then they know that they attack at their peril. The next headline, 3 killed as herdsmen attack ENUGU community. So there it is right there, the justification for that law. Road to 2023, Wike gives condition for PDP consensus presidential candidate. So he has not distanced completely from that idea, but it looks as though he's giving conditionalities. But are they realistic or not? That we'll find out shortly. But the headline again, Road to 2023, Wike gives condition for PDP consensus presidential candidate. So quite what the condition is, we find out shortly. Young people are determined to work for TINUBU'S presidential ambition. No prizes for guessing who is saying this. Omodadi Sanwo-Olu. So it's Sanwo-Olu making that assertion. Young people are determined to to work for TINUBU'S presidential ambition, a headline attributed to TINUBU'S bag carrier, the Lagos State Governor Sanwo-Olu. And then we land on this with Wike again. Nigeria needs trustworthy leader like me in 2023. So that's the tone of campaign. So we just document that for the records. It's Yemson Wike making that headline there. So a mixed menu, plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. But before you do any of those, just make sure you have thumbed up the stream. And if you are not subscribed already, then just do the right thing and subscribe now. So do all of that, and let's ease ourselves into the session via by way of the Python dance.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi bu onye du aimo. O Mary wone nizu ngiro ya abakare. Mamanda ora, unaburi meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli meri Nandi.
And there it is right there from the east. Nnamdi wins the war. So Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Kwakwanso declares for presidency under obscure NNPP. Former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Kwakwanso, says he has concluded plans to formally declare his intention to run for the office of president in 2023 next week. Mr. Kwakwanso will be running on the platform of the new Nigerian People's Party, a relatively unknown party he recently defected to from opposition People's Democratic Party PDP alongside his supporters. The former senator had left ruling All Progressive Congress APC in the run-up to the 2019 general election to realize his presidential ambition in PDP, but he failed. I have been consulting widely with friends and Nigerians of diverse interests, and the outcome has been positive. Mr. Kwakwanso told a news conference in Abuja on Friday, I have been informing Nigerians of my political ambition. I will be informing Nigerians of my political ambition sometime early next week. The former governor said that support for the NNPP had been overwhelming, going by the responses recorded at its recently concluded membership registration drive. The presidential aspirant decried the current insecurity in the country. He said, as a former minister of defense, he never thought insecurity would worsen to the present level. Mr. Kwakwanso said the country's leadership must motivate the military, train and retrain troops, and provide needed equipment that must be superior to what bandits and terrorists brandish. I believe the government has to do more. We are so worried. I believe security is one of the areas we will handle with utmost competence so that Nigerians can be free again to pursue their daily businesses, he said. He also said that the 2023 general election would be between those who desired change in the affairs of Nigeria and those who want to retain the status quo. So out of everything that is said, that essentially is the one truth that that one is beyond equivocation. That is categorical and factual. The divide is quite clear. The 2023 is a battle between those who want to maintain things as they are and those who want the country to make a 180 turnaround or 160 turnaround. He also said that the 2023 general elections will be between those who desired change in the affairs of Nigeria and those who want to retain the status quo. But sadly for you, even though that's true, Mr. Kwakwanso, a lot of people will say you're part of the status quo. Osinbajo, not a betrayer, rejected Obasanjo's Attorney General of the Federation offer to stay with Tinubu. Mustafa Ogunshakin, a journalist, says Vice President Yemi Osinbajo is not a betrayer as being peddled by his producers, as he declined offers to become Attorney General of the Federation under President Olusegun Obasanjo in 2005, instead keeping faith with the governor and government of Lagos State, Bola Tinubu. Mr. Osinbajo, a former Lagos Attorney General, has come under bitter mudslinging from supporters of Mr. Tinubu for daring to declare interest in running for the presidency in 2023, rivaling his former boss, who is also pursuing the office he described as a lifelong ambition. On Good Friday, Abuja, on Good Friday in Abuja, the nation's capital, the nation's capital was flooded with posters depicting the vice president as a betrayer. The caption on the now heavily criticized poster bearing Mr. Osinbajo's downcast image reads, "The Judas betrayed his master. Repent, because Jesus is coming." In reaction to the attacks, Mr. Ogunshakin released an article stating how Mr. Osinbajo had decided to reject the juicy offer from Mr. Obasanjo, preferring to stay with the then embattled Lagos governor. In 2005, President Obasanjo invited Osinbajo to take appointment as the Attorney General of the Federation after Chief Akin Olujimi left office, narrates Mr. Ogunshakin. Obasanjo saw the sterling qualities and performance that Osinbajo had as Attorney General of Lagos. The president, without informing Bola Tinubu, the then Lagos State Governor, offered the post to Osinbajo, who was then Lagos State Attorney General. The first thing Osinbajo did was to inform his principal, Tinubu, who gave him a free hand to make his decision. Mr. Ogunshakin claimed that Mr. Osinbajo made a request to Mr. Obasanjo to release Lagos State Council funds, which the then president had embargoed. Obasanjo replied that Osinbajo should first take the appointment and then advise him as Attorney General of the Federation on the matter. Osinbajo went underground and worked for weeks. Obasanjo went underground and worked for weeks. Obasanjo could no longer reach him. It was obvious to the then president that Osinbajo deliberately avoided him. He went on to appoint Chief Bayo Ojo as his Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice. Osinbajo rejected the position of Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice and stayed with Tinubu. Nobody complained then, the journalist wrote. Mr. Ogunshakin stressed that Mr. Osinbajo not only stood with Mr. Tinubu, but stayed loyal to Lagos State, adding that he did not betray Tinubu then. He cautioned those calling Osinbajo a betrayer. But now, when it is convenient for them, some political and religious bigots are shouting betrayal. Everyone knows that if you want to hear the story of how your father met your mother, join politics, he said. He urged everyone criticizing Mr. Osinbajo over his presidential ambition to do so based on valid facts and not lazy religious and political lies that reveal your foolishness and hatred for a man who is doing his best to make his country and people better. So that's a paid for, of course, you know that that's not an independent pushback. That's a paid for rebuttal by that journalist. So Osinbajo attacking back at every opportunity. He went after Farouk Kwarogi. So now he's not gone after this poster, but then that's not going to end there because the mudslinging is going to get dirtier and dirtier. National Assembly should enact laws to legalize arms for citizens to end bandit attacks, a headline attributed to a lawmaker. A federal lawmaker, Yusuf Gadi, has said the National Assembly should enact laws to allow Nigerians to bear arms to defend themselves against terrorist attacks. Gadi, representing Panskin, Kante, and Kanan federal constituencies in Plateau State, said this would curb the spate of insecurity ravaging Nigerian communities. He said, if we want to curtail the spate of attacks in communities, we should make laws that will permit citizens to carry arms. If, for instance, those who attacked my people know that the locals also have arms, they won't come, and if they do, the casualty will not be this high. Nonetheless, he said that there must be regulations on the use of firearms, just as he suggested that whoever misuses arms should be jailed or get a death sentence. But I tell you, if citizens are allowed to carry these arms to protect themselves, all these attacks and killings will end, he reiterated. The lawmaker said he had earlier visited some communities in Kanan and Wase, local government areas, where bandits killed 106 people and burned several houses. He further called on security agencies to always work on intelligence reports at their disposal to avert situations that could lead to security breach. He said that the attacks in his constituency could have been avoided if the security agencies acted on the intelligence report at their disposal. So that's not the first time that criticism has been leveled. As high up as El Rufai, he has leveled that criticism against the security forces. So they get all these intelligence reports, they sit on it and watch and stand by as lives are being taken by Fulani bandits. Pardon me. Still with Fulani bandits, 3 killed as herdsmen attack ENUGU community. At least 3 residents of Imama Ugwakwo in Nkanu East and Umuhu, something or the other, in Isi-Uzu, local government area of Enugu State, have been killed by suspected herdsmen. According to reports, several other persons were wounded in the attacks, which was carried out on Tuesday and Wednesday. During the attack in the community on Tuesday, the herdsmen allegedly invaded farmland and killed 2 laborers hired from Abakaliki, Ebonyi State, to cultivate crops on the farm. The other incident occurred on Wednesday at Agba Esher. A community leader in blah, blah, blah said, a community leader in blah, 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 Odo Francis, said the herders numbering about 7 with AK-47 blocked the community road. Unfortunately, an Okada rider from Amadi, who was carrying 2 persons, got to the point. They killed him and abducted the 2 men. Our people were alerted when a man from XYZ, identified as Okibo Odo, who escaped death by whiskers, broke the news. Now our forest guards and neighborhood watch members are on their trail. The body of the victim, Ifeanyi Odoabe, has been deposited in the morgue. A community leader in the community, Chima Nwodo, who confirmed the attack in his community, said the residents were alerted by one of the laborers who escaped from the herders when they invaded the farm. President General of the community, Chief Osita Ogbu, described the attack on his community as callous and unprovoked. These herdsmen, according to one of the laborers that survived, were 6 in numbers. When he, the survivor, alerted our people, we sent our vigilantes to the farm, who discovered the bodies of the victims and subsequently informed the police, Department of State Services, and the military. They went and saw the mutilated bodies. The victims' throats were slit. Special advisor to Governor Ifeanyi on information, who also oversees Ministry of Information, Chief Steve Oruruo, confirmed the attacks and called on security agencies to fish out the criminals. So there it is right there. It's carries on in Igbo land. So it's just the spate of killing. We just say casually, and that was the end of that. But then, of course, that's another 7 people down, just Fulani bandits. Road to 2023. Wike gives condition for PDP consensus presidential candidate. With less than 1 month to the May 29 presidential primaries of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Rivers State Governor and presidential aspirant of the party, Yemson Wike, has said he will embrace the consensus candidate for the party being proposed by some members of the party if it is done based on equity, fairness, and justice. The presidential aspirant said he believed those pushing for consensus candidates are not sincere, adding that if it is based on equity, fairness, and justice, I will accept it and support whoever emerges to ensure the party wins the general election. Wike, who was at the Niger State PDP Secretariat to canvass for support of the 98 delegates from the state in the May 29th presidential primaries as one of the party's presidential flag bearers, said, I will agree on consensus if it is based on equity, justice, and fairness, because as it is, those who are talking about consensus are not sincere because there is nothing like consensus in our constitution. He nevertheless pointed out that I have made myself available to run for President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria under the PDP. I have been a member of the party since 1998. I have never left this party, and I will not leave this party no matter what anyone will do. Whoever emerges as the flag bearer, I will do whatever I can to ensure that the PDP wins the election. Wike, however, maintains that Nigeria is at this point in time. Wike, however, maintains that Nigeria at this point in time needs a courageous and fearless leader, someone who will... sorry, hold on. Sorry, let me tell you again. Something just flashed across my screen. Wike, however, maintains that Nigeria at this point in time needs a courageous and fearless leader, someone who will say this is white and this is black, and someone who is straightforward and committed to one Nigeria, not a sectional leader. He urged the PDP members in the state not to be swayed by religious sectional sentiments such as hunger, insecurity, does not know religion and tribe. He urged the delegates to give him their mandates in order for him to make Nigeria right again. Don't let anyone come and deceive you. We are tired of lies. I will do what I did in Rivers State in Nigeria. I am here to match the APC in whatever they bring. If you give me the ticket, APC will start packing because they know it is over for them. I will be the president for the poor, and I will be a man who keeps his word. Rivers State is a testimony to what I can do to transform Nigeria, he declared. The Niger State PDP chairman, Barrister Tanko Beji, said that the PDP presidential primary will be a make or mar election, adding that every member who loves PDP must strive to do what is right. He stated the need for the party to change its reward system, whereby those who are loyal are rewarded, whilst those who are disloyal are punished. Beji said that the PDP members will not be deceived anymore, stressing that it is only those who will do the right thing that will get their support. He commended Governor Wike for immense contributions to the peace and stability of the party in the state, saying that the state PDP will not forget you in a hurry. You stood for the truth. You were with us when we needed you, and one good turn deserves another. So that sounds like a promise, but then, of course, when Atiku turns up, they will tell him exactly the same thing and collect his dollars too. So this is the get-rich period in politics. I wish I was in politics in Nigeria now, counting the dollars alongside everyone. Young people are this. That was a joke, by the way. Young people are determined to work for TINUBU'S presidential ambition. Sanwo-Olu. I wonder if there's a video clip attached to this. Hold on. I think there may well be a video. Oh, okay, there's a video clip attached to it, but it's a bit too long-winded, so I'll just read it out instead. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Saturday said youths in the southwest region have shown determination in campaigning for Bola Tinubu as president in 2023. He made the remark after attending a rally at the Mobolaji Johnson area in Onikan, Lagos. Mr. Tinubu, a former governor of the state, was present at the rally. I joined young people from the southwest states at Mobolaji Johnson Arena, Onikan, in their support for the presidential aspiration of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, Governor Sanwo-Olu said. In company of Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat and other leaders of our great party in Lagos and other southwest states, we saw the determination and energy of our young people to work for the success of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's aspiration that is only motivated by a higher purpose of service to the people of this great country. Our leader, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, is buoyed by the support he has so far received by the youth, and he is determined to take the mantle of leadership of Nigeria by the grace of God and the will of the people for a better and prosperous united Nigeria. So that is the long and short of that. So essentially, he's insisting that there's a youth endorsement to Tinubu. So I'm not sure about that, but that is his assertion. Hold on. Just hold on one moment. Okay, let's go on to the last readout and then we come into the room. Nigeria needs trustworthy leader like me in 2023, Yemsen Wike. The governor of Rivers State and a 2023 presidential aspirant, Yemsen Wike, has said he could become the president if he becomes the party flag bearer, as Nigeria only requires an honest politician like him. I can become the president if I get the mandate of the delegates to make me the flag bearer. The country needs someone who will see white and call it white, and black and call it black, and that person is me, he said. Mr. Wike said this whilst addressing stakeholders of the Niger State chapter of the PDP on his intentions to contest for president at the party secretariat in Minna on Saturday. He added that there was nothing wrong with the consensus candidate if it's based on equity, justice, and fairness. The governor stated that he is the only candidate capable of defeating the governor stated that he is the only candidate capable. The governor stated that he is the only candidate capable of defeating the All Progressive Congress (APC) in the 2023 general election. He promised to address the security challenges in the country, alleging that the present administration had not adequately protected lives and property. Mr. Wike lamented the escalating cases of insecurity, describing Niger case as Niger State as one of the worst with security challenges, where farmers can no longer go to their farms due to fear of being attacked. The governor noted that fighting insecurity requires intelligence on the activities of the criminals and is not all about buying weapons and giving incentives to personnel on the war front as motivation. So there it is right there. Wike continues to march on in his if nothing else, you have to give it to him for just as stickability. So he continues to march on in that insistence on being the president. So Charlie Boy, we see you. Ete, we see you. Ola, we see you. And who else do we see? X0, we see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So let me just let me clear that off the screen. Let me change it. Charles, can you mute yourself? If that, because that's always you, isn't it? So let me, sorry, hold on. Oh yeah, so there it is. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So let me come to Ete first. If he's ready to go. Ete, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, good to have you, Ete. Did you go away? We've not seen you for a while.
You said?
Oh no, I said we've not seen you for a while. Did you go away?
Yes. This is Easter, so I went to see my in-laws.
All right, bank holiday stuff. So good to have you back. Kwakwanso declares for presidency under obscure NNPP. So this is a guy now. He went from APC to PDP in 2019. His ambition could not be fulfilled. His ambition could not still be fulfilled in PDP. So now he goes off to form some ridiculous party to declare himself as wanting a Soro. So what are you then making then of this single state politician?
you see, that is the same thing the PDP in APC are. Is because of he could not get his ambition. There was no way he would have gotten the presidential ticket in PDP. Also, there's no way he would get the presidential ticket in APC. So his best bet is to form a party, and I know he's just forming a party because of he wants to still remain relevant. Because you know the way Nigerian politics is. If you're not always in around that contesting and talking to be in the news, he just wants to be in the news because there's no way that party is even going to be the fifth in the presidential race. There's no way.
What purpose do you think it serves? Because he's now going to go through the expense. He's gone through the expense of forming a party. He will go through the expense of campaigning, knowing full well that he has zero chance of being president of anywhere. He'll probably do relatively okay in Kano State and destroy votes for people who are relevant, and that will be the end of it. By February 2023, he will be back in his house in Kano, counting his losses. We know that is what is going to happen. He knows it. So why is he doing it?
He's doing it for relevance. He wants to still be relevant because he has noticed that he's not relevant in PDP, neither is he relevant in APC. So the best bet for him to be relevant, he should start a one-man army, because his party to me is a one-man party because we don't know anybody in his party apart from him. So he wants a place that is the king, is the lord, and everything there. If he's wise, he can start getting some senatorial seats and House of Rep seats. He can start from his home state if he's wise. If he's not, he should continue the way the third force party are in Nigeria. All they do is just to make noise for the presidency, and we don't see anything out of it.
It's quite a curiosity, because there are certain people that they've gone through the landscape of all that Nigeria has to offer, and the only thing that can satiate them now is to be president. He's a good example. Fashola is also a good example. TINUBU is a good example. Rotimi Amechi is a good example. So all of these people, they've been 2 times governors of superbly rich states. They've looted and looted it. A lot of them have been in the Senate. Tinubu was even a senator before he became governor. So Fashola has been three ministers with one portfolio. He's done it's 2 times Lagos. So there's no other job that will keep them motivated outside of that presidency. So he has to continue to want to be president because he has no other purpose. The same narrative with Atiku, 6 times and going. There's a lot of them like that. That there's just they've looted everything, they've been to every office, and the only place now that can really satiate them now is the presidency. Does it fall within that bracket for you, Ete?
Yes, it does. It does actually, and I won't be surprised if it's still relevant after 8 years from now. If we come up and join either PDP or APC again to try to become the president, because that is what all of them are after. Because they've achieved everything that is to achieve in career politicking. So it's just that presidency that is there, and there are plenty, and this is their, how will I put it, this is their chance of doing it. It's not only Tinubu and the rest. There are a lot of them that they've achieved everything in politics, and this is the only period that they feel that they have a chance to vie for that position. So that's
Is
why
this
you see that.
2023 essentially is the last hurrah for so many people? It's the last
Yes.
hurrah for Tinubu, Atiku. Even Yemi Osinbajo, he's 65. So if he doesn't get it now, it doesn't come to the South again in until another 16 years. So he's out of play. El Rufai might still be in play, but Fashola, Fayeb, everybody's in. This is the last opportunity for so many people.
Yes, because another thing is age is not on their side.
Yes.
Most of them are 70 something, 60 something,
Mm,
and we all know that those are football ages.
mm,
Their real ages are way more than what they are declared. So they know that for them to be in the history book, all these things they are doing, they are not doing it because of they want to make Nigeria better or they care about Nigeria. No, they are doing it because they want to be in the history books. They want to be one of the names of being president. I was a president. They just want to be president. Finish.
You,
They want.
I agree with you. Ete, a lot of people will say, oh, they are going there to loot and they are going there to loot and all this kind of stuff. Yes, they are going there to loot, but I don't think that looting is the main motivating factor for these people. Like you rightly said, they want to go into the annals of history as having been the president of Nigeria. Atiku
Yeah,
will loot, of course, but he's not a poor man. I don't think till the world comes to an end, they can spend all the money he has looted. Tinubu the
you
same,
see.
so it's not
The,
as though they are hungry for money, although they will steal, of course, but that position, they want it.
Yeah, that's the thing, because when you look at all the presidential candidates for the key parties, that is
Mm,
APC and PDP, they are not small boys. They are not.
mm,
They are not people that will say that they lack money.
mm,
They are not even in the age that they'll say, oh, they want more money. Money is not their problem. Money is not their problem. They've looted for years. They are even tired of looting. What they want now is to be there in the history book of Nigeria, to say that I was a one-time president. I'm pretty sure most of them won't even mind the one term. A lot
mm.
of them won't even mind the one term. I'm sure if you give Atiku or Tinubu a deal right now, telling them that okay, there should be a president for one term, then probably after that one term, step down due to health reasons, they will take it. They
You know
will.
that if we mention all the names of the presidents that have ruled Nigeria, we will mention Ernest Shonekan, even though he was only there for two seconds. You will still have to mention him now. Remember the
Yes.
guy that Babangida handed to before Abacha kicked him out? He was there for about 3-4 months, but he was president for a moment.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even if you're president for 2 hours, your name will go to the history book that you're a one-time president. They know this, and they are fighting hard to make sure that their names are in those books. They don't mind. They don't mind 4 years. All of them, they don't mind 4 years. They are ready to take a deal with anybody to make sure that they are there. Like you see, Tinubu was ready to take a deal with Buhari, even when he knew that Buhari did not like him. He knew that from the beginning. He's not a small boy. He knew that it was not going to be easy. But he took the deal because he felt like maybe this is my only chance to ever climb there. That's why he's not listening to anybody now. And that's why you see his campaigners are very aggressive and they're very angry at Osinbajo for coming out, because now it's like they are sharing base, because both of them are from the same base. So it's like they are sharing base.
Okay, let me take you to that space then. I'm sure you would have seen the poster that made the round just yesterday when they were all over Abuja. Osinbajo, the betrayer, was essentially that narrative. So very quickly, Osinbajo counters back with peace to say that he has actually been very much loyal to Tinubu. Osinbajo, not a betrayer, rejected Obasanjo's AGF offer to stay with Tinubu. So he's come out with the narrative that in 2005, Obasanjo offered him the position of Attorney General, which he informed Tinubu that he was offered, and Tinubu said it's at his discretion. But he refused what was essentially a national position to stay with Tinubu in a satellite state. So he's using that then as evidence of his loyalty. So what are you making first of this Judas Iscariot appellation that they are trying to attach to Osinbajo's name, and his insistence on countering every negative publication about him? So what are you making of those two things?
You can see the desperatity of the Tinubu camp. They just want to be president. Me, I don't expect Tinubu. If Tinubu becomes president today, I don't expect him to do anything, because all he wanted to do is become president. That's why they are going through all the books in politicking and trying to kill off their opponents. That is normal politicking, what they are doing. But me, I feel Osinbajo is on his right. He doesn't owe anything to anybody. He's not a small boy. He's not a small boy, and I'm sure he too has his own connect. Probably he chose to be with Tinubu because of probably
the money was making. Yes,
you understand. So the thing is, I don't see any betrayal there. I don't see any betrayal there. I just see that Tinubu is seeing, if Osinbajo was not a threat, Tinubu camp won't be angry. They won't be coming with all this blackmail, with all these negative thoughts you see them pushing on social media. That even the chairman, I heard the chairman of APC, is one of the chairman there is talking ill of Osinbajo. Now the question is, if Osinbajo wins the ticket, what is that man still going to come and say? Is he going to come and take back his words and look for a way?
If the ticket goes to a primaries, do you think by diluting each other's votes, Tinubu and Osinbajo will open the door for Wike to take that, not Wike, Amechi to take that ticket?
Yes, Amechi has a chance. He has a chance because of there are groups within the APC caucus that likes him. You understand, that northern groups that likes him, and they don't want Tinubu to get it. So if what they call him, Osinbajo and Tinubu will surely share votes. They will surely share votes in the APC, because some part of the APC in the southwest will definitely go for Osinbajo, and some part will go for Tinubu, and also Amechi will get probably all the south APC. He will get probably mostly the southeast, and if he can get some part of the north, then he's going to get the ticket. And once he gets the ticket,
do you think the southeast like Amechi? I thought the southeast, I thought they always look down their nose at the south.
Not southeast APC. You know, Southeast APC is different from PDP APC.
Mm.
Amechi is not going to be relevant at all in PDP because of his affiliation with Buhari. So APC is his home. He's loved there. He's loved there. He has a lot of Northerners that likes him, and obviously the APC there that are from the southeast, they are not much, so he can easily lobby them to his side. He can easily lobby them to his side.
Do you think the Southeast will vote for Wike over Atiku in a presidential race? And if so, does your daughter want your attention?
Do I feel like the Southeast will vote for
No.
Wike
Yeah. Do you think that the Southeast will vote for Wike, Amechi rather, over Atiku in a presidential election? And if so, by what margin?
You see, if it's Amechi Atiku, I'm 100% sure the Southeast will vote for Amechi. They won't vote for Atiku.
Right, by
Why?
what margin?
Because
By what margin?
they will that's when they remember that Amechi is an Igbo name. You will see it. All these things is politicking. You remember that they will remember that Amechi is an Igbo name, and they will support him, and you will see it.
Because I feel that Atiku is so popular in the Southeast, and it will also, you remember, have a Southeastern vice, that if Amechi beats him at all, and I'm even not sure that Amechi will beat Atiku in Igbo land, it will not be more than a margin of, let's say, 60-40 or 55-45. It will be very narrow and very close.
You know why Amechi will beat Atiku in Igbo land?
Right?
Because of the elite.
It will start wearing red cap, Abi.
In the Southeast. The elite in the Southeast are against Igbo being vice. They've come out to say it, that they don't want any Igbo to be vice to anybody. They want the Igbos to.
I think you'll find that that's just posturing. They are posturing at the moment because everything is in play. If everything is no longer in play, then they'll get the best that they can get. They won't reject it if that's what they get. If Peter Obi is running as vice, you think Igbo land will turn against him? Never now. Is their favorite son.
If Peter Obi is running as vice, they will flip on him. That is just the truth.
Never.
You know why I said they'll flip on him?
Is their golden boy.
They want a southern president, even in the east. Everybody in the south now wants a southern president. Nobody wants to hear anybody that has anything to do with the north to be on that presidential seat. That's why right now is the tides are turning against Atiku. Because if Atiku goes against a Christian candidate from APC, he's going to lose. He's going to lose.
All right. All right. Let me take you from there to here. National Assembly should enact law to legalize arms for citizens. So the right to carry is a narrative that is starting to bubble up within the Nigerian space, especially off the back of this insecurity. Because just too often you hear that people just helplessly, without any form of defense or anything to defend them, they are just slaughtered mercilessly by these savages from the Sahel. So at least the right to go down fighting, so the right to bear arms, National Assembly should enact laws to legalize arms for citizens to end bandit attacks. This is a lawmaker proposing this. Would you sign up? Would you subscribe to that bill, Ete?
No, not at all. I won't subscribe to that bill at all, because that is going to be the next pandemic that's going to be troubling Nigeria, because people will start shooting people for stupid reasons. The truth is, even if that law is enacted, the people that are suffering from banditry are mostly poor villagers and poor people in the north. They don't have money to afford arms. They don't even have money to afford bullets. It's just the middle class and the elites that will benefit from this. So it's not still going to really stop anything. The thing that is going to stop banditry is for the elites in the north to decide for it to end, because they know how to end it. Sharing guns for people won't end anything at all.
Is that not what they've
because of-
done in the Ukraine, and they've fought the mighty Russians to a standstill?
No, that is a war against an external aggressor. That one is understandable. That's a war against an external aggressor. This one is a war within themselves. They know themselves. Most of these people doing this banditry, I don't believe they are from any West African countries. They are political thugs. All of them are, most of them are political thugs. They are doing this thing because of there are some politicians that are sitting down there and allowing this chaos to spread. If they are ready to end, if they are ready to end banditry today, it will end. That one is not an issue. It's not by sharing gun. How many people can afford bullets? Only bullet. Let's say you share gun and they use those bullets. How many people can afford the bullet? It's only in Lagos here you see everybody carrying gun now that we're not even facing banditry in Lagos. Everybody start carrying gun. The next thing, husband is shooting wife is shooting husband, neighbor is shooting neighbor. Class, a small boy in class is taking gun to school, shooting his bullies and all that. That is what is going to start happening. We're seeing what is happening in the US, where people are entering subways, shooting. That's the main issue in the US. People are always going about shooting people for no reason. Even people that don't even know, because they're depressed, they go about shooting people. So we should not allow that. We should not allow people owe arms. The law enforcement should do their job, and if they need more people, they should recruit more Nigerians. There's joblessness in the land. There are capable hands that they can recruit, that will stop all these things if they are interested to stop it. They should stop doing bills about sharing guns and all that. To me, it's a useless bill.
All right. I wonder, Ete, if you change your mind, going to the next headline. And this headline, really, I could give you 10,000 examples, but I give you this. 3 killed as herdsmen attack Enugu communities. So this is the story. It's just the typical story. Farmers in farmland cultivating the ground. Up pops 7 Fulanis with AK-47, and they open fire on these people. So I mean, so how many times have we heard that story? In the east, in the west, in the north, everywhere.
The tune is all this is politics. How do we know it was Fulani that opened fire? How do we know that?
They
We don't
said
know
it
that.
was herdsmen. Who else will open fire? Is it unknown gunmen?
Where no government are opening fire in the east. They are opening fire in the east. And the
Yeah,
thing is,
but by the crime, you almost certainly know who. If it was like some communities sacked for political undertones, then you know it's the unknown gunmen. But if it's a farmland, which they have done in the middle belt, in the northeast, in the southwest, and everywhere, then it's almost certain to be Fulani herdsmen because they are known for that sort of crime.
the thing is, we don't know for sure. And if at all it's Fulani herdsmen, what are the community doing to defend themselves? Because we know that rural communities have their own arms of defending themselves. They have hunters. They have people that have guns legally in the rural community. They can defend themselves. If they are truly interested in defending themselves, they can defend themselves. So the thing is, he's not shared. Even that farm, even the people in the farm, how many of them can afford bullets? How many of them can afford bullets? If we say, okay, they should carry arms, how many of them can afford it? Because they've not finished feeding themselves. They will start buying AK-47 perhaps, and buying bullets for the AK-47. It's not sustainable. So the thing is not still the farm, the farm that those guns are going to go to. It's going to be the streets, that is the urban areas. That is where those guns are going to go to. Those guns are not going to go to the rural areas. They are going to go directly to the urban areas. We'll just open door for full scale anarchy in Nigeria.
All right, thank you, Ete. But Ete, let me take you to this space. Wike, we're talking about this time around. So he is saying he gives conditions for, you know, that Sarake is going around trying to canvass for a consensus candidate ahead of the primaries, which is only about 6 weeks now away. So Wike now is speaking to that space and is saying that he will endorse a consensus model under certain conditions. And that condition is equity, fairness, and whatever, those sort of conditions. So he's not saying he's distancing himself completely from it, but he's somewhat reflecting that the people promoting consensus, they themselves disingenuous, which is essentially just a ruse to corner the party ticket, you know, for their section of the country. So he's not averse to consensus, but he doesn't want it under the Sarake model. But what are you making of this Wike push for the presidency? He's not giving up. He's doing all that you expect for somebody that is canvassing a lot more, by the way, than Peter Obi. But do you think it is time for him to give it up? Do you think he will give it up at some point? Do you applaud him for his effort, but do you think it's an effort in futility?
I think what he's doing is right, because the Northerners in APC, particularly Atiku and Saraki, they think they're wise, because when the Southern faction came and said that they should zone it to the Southeast, they refused. When they said that the zoning committee to sit down and make recommendations, they refused the zoning recommendation. They said that they want it to be open, that anybody can be the president of Nigeria. Now that people are now coming out to contest, they are now feeling threatened. They are now also running around and looking for consensus, which we know that the consensus they are looking for is Atiku, which is nonsense, because it's plain nonsense. You can't give Atiku again. Atiku lost the last time they gave him. They should give another person to the party doesn't belong to Atiku, and Atiku has not even been loyal to that party. Because I remember when they were making statements that the South vote is nothing to the PDP. They were making. I was hearing those statements when they were making those statements saying that the South vote is nothing to the PDP. Now they are feeling it. Now they are looking for a way to bring a consensus. It will not work. Everybody should go to the field, and now they are seeing that Peter Obi is getting a huge momentum. The guy is going wild everywhere right now. Everybody's talking about him on social media, on the street. In fact, his name is known well this past few period. Even outshining Atiku. So they are feeling it now. They are looking for a way to go with the consensus. I remember when Wike was saying that they should sit down and plan this zoning very well. They refused. All of them were coming out with statements saying that anybody can run for the president, this and that, this and this, that and that. Now they are trying to play smart. It will not work. They should sit down. Somebody from the South should represent the PDP this time, because the truth is, it's time of the South. We will not accept any Northerner as a president in that country at this time, because we are just recovering. We've not even recovered from the present one that is there, that doesn't care.
In terms of effort, Ete, how would you rate Atiku's effort to get that PDP ticket? How would you rate his effort?
To me, Atiku's effort is always dollars. Yeah, I'm sure he has sprayed dollars. But the truth is right now, only dollars won't work. Only dollars won't work because of the mind of the people are channeled towards the South. So
sorry, Ete, what I mean is not just the dollars, the effort, the politicking, the schmoozing, the Machiavellian maneuverings, everything together, just as a body of effort. How would you rate it?
I would rate it a 70. He's trying to sell himself. He's trying to for him to still be relevant at this point in PDP. He's trying for him to position himself to look like the only one that can win it in PDP, which is false. He's still trying. So he's trying to.
Using the same criteria, how would you rate Wike's effort?
And Wike, I'll rate him 60. I'll rate Atiku higher than Wike because of
he's traveling around the country. He's spending a lot of money. He's always in the media. He's holding his position, and he's being very alpha in the way he's going about his campaigning. He's not yielding at all, Wike.
Yes, Wike is gaining momentum. But right now, the momentum in PDP is with Peter Obi.
All right. So using the same criteria, how would you rate Wike's Obi Rada's efforts to get that ticket?
I will rate him 70 also because he's also moving around. He's also,
in all of the times that we have been doing this thing, I've not once, it's not that I don't want to present it, but I've not once come across a Peter Obi headline.
A Peter Obi headline?
Yes.
About what he said about
what he said, about what he's doing, about where he is, about who he's talking to, about how he's moving.
He's every day in Arise TV.
Arise
He's every
TV.
Time in Channels TV.
Is Arise TV? Is Arise TV? Is Arise TV? Is that the Sultan of Sokoto's palace or Arise TV? Is that the? Is that the Oba of Benin's palace? Is that the Oba of Benin's palace? Is that the Afin of Oyo?
He was
when
in
is
Lagos.
he all over
Did you know it was in Lagos?
Do you think it's? I don't see him putting in an effort. Is what I am wanting to suggest. I don't see him putting in an effort. Like I'm seeing Wike. There's no time that I look through the headlines to see what to present. That at least a 10 Wike story is not there. Not once have I come up. I can look through again now. There's no Peter Obi on the headline.
You know, Wike is a very controversial talker. So definitely he's going to be on the headline. Definitely, because of his style of politics, the way he talks, the way he addresses issues. That is why Wike is on the headlines. But Peter Obi is not that kind of man. He's probably a lot calmer and a lot. Do
you think Peter Obi is straddling any other campaigning outside of it is our turn? Outside of that turn narrative that the East is pushing hard, is he straddling any other campaign strategy? Is he pushing on all fronts outside of that single story?
Yeah, he's pushing economically wise because he's pushing the agenda that he left money in the treasury. He was diligent in his office when he was in Anambra, and Nigeria is in a mess right now. We are owing nearly everybody, and he can save that because when he got into power, Anambra was almost like Nigeria. So that is what his followers are even pushing. Not even the Southeast team. They are pushing the economist agenda, saying that he will empower SMEs. Because the last time I heard him spoke, he was saying that he was going to, if he was the one taking loans, he was going to use 30% of those loans to empower SMEs, which will also develop the country and reduce the unemployment rate we have in the country. So he's making his points clear. He's moving about. The only thing I've not seen him do, which other politicians too are not doing yet, is to look for a way to penetrate the market women. That's the only thing he's not doing. But the intellectuals, he has penetrated them very well.
All right, but in the intellectual space, I think it will have competition with people like Showore, because I think that Showore's constituencies too, isn't it? They're educated, they're obeying.
If you, for example, Showore bases Twitter and mostly social media, that's what you see most of them. Right now, social media is Peter Obi that has everywhere. It's not even Showore. Showore is not even close right now to Peter Obi on social media. They are everywhere. They are everywhere. You see people coming out every day dedicating their account to Peter Obi for free of charge. And they are posting things about Peter Obi every day. Every day. No other
If
candidate
you
has
had the vote, if you were in Nigeria and you had the vote in 2023, who would you vote for?
Peter Obi, obviously. Peter
Well,
Obi, I'll vote for
why
Peter
am I
Obi.
surprised? Look at this guy. So because everything you've been saying, it sounds like a campaign something. But so there it is. At least you are clear in your mind what you want. But is this guy clear in his head what he wants? Young people are determined to work for TINUBU'S presidential ambition. It is Samwo Olu saying this, and this was at a rally at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena in Onikon. So they have gathered all these youthful voices to champion the voices of their Jagaban of GBT of Lagos State to say that he is the preferred choice of the youth. So we all know. So already we've done countless storylines around TINUBU'S age and health. So we know how old people estimate him to be. But then people say that it is not the age of the man, but the age of his idea. And the youth, they seem somewhat taken by him. So what are you then making of this phenomenon of the youth gathering around Tinubu to show support?
The truth is not the youth, is the touts. The touts will definitely campaign for Tinubu. He pays them. He pays all of them. They're under his payroll. Definitely, they will dance to the tune of their paymaster. It's not the youth. They are the touts. How many Lagosian youths are there? They are still angry with the NSAS thing. Most intellectuals in Lagos, young intellectuals, are very angry with the NSAS thing because he didn't come out to talk.
Look at this
He
guy.
was playing national politics.
I'm laughing because it is said touts, and it's true.
They are not out. So I have a clip of this.
I watched it too now. One man, I just finished watching it now. Those people were touts. Those are Agberos.
You can be internet tout.
One man, Agberos have reduced in age in Lagos now.
No, these are not out. They are articulate, they are modern, they are funky.
One man, that's the level of tout we have right now in Lagos. They may be articulate, but now
It's out with a PhD.
One man, there was a tout in Ogba that sent his family to UK and was paying their school fees. These touts have money. These touts are not stupid.
They have money,
just because they stay on the streets. They can speak English. They can read and write. They just choose there because that's what pays them the most.
You have a video?
Yeah, I'm downloading it now.
They are touts, one man. Educated touts.
All right. That's your subjective view.
I've seen them with my own eyes.
The people I saw, they don't look like touts.
Solid's on the street, man.
That's because they are not on the street.
Man. Solid's on the street, man. You can tell, you know.
This one is from the streets. This one, mommy.
No, well, kind of.
Look at it, mommy. Mommy from the streets.
But I enter streets though, you know, I saw all these things. These people are touts.
You see,
these people are not mommy now.
Sorry, well, use a headphone. Sorry, we're hearing you back. All right, back to it.
Yeah, you see, in Lagos, there is no sane person. There is no sane person that his brain is working well, that Tinubu is not paying, that will be at that rally. All of them that are at that rally are under Tinubu payroll. All of them. Tinubu has paid them one way or the other. They are probably benefiting from his Bulavian. That's why they are there. No youth with his right senses will stand with Tinubu in Lagos State. They are angry. They are angry with him because of he kept quiet. Even when herdsmen were slaughtering people in the southwest, he kept quiet. He was playing national politics. When he hears small thing happens in the north, he rushes there like a flash and donates money. But when something happens in Lagos or the southwest in general, he keeps mute because he thinks his base are foolish. But the truth is, a lot of people are switched from Tinubu. A lot of them are switched from Tinubu because of his inactions.
So, how many of these so-called youths from ESAS actually have PVCs? And how many are going to vote? You just stay on Twitter bloviating. You don't blame Tinubu or any politician for
That is
for going
propaganda.
to.
They have.
Let me finish.
They have their PVCs
Don't
now.
no.
A lot of
How many of
have
them actually
registered
vote?
massively for their PVCs.
How many of them actually vote during election? Don't blame guys for going.
They
for
will see. The only way they are not going to vote for in election is if there's violence. If there's no violence, they are going to come out to vote.
All right. Let me hold on now. Hold on now, sorry. Let me share the video then of this youth gathering in mass, so not one or two, in mass, to show support for the Gaban of GBT. So this is it. You can't say all these people are touts. I don't think I can buy that. This is a full-blown, you see. This is the man that they say cannot stand on his feet. That's on death's door. That's him right there.
So where are the youths?
Well, can you not see the gathering?
Which one?
There's an arena full of people. We can go on and on.
Those are not youths now. Those are not youths now.
Okay, this is a youth. That
this
is a
one.
youth. Yeah,
that's that guy youth.
This one is
not. This one is.
These are touts.
One
man. These are touts.
How would you know? Come on, man.
One man, you can't see. You can't see from one man buying in Lagos.
Those are
you don't know that this one is
touts.
Those are not
touts. These are touts.
They are the ones that vote. That's my point.
These are touts.
You don't vote. Don't blame him for canvassing for their vote.
Who told you that people are not coming to vote in 2023? How do you know that?
No.
Have you seen 2023? Are you a time traveler?
The antecedents say the antecedents so that you know in the past you've not done that. So don't excuse me for
people people are angry now. That's what they said. That is the thing that is changing.
I disagree with you that people are angry. When I met that Ola of Lagos in Dubai, when I was talking about Tinubu, this guy did not see any problem with Tinubu. He did not see Tinubu as a bad guy. All these things that you are saying, he doesn't know what.
Is the Ola of Lagos, is he rich?
Who is going to vote? Is he only going to be rich people?
Is he rich? You are not talking about rich Lagosians. Rich Lagosians don't have problem with Tinubu, obviously. They are rich because of him.
Okay, Ola of Lagos is not rich.
How did he not get to Dubai and be flexing? How? Where did he see the money
from sponsorship? Is that rich? That's not rich now.
Who is this character? I'm not familiar with the name.
Ola of Lagos used to shout his plenty on Instagram.
Also some skit maker. Okay.
Yeah. He has a lot of followers though.
That's a business.
Oh, he just made skits.
Influencer. So that's just a business.
That one doesn't have his PVC, I'm sure. Does he have his PVC?
I didn't ask.
Solly,
the guy didn't understand most of what I was saying.
Solly, it is difficult for you to know if Nigerians are angry if you start sampling just one. Go to that social media you are talking about.
People are angry on social media, but I'm talking about normal level street people.
Wait. Even the fact that people are angry on social media, look at what they were doing to pre-2015 and look at what they are doing now, except for the few people that are left that are still trying to catch the air. That is the only place you can know if people are angry now. But the thing is this, these people that are angry on social media, what are they going to do on the election day is what we should be talking about.
Nothing. They won't do anything. They won't do nothing.
Exactly. That people are not angry, you can never discount that. People are extremely angry.
A good space to back up what Ola is saying is the Shore space. If you go to 2019, just the mass of following that this guy had on social media, you would think it will be neck and neck between him and Buhari to that Aso Rock seat. But then he ended on social media. They will send him their $20 or whatever and say, yes, we're with you. And that $20 is the totality of everything.
Just because you're online, just tweeting and saying you're angry, does not mean you see, don't blame people like Tinubu for canvassing for votes from Agbero and Mosquido. They are the ones that actually vote. So don't blame him for hanging out with them. You people that call yourself advanced youth online don't vote. Don't even have a PVC. So I don't even know why. And guess what? You still will not vote in this coming election. I can bet you that they will not vote. They will be on Twitter doing the same thing over and over again.
Who is that?
But nothing will change.
Babati, why will you talk about us like that now?
No, it's the truth now. We have
No, it's
20
not the
years of
truth.
no,
It's not
we
the
have 20
truth.
years of
It's not
evidence to
okay,
back that
okay,
up.
okay.
So
Can
it's
I
not
ask
like
you a
it's nothing
question?
new.
Can I ask you a question? Did
Go
you
ahead.
ever think something like NSAS will happen?
No, not necessarily.
Exactly. So you are dealing with a different
But that is a
generation.
protest, not election.
You are judging based on past antecedents, but this is a new generation. You don't
Okay.
have past antecedents to judge it with.
Solly, you
Sorry,
see,
NSAS is never a good idea, but because
Exactly.
But the
it's
people were
just a flash
cowering
in
in
the
fear.
pan.
The
Huh?
people have always been cowering in fear
So
with no
Solly, why did
action.
that turn into
So
a
They
sorry,
just
what's
protest?
that
adapt.
rambling? There's somebody that's
Solly,
rattling.
I agree with you that NSAS was very big, but how does that translate into political power? There's no evidence to
It
necessarily
shows that the youth were united in
forget
cause.
showing.
Because
So
because
forget the
there is
showing.
nothing that is connecting the north, east, and west. But that day there was a connection.
Okay, so how
You
does that
know, it
okay, I agree with you. So
it
how does
means that the new generation can unite for a purpose,
can
unlike the old
so
generation.
they're yet to unite.
They're giving
What
you
do you
an
mean it connected
example.
this? The North was not part of it now. They
They
were
had their
anti.
own thing
Yeah.
now.
They had their own. They
It
had
was
their own
pro no, it was pro
little.
government. Yeah, I
No,
remember.
It
largely
was
the North was having anti-protest.
Exactly.
That's what
It
they
anti-protest.
was
were
What
pro
are you
having.
protest
talking
now.
about? They
They
were
were
fighting
having
you from the North.
anti-protest that you are infringing on
Okay,
their
so
right of freedom of
then
movement.
we are not united. But still, the South was united. You
Oh,
Solely.
know.
My
look at
point
that.
is that so-called anger has not been well channeled into a political
Okay, then
movement
let's
strong enough
see.
to
Then
change
let's
the
see
policy.
now.
Okay,
Then let's see.
okay, all right. But I have 20
But
years of
Exactly.
evidence.
We've
Babati is
not had
I'm
elections
not
since
I'm not
NSAS,
sure that you
so we
can
can't
argue.
tell.
Sorry, I'm not sure that you can argue what Babati said based on antecedents. Are the traditional voters, are the market women, the transport workers, you know that it's usually associations that elect people into. That is why when these politicians want to move, they go to Iyaloja,
Yeah,
then they go and
let's
go to
go. Elero, Tamoskiti.
the head of the Iyalojas, the lead of the Elerons, the transport worker person for the Toguri, and those are the people that will mobilize. They'll tell them to mobilize. They'll give them a word full of money, go and mobilize, and win me this election. And they will have somebody that coordinate that. It's not you and me that vote anybody now. You and me, we don't come out of our houses because we feel that there will be violence and we
Yeah,
don't want to lose our lives.
we are there speaking grammar.
Yeah, and then we'll
Scabodi
condemn
people of the
before and we
Moragos
condemn
army.
after.
The
You know.
complexity.
But
Complexity. Just
but
No,
speaking
Babity,
grammar.
me,
Don't
ah, I
But
don't know
but
that
but
one. No. No
one
matter
man,
how violent it
let's
was, my
use
father was always
Hold
voting.
on. One at a time. But let's hear
yeah,
from Charles, who wants to come in. Yeah,
yeah,
let's hear from Charles.
but
Yeah,
Babity, the youth from this generation are much stronger. They're like this
they
from
are much
1960.
stronger.
The
What
youth of
evidence do you have of
Jake,
no,
that?
I asked a question earlier. I said, how does that anger go towards political?
Translate into action.
Translate. There's no translation yet. You just have anger that is
no, let
meaningless.
me tell
It's not
you.
being used.
Angry youth. When in history have the youths never been angry?
Let,
Is the prerogative of
One
youth to
man,
be angry?
Woman,
Babity,
can I say something? Babati, can I say something? You guys are talking about youth influencers. I mean, the question is, how many of these youths have their PVC?
Eh,
That is on the one side. Now, let me
that's my
just make this point.
question now.
Hold
I
on,
was
hold
asking
on.
that earlier.
Okay,
I asked that
so
earlier now.
another thing is this. Now, considering what INEC has said, that almost 40% of the people that are eligible to vote 2023,
45.
45% are not eligible. I mean, that it says, I think, is it 45% or 40% are ineligible to
45.
vote, and they have their PVC. And now, if we said remaining 65%, out of that 65%, you could only get 40% come out on the day of election. So what are we saying here? So it's something we need to think about. You see, that country, there's a lot of things just going on in that country that it's very hard to just to put a finger to it that this is the solution to it. Because the owners, let me use the word of this man, this guy, Ovicha man, the owners of Nigeria, they so bastardized that country to the point that whereby they just had that control over that country. They call the shots in that country. If only we can have, I mean, people are making efforts to get their PVC, but the question is, are they really allowing them to be able to vote? Look at what INEC is saying. You issued this PVC to them. So how come these PVC became invalid? Isn't there some kind of game going on here? And I needs to be questioned about this. You people ask people to go online to register, they did it, and at the end of the day, you're telling them that you're giving excuses for why their voters cards are invalid.
So how many is valid right now? I didn't get that.
Maybe like 60%.
How many? How many of the? How many?
55%.
55%.
Right now?
55.
See, but I remember the good example I'm talking
55%.
about. I remember say the good example. Do not so the one election. The youth makes the one election. That's a good example. So you're wrong about that. To the one election, the youth in Anambra State.
Jake, they are the ones that you called it out. I was referring to the youth that are so-called sophisticated that can vote for the right person. Those ones are the ones I was talking about, not the ones that work for NURT that we already vote for the so-called TINUBU'S and light of them. Is the NSAS movement I was referring to. That how they channel that energy.
The lazy youth.
Yeah, those ones. How they now
use
that
a good example
cloud.
being Sully on your screen.
You see, in Lagos, you know that the vote is not one way. It's always a close margin. If you check last election, it's always a close margin. It's not like APC wins Lagos landslide or PDP don't have any votes there. It's very close. It's just a few thousands that differentiate those votes. So it's not like that's why do you think that Tinubu got angry to the extent at some time he was threatening people? Because he knows that the tide is changing. I won't be surprised if APC loses Lagos.
What election are you
the
talking
next
about?
election.
We're not
Hey,
discussing.
wait. This guy is saying something. I just want to ask him first.
We're not discussing PDP or APC. We are discussing.
There is no election in Lagos that PDP has ever come close. There's no election in Lagos. Not even the one that they did. The former guy. What was his name? Agbaje. He never came close. What are we talking about? What are you talking about? The only election that could have maybe possibly been.
No, I'm not.
Okay, go on, please.
I'm talking about presidential race. That's what I'm talking about. Presidential race is not a Lagos is not a straight victory for anybody.
I'm not discussing PDP or APC here. My point is
those
that
are the two big parties.
Those
are the parties that win election. No other party will win election.
We are saying they are still the same. What I'm saying is, how do the youth from the so-called inside movement with that kind of power find a viable person away from these two monsters, not just moving from one party to another? I'm saying that if you have that much clout, like you said you have, can't you use that to set up your own movement to where you are very influential to pick the right person? Because PDP or APC will still be the same thing.
Okay, can I answer that question?
Go ahead.
They are just lazy animals. They are very stupid.
So you agree now?
No, I agree now. I agree now. No, I'm not a lazy youth. I don't have the clout.
I'm not sure that I agree with what you said, but finish your point, then I'll disagree with you, Sully.
I don't have the clout. I don't have the money, and I don't have the connection for all those things. These idiots, they have the money, they have the clout, they have the connection, they have everything, but they just don't want to get into politics. For what reason? Nigeria is just a place where everybody just wants to do I better pass my neighbor, just in different levels. They don't have a sense of community. So that is the problem. They are just very stupid people that just want to complain and find no solution to it. Simple as that.
All right. Hold on. Let me disagree with you somewhat, because that youth space, sometimes I wonder if the conversation is not being taken to them where they are, because politics in Nigeria is still being played in the traditional ways that politics has always been played. Bags of rice, ashoebi, give the market women and the agberos money and tell them to go and deliver you a mandate. So that's Nigerian politics. But the youth generation, they're in a different mind space and in a different paradigm, which has no understanding of that concept. So is politics actually being taken to where the youthful mind is, or should the youthful mind come to traditional politics? Because they have no truck with it. They know it's a failed system and they don't want to be part of it. But
Okay.
they are the ones that really the future belongs to. So as they
Okay.
sit back and watch, their future is just being shaped and frittered
Okay.
away in front of
Okay.
them. Yeah.
One man, let me reply that now. When Davido asked for donations, how much did he get?
About 200 million, wasn't it thereabout?
Okay, now if he wants to go for election and he say he needs donation, he wants to give all those rice, all those beans, can he not do it?
Yeah, but should he
No,
do it?
exactly, they should. How dare you sit down in your house and be complaining up and down when you have the power to change things, but you don't want to?
Solely, if you must build a good foundation, you don't build a wrong one. If you start that thing you are just
Okay.
suggesting, it's going to be worse.
How is it
Let
going
me
to be worse?
okay, let me give you an example. You see, we are saying whether election we hold next year or we not hold next year, and I've seen something that is point to the fact that it may not hold. One, if TINUBU doesn't get APC ticket, that one is a separate showdown. All these people you are seeing today, they may likely start supporting all those Yoruba Nation and all those people that want to go because already the team is no longer in their favor. Now, look at an update now. As at last week, the La Norma Yoruba, they've challenged the legality of the 1999 Constitution at Osun State High Court, another one at the State High Court. Now, for example, if the like of TINUBU and co will not get their wishes at that thing, and fortunately, those two courts, although I know that Oyetola is fighting for that of Ogun State or Osun State badly, but that of Ekiti State, Fayemi is not trying to lobby anything. If the High Court, for example, come out and say, "Oh, 1999 Constitution is illegal," that as another, it has thrown another content to the political space already. Those people that will be aggrieved based on the fact that they cannot clinch onto the ticket, now they will have another tools to fight because they see this thing as their own lifetime ambition. So, see, now if they win such situation and we recalibrate our system to the point that we don't allow all this money back to hijack our this thing again, you understand? But now going bribery to bribery, now just to make sure that that thing is a very wrong system because already. So there are a lot of ways. Like, what am I saying now? Like, I saw some people are challenging now. You have different ways of challenging the current power, not going the way you are talking about. Now, what of if the video you are talking about now raise money now, for example, like what Abiola used to do those days, you start empowering medium scale and a small scale business to empower people, at least to win loyalty, because
no, he is doing that. The video
but those don't translate to votes.
Hold on, sorry. The video does do what you're saying, Ola. Yes. He often instances just calls for people to submit their business ideas and they'll give them money. But sorry, when you were opening up the video, where I was actually expecting you to go.
Guy.
No. When you were opening up that video, I was expecting you to say to harness his fan base and his followership.
I know you can do that.
To paint a different political paradigm, not to canvas for money to play old politics. Because if they already listen to him, then he could tell them a different story rather than canvas for money for traditional parts.
Yes, but when you want to eat one man, is it fan love or is it the money in your pockets that will pay? We know the youths we are dealing with. They may say Davido, but it's whoever gives them money and gives them food to eat that they will eventually vote for at the last minute.
So let me ask a question.
Is it Agbero that
wait,
vote for Davido
guy,
over TINUBU'S 5,000 naira?
Wait. Let me ask a question. The NSAS movement that the youth came out in mass for, how much were they paid individually?
They were not paid.
So it's possible for people to come out and do the right thing without being paid. That's the point you should be making.
Was it everybody in the Lagos that went? If you count the percentage
I'm making your point.
It was sufficient enough to hold the country to a standstill.
That's my point. Like, it is possible. I'm making your point for that. It is possible to have that kind of energy where the youth will do the right thing without having money raised or bribery or actual kill, like one man said. That's my point.
It takes a certain amount of energy and effort for you to go to a place and be shouting out your anger. It takes another type of energy for you to wake up, to go to a place that you know may be violent, to wait in line, to get in your vote, to use your card, have everything right, and when you get to the final place, tick who you want. These are two different types of energies. These are two different things. This is not the same thing. You are saying fan base. Does fan base turn to political votes? Some
It's
people have one.
unbelievable. We almost feel like giving up on your generation. Excuses just roll so readily out
I'm
of.
telling you what we are dealing with.
I'm even making your point for you.
Will I come here and be lying to you that one day the youths are going to be noble?
And you're still failing.
Am I going to come here? Wait, Ola, am I going to come here and be lying to you that the youths one day are going to be noble? All of a sudden, all the youths in Lagos will have halos over their head and angel wings and be voting in the right person. Come on. But we know who we are dealing with.
But you were making the point of NSAS initially. That's what I was. I'm stunned that you're changing all of a sudden now. Like
yes, there is a possibility, but they need a push. If, for example, Davido give them money, Tinubu give them money, they will vote Davido. Do you understand? Then we are playing on same level field. You want to play the politics of Nigeria, or you want to be playing the politics of USA in Nigeria?
But you see, if Davido gives them money and Tinubu gives them money and they vote for Davido because they prefer him to Tinubu, nothing will change, because as Tinubu will try to recover his money if he gets the position, Davido will equally try. He's not going to go there and rest on his salary. He will go there and also so nothing changes. So it doesn't change. It's just the corruption carries on into another generation.
This is why I started with this question. How much did Davido get as donation? That was donation money. He didn't work for it. Tinubu is using his own money to do all these things. That's why he's looking for it to get it back.
No. Yeah,
okay.
He said no. He said his own money.
All right.
He said his own money. Really? His own money.
His own stolen money. It's his money now. It's his account.
Hold on. Let Babati have that last word, and then I want to take Ete to round off his comments on that space, and then I want to go to X0
so that
we can.
The comment section is saying I'm right.
Well, we have a lot of yam heads, but let Babati finish off. Then we go back to it to round off, and then we go to X0.
These are the online political pundits. They will give you all these strategies and tell you, we are harnessing the youth, the movement. The energy is strong. This time around it's going to change. I'm telling you, we can see it. We've talked to one guy. I'm telling you, and next thing you showed up, nobody shows up.
You are just very skeptical.
It's not being skeptical. Even you made my point today. You just made my point.
How did I make your point?
No. You initially you were giving me this hope of NSAS, like the energy is there.
Yes,
then you went to the video is now sharing. The video should be sharing actually like Tinubu to the old politics.
But we're dealing with human beings, right? Everybody is not the same.
Don't dismiss the youth. Like this is my belief.
What am I dismissing? There will be people and there will be people like that too. There will always be people. You expect everybody to be one side.
I'm saying that it is possible to
cover everybody. The people that are not going to vote for integrity, you cover them too. You leave no stones unturned. You are saying that you want everybody to convert. In which world will that happen? You just want to abandon the people that are going to collect that 5K. You want to leave them on their own. You want to abandon them.
I'm saying that.
All right. Sorry. All right. Let's just get back to Ete. Ete, round off your thoughts on that space, and then I want to go to X0 just to move the conversation on.
Okay. On the answer space.
No, not on the. You see, you've even forgotten where you are. You were talking about someone telling us that young people are determined to work for Tinubu's presidential ambition. This is what Sanwo-Olu is insisting at a rally at Bolaji Johnson Arena.
Sanwo-Olu will say anything that Tinubu tells him to say. He's his boy. He made him governor from nothing. So I don't expect Sanwo-Olu to say. In fact, Sanwo-Olu saying that is not news. If Sanwo-Olu says something negative, that is news. Because definitely he is always going to say good thing about Tinubu. To me, Tinubu doesn't have any youth. All those people who has are people that is on his payroll, that is feeding one way or the other. Those are the people that are filling up that stadium. Those are the people that are running around him. Then he just has only other few people who are Yoruba bigots that are just there just because Tinubu's Yoruba man. Finish. Apart from that, Tinubu doesn't have much followers like that.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you, Ete, for kicking it off for us. So let's go from you, Ete, to X0, who hopefully is still with us. It's not like X0 to be quiet when he's around. X0, are you there? I didn't imagine it was. Usually you'll be screaming and shouting by now, especially when we mentioned Peter Obi. So yeah, we'll come back to X0 in a moment. But let's go on from there. Let's go to engineer. Let's go to engineer. Engineer, on that space, the youths, they are now rallying around Tinubu, Sebaba, but what's the Yoruba version of Sebaba? This is what they are chanting in Lagos now. Okay, Jagaban, the Jagaban has landed. So what are you then making then of this like NFA youths that we have in Nigeria?
Well, greetings to you, one man, and greetings to everyone. People on the platform, greetings. Flashman, I salute you. Nigeria, we have a problem, and the problem is the youth. I'm a youth, so let's accept our problem. We have a long way to go. I watched your platform in the afternoon today. I saw how Showore is doing well.
Yes, the youths in the north, they are really gravitated because you expect him to command the youth space.
Yes.
So yes, I was heartened to see the youths in the north, gravitate, and the way they spoke as well. They spoke to the heart of what Showore. They actually articulated what Showore represents more than he has ever articulated it himself.
Exactly.
The northern youth, yes.
Exactly, and it's something that is a chance for the Southwest and South, honestly, to grab the presidency. But if they let that thing slip out of their hand, then no one should start blaming if the power goes back to Fulani again. So the Northerners, they had enough. The youth, they had enough, which they are praying either South or Southwest. The presidency should go there. But another thing that we need to understand, like I said to you, one man, Tinubu was on holiday, but he's back. He's back on track now. And there will be a lot of competition between him and they said they called the other one Judas, isn't it?
Yes,
So,
Yemi Iscariot or Shebanjo.
Yeah. So there will be challenges. There will be more challenges, but it's quite unfortunate that two well-known Yoruba leaders that are meant to champion that area, champion the culture, they end up now dragging presidency position. And I always say this, and I'll repeat this to you, one man. The Yoruba leaders, they need to call these two people, sit them down, and knock some senses to them. Don't let
engineer. It is almost certain, and if it doesn't happen, it will be political suicide. That one must step down for the other before the primaries. They must, because they have the same voters.
Yes, true.
Nobody outside of who is going to vote for Tinubu is going to vote for Osinbajo. Nobody outside of who would have voted for Osinbajo is going to vote for Tinubu. So they are in the same mix, splitting it up between the two of them. So if they don't, they could open that window for Rotimi Amechi, who is quietly, and we know it's the preferred, it's the northern choice, because they know that they can just hold him permanently hostage. So one of them has to step down, or both of them lose out.
That's it. But that's what I'm saying. If they let that thing slip out of their hand, then forget it. Tomorrow we end up coming back to you to say, oh, the Fulanis again, they're taking control of everything. No, it's something that they need to sit down and readdress themselves, figure out what is going to happen. Why are you two APC fighting, championing themselves, coming out to be the president? So are we saying now we're going to have two APC president in the country? It's quite sad. And also people championing TINUBU, well, majority, I'm 100% sure they're youth. So if they want things
they
to
are
continue,
youths, by the way, whether you like it or not. The people that are backing TINUBU, they are mainly youths. Because he has this almost like a mythical presence, you know, especially whoever gave him that, I think they gave him that title in Borno State, the Jagaban of Borgu. Whoever gave him that, he should go and pay them extra. Because that's Jagaban alone. He's just like a mythical figure that they conjure up, and the youths, they like that sort of resonance, and they gravitate around that sort of, you know, mystique.
Exactly. TINUBU is a bull. It's a bulldog. You understand? That guy, if he's coming out, he don't care, because he's somebody that he would do it. He would deliver. He will push youth to go extra mile to do what he wants them to do. So things like that is if we come on, let's open our eyes and see what is happening in the country now. You know, but something we need to understand and realize again. We are the ones abroad seeing the failure of the youths, because the ones back home, they don't care. They are used to that softness. They are used to that. I think but
sometimes, you know, you have to look at it from the outside to see it, because if it's your lived experience, you don't have enough time to step back to look at it. Yeah,
because they are used to it. They are used to that softness. They are used to that. Let's wait till election come, then let them release that money. That's what is going in some of the youth mindset, you know. So things like this is sad. It's really sad. How can you vote someone that you know is not 100% healthy? That's number one. Two, look at his age-wise. Come on. Come on, it's only us that can see it.
And there's a certain permutation that actually would suggest that permutates that Osinbajo's declaration actually favors Atiku. Let me paint you the picture of that permutation. So Osinbajo's at this declaration, he splits TINUBU'S base somewhat, which opens a window for Rotimi Amechi. If Rotimi Amechi gets the APC ticket and it goes up against Atiku, you know, it's just Atiku will just start to buy champagne as soon as he gets the, you know, that's an Atiku presidency right there.
Yeah, but something you need to understand, one man. I said it, was it yesterday or a day before yesterday? I said the only person that will give Atiku headache, if Atiku should come out in the presidency ticket, the only person that will give him that 100% headache is Osinbajo. Apart from that, anyone coming from APC is an ice in the cake for Atiku, because Atiku would do anything to make sure. But another thing that you need to understand, that I'm so scared of Atiku, because remember, there was a time all the APC, whatever, they went to visit Atiku on a closed door meeting.
Yes, I played the clip here. Yes.
You see, something is not right in that country. Something dodgy is about to happen. You understand? Fulani man would definitely pass the throne to his fellow Fulani man. It's now up to Atiku to make sure that things are going to be a bit kind of okay in terms of insecurity in that country. But look, the other way around again, look, it's like the Fulani man is just clashing the two Yoruba leaders. It's just like putting their heads together, go and fight yourself while the power is going to my brother again. So if you like, kill yourself. I don't care. Because Buhari can never appoint Tinubu to say, oh, Tinubu, go for it. That's the least thing Buhari would do. And that's why all these people are coming out from APC, championing themselves. They want to come out and go for the presidency. It's quite unfortunate, honestly.
Engineer, so if they have a consensus candidate in the APC, who would that person be? If they were to agree to some kind of consensus, what do you think they would pick amongst the people that are there right now?
Can you start it off with who it will not be? Then that will land you on who it will be. So if they are going to have a consensus candidate, who are they not likely to, rally behind?
Wow, that's a good one. Oh, to me, I feel like they should just give it to Osinbajo, because he will be the best man in APC to deliver. Apart from that, I don't see anyone delivering APC out of this presidency race. That's all I can say for now.
All right, thank you, Engineer. So, Engineer, let me move you from there to another talking point. Kwakwanso declares for presidency under NNPP. I'm pretty sure, like most of the rest of the planet, they've never even heard of anything called NNPC. But it looks as though NNPP. So you can
NNPP, NNPP. I beg one man. NNPP.
Yeah, NNPC is equally as ridiculous. To give it its full title, New Nigerian People's Party. So this sounds somewhat Aminu Kano type tonality. New Nigerian People's Party. So this is the vehicle now that he's going to use to declare his candidature. So now this guy was in the APC in 2019, but the APC is too big a space for him to give fledging to his presidential ambition. He moved from this just 2019, or what, 3 years ago, he moved from the APC to the PDP, but then the competition in the PDP was just too heavy and too tough. So he has now moved from the PDP to now this obscure party, NNPP. So he now to declare his presidential ambition. Single story, one state politician. So does he think that only Kano State determines who will be president of Nigeria, Kwakwanso?
Well, Mr. Kwakwanso, the chameleon, isn't it? It's only chameleon that changes his color at any moment, anytime, any seconds. See, one man, there's something we need to understand here, that if you look at it, how long will these people be deceiving themselves? Because the way things are going now, it's kind of like they're fooling themselves. And thank God for social media. I must be honest to you, because I said this some time ago. Is there any way Nigeria can change their constitution? If you serve in the government for 8 years, don't come out and say you want to go for this or go for that or this. Just serve and leave. Serve it and leave. Now, he has, I don't know how he went and sit down, analyze everything to himself, and see that, oh, PDP, APC, this, that, and end up coming out with this NNPP. Another thing again is good for him. If he says he wants to come out, all the best. All the best. It's just it's not he who started the race will finish the race.
I doubt very much if a single person in Oyo-Alaafin, in Ekiti, in Abakaliki knows that there's a human being called Kwakwanso. What is he talking about now? Just because you have some people wearing red hats in Kano, and that will make you president of Nigeria.
But one man, you know that people like that, they gaslight them to get money out of them. People around them make them believe they're actually bigger than what they are. So just to get money out of them, they will gaslight them like, oh God, you are very big over there, just give some money. So it's just to milk those politicians for now. He has no chance.
Yes, and he knows that. So, sometimes I scratch my head in befuddlement because it's not a cheap thing doing these things. You have to campaign. That means endless flights. That is money.
Mm-hmm.
Endless campaign materials. That is money.
That's
Staff,
money.
organization, everything money. You have to buy all this sort of any and everything money, knowing full well that you have zero chance of being the next president. So what is the reward at the end? What is it for? Name recognition? Is it for attention? What is it?
No,
People like
I said before,
Kwakwanso, like Showore, like Dele Momodu, like Tunde Bakari, all these
it's try your luck.
Meaningless noise
It's try your
making.
luck. It's try your luck. But remember, they will still make that claim and get the money back, innit?
From whom?
One man.
Yeah.
Is it because
Nigerian government.
Can I say something, engineer? Sorry to take it.
Go on.
Is it because these people are not popular like your politicians called Atiku and what's his name? The Jagaban of Lagos.
No, it's not because of that.
Let me phrase the question before I allow you to speak, please.
All right, go on. But I don't think you understood what I said, but carry on. Yeah.
No, I notice you sometimes the way you talk about these people, maybe because they're not heavyweight, like we will call them in Nigeria context. You kind of wash them down like as if, let me ask my question before I make any comment. So is it because that they are not heavyweight, or they're not being in government, or their name are not being mentioned in NTA and other bot media houses like Arise and the rest of them? Is that why you think that they are not? They don't matter in the equation? Is that what you think? Is that what your thought?
No. That's not what I think. One, and more importantly, that's not what I said. So what I am saying is, let's use Kwakwanso, who we're talking about, as the example. So Kwakwanso is popular in Kano State. A lot of people still tell you that he's the most popular. Ganduje, of course, was his deputy, and he bestowed Kano to Ganduje before Ganduje became too big a beast for him to handle. So very popular in Kano State. If you go to politics in Kano State, they are all wearing red hats. But outside of Kano State, I'm not sure that anybody knows or cares about him in Cross River, ENUGU, Ekiti. Nobody knows him outside of that space. And he was in the APC, but the space was the names were too big for him to overcome to get his ambition. He went to the PDP. The names were too big for him to overcome to get his ambition. So he has now gone to this NNPP, which certainly is almost his own party, and he will make himself the candidate. But to what end? So he's going to do campaign materials. He's going to buy INEC, whatever it is, posters, vehicles, travels, the whole shebang. We're talking about what? A 100 billion naira spend, knowing full well that he's not going to be the president because his chances was where he went to and not where he is now. So what is this looking to gain by this whole exercise? So that's my question. He doesn't want a ministerial position. He's already been a state governor. So what is the payout for him at the end of this exercise, which he's embarked upon, knowing full well that he's not going to be the president?
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, go on.
Well, we might say maybe like you said, but for me, I just think they are there to try it and see if they will be voted in.
They voted in?
Yeah, they will be voted in. They will have it. I mean, you just said it's popular in Kano.
Yes.
Let me be straight with you, man.
Go on.
Kwakwanso is popular, but it might not be popular like you would expect him to be, or like the likes of the people you just mentioned, Osinbajo, because who knows Osinbajo before? It's not because of this election when we came by VP. I mean, that's it. And even TINUBU too was just only within Southwest for the most part, until maybe he had this alliance with Buhari that brought him into the limelight, that they start calling him national leader of APC, blah, blah, blah. So the thing is this. Kwakwanso kind of politics, I followed him. You see, he's one of those people that I would list among first three that I would support, or I would say people should look up to. Kwakwanso is a very good man. He understands the problem of Nigeria, but the only problem with Kwakwanso is that he localizes politics. And he allows his association with one certain Kwakwasia, which I think is more of like a movement, But then it's more of a regional kind of a movement that's
It's not even regional, it's Kano State, essentially, isn't it?
ethnicized.
Yeah.
Or let me use the word ethnicized. Maybe that's the word I should use. It's more ethnicized. So that is just its problem. If not, Kwakwanso is another good option from the north, I would say. In fact, I rate him higher than
Yeah, but you've not addressed what I said
now,
though.
Now let me go to your question. Let me go to your question. I mean, can you rephrase that question again, please?
What I'm saying is, he left APC where he stood a chance, but the competition was too stiff. Moved very quickly to PDP, where he stands. There's a possibility where there are possibilities in those two parties. So but the competition was too big for him. So he has now gone to this NNPP, which a party almost like he formed himself to make himself a candidate. So he's going to go through all of the spend of an electioneering process, knowing full well that he has no chance of being president. And you say there's always a chance. There's always a chance, but really there's no chance of him being president. Under this NNPP system.
I don't know your question.
So my question is, why is he embarked on this exercise in futility? Because what is the payout at the end of it? He's not going to be. I think you will admit, and he knows that he's not going to be the president. He's not even going to. God! All right. Okay.
I understand. From
no, if you understand, then why are you asking me not to say so? You know now. He himself knows.
You see, one thing like this, I like to be positive about things.
No, forget positivity. Reality is what we're talking about. Reality.
Rational mind.
Hold on.
Can I just land this point? Let me land this point quickly.
Yeah, go on.
So other people can talk. You see, when I say positivity, I believe anything is possible. But in the Nigerian context,
is it probable though? Possible, but probable. Is it probable?
Okay. Well, you might say maybe not probable.
Well, what do you might say? It's almost a certainty that he will not be president.
Things might change. We don't know what might change from now to 2020. Things might change. The movement, the dynamic in that country can change. We don't know. People can just, we don't know what might happen. It could be something that will just come. And then, so I just want to keep my hands, put all my options, all the cards on the table and see. But like you said, yes, going by the names we hear every time, often on the media in Nigeria, is just to himself as getting media attention too. But like you said, yes, I agree with you. It doesn't look probable that he's going to be president. But
so then why embark on it? Is
let
really
him
my
try.
question.
Let him try. Let him try. Is it set in stone? Hold on. Okay, in 2019, when
he's just making up the numbers, Abi.
Hold on. In 2019, when
Atiku him back.
In 2019, when Atiku contested, was he sure that he was going to defeat Atiku, even though people thought that he wasn't going to defeat Atiku? Was it set in stone that he was going to defeat Atiku?
Who was going to defeat Atiku?
Atiku is going to defeat Buhari. No, so let him try. Let him try.
Atiku was. You see, in the United Kingdom, I can tell you that almost the next prime minister of this country is either going to be the conservative candidate or the Labour candidate. I can tell you that in the United States, the next president is either going to be the Democrat or the Republican. And I can also tell you that the next president of Nigeria is either going to be the PDP or the APC. So you can say never, and of course you never say never because the future is a mystery. But really, if invested in reality, that is the reality. Is that not the reality? What are we? He's just wasting his time. But why is he wasting the money?
Mind. It's bad when you leave APC, PDP to start going to MPC and
that
tells you you are. Come on now.
But why is he spending all that money? Is my thing. Why just is it for attention?
Well, he's trying to create a new movement, a new party.
Come on now.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
See, politicians will always deal in numbers, and the more numbers they can snatch away from the mainstay people, the better for them if they are able to achieve it. For example, now, if you float a new party, assuming is able to establish the structure very well, and they win some local government, or maybe they win some seat in the state assembly or all those things. So he has managed to take some people away from the party. Now, even if he's not going to become the next president, that can give him some kind of leverage to still negotiate some type of political relevance. That is just the activities I see there. And we never can say never too. Things can turn around and maybe getting himself prepared for that opportunity.
No, okay, describe those things that will turn around, that will give us a Kwakwanso presidency under a party called NNPP. Describe those things that can turn around. Without saying you never know. Don't say you never know, because you open that space. So describe those things that can turn around, that will give us a NNPP president called Kwakwanso.
Even the name itself, you can't even pronounce, right?
It might not necessarily be in the NNP, NPP, whatever.
See, hold on, hear yourself.
Hold on,
even you cannot.
Hold on, Babati. Let him follow through. Let him follow through. Yeah, go on, Ola. Yeah.
Now, let's assume now that there's a kind of rough fight within that is former party, and they can no longer agree, right? And they want to say, okay, who is the person we cannot invite? Okay, they say, okay, let us even form some kind of alliance with these guys that move away from us. So there's also all those possibilities you can never put aside within our political space. So because already this guy already moved some loyalists away. As he moved them away, maybe they see some kind of something that he can use to damage their own political party. And meanwhile, those people that are left in that party now, they cannot agree. And maybe there's some kind of chaos among them. I say, okay, then someone suggests, okay, let us go for Kwakwanso. That is already having his own kind of activities. Okay, they now march together and now push the guy forward. So in Nigerian politics, don't take anything away. Will you ever?
No, I forget all of that, man. That's just so. That's just almost on another planet. So if they fight and look at how many ifs there, it's just another. Yeah.
Ola, please. We all know the giant of Nigeria is APC and PDP. So let's just focus on them. Any other party, my brother Najara, those people that are just coming to.
I agree with a little bit of what Ola said, that he can have a political structure which he can then leverage to form alliance with but his presidential ticket is just
that is the reason why he joined that is the reason why he joined the party.
He may not become the president. He just want to be relevant politically. That's what I started with. He may not become the president, but I think now
NPC.
But Kwakwanso, contrary to the opinion that Kwakwanso is not popular,
nobody said it's not popular, but is it popular outside of Kano? Is the thing.
In the absence of Buhari that time, he was the next potent person that they would have.
Yeah, it was popular once. Yeah,
push forward. That is why that people, when people said Osinbajo should resign, that is why some people don't want to leave the corridor of power and come back later, right? He used to be very popular, and as at 2015, for example, without Buhari, if you push Kwakwanso forward, maybe he will have become the Buhari of Nigeria today. So
never, right?
He will challenge Atiku, for example. He will challenge Atiku to the last vote.
Kwakwanso used to be popular. It's just that
I'm not sure that he is popular outside of Kano. That's just the thing.
No chance.
It's from Northern State is popular, yeah. Besides Kano State. Maybe you can say in South.
You see, once any of them clinch the ticket of the party, so all those popularity, for example, it doesn't count again as much as the party structure worked for him. So it's just like Jonathan, for example. He wasn't popular. Who knew Jonathan until he became this thing? But when the political structure worked for him, all those popularity became nothing. So that's just the way. So if they push engineer,
let me ask man's question on what he said, because I had some issue. I was trying to direct. Let me just go straight anyway. So, so when you ask the question that Kwakwanso, why did he leave why did he leave PDP and go form his own party? Now the thing is this: he knows that in PDP he cannot have that ticket, like you said. Like everybody agree, and the reason is because number one, apart from Atiku and the rest of them, he knows that the issue of zoning is something which he doesn't want to meddle himself into, because if he gets himself involved in that, that might even really hurt him. I might not even really get anything out of it. So maybe by going and forming his own party, give him that leverage or give him that upper hand in being able to be given the ticket. That's what I think.
It's been in 3 parties in 3 years.
We know it's been cross-carpeted anyway, but I'm not saying that for that reason I think he doesn't have principle. He's a principle-less man when it comes to that. I used to like Kwakwanso, but over time now, looking at his antecedent and what he has been doing currently right now, I realized that he's been a mess himself. So, but I think it's another viable. I mean, maybe not in this. Maybe after it gets to the turn of the Southerners, maybe in the next one, maybe they should look up to Kwakwanso. The guy has what it takes. Because when it comes to this issue of Boko Haram in Kano State, he was able to. Mind he was a former minister of the defense, so he was able to really put them in check in Kano State. They which is what they are even working on currently right now in Kano State, because all those things that Ganduje is using to block Boko Haram from really having their foothold in Kano State, it was Kwakwanso that put it in place, the machinery in place. So I think the guy could really do something. He could deliver a little bit when it comes to that. This is insecurity in Nigeria. That's what I think.
No, all right, thank you. Let's go back to engineer to round off his thoughts on that space. So back to engineer.
That name don't even fit Nigeria. Let's start from there.
Oh no, I like the name actually. It's a very
what
I
kind
like
of
those,
name?
Yeah.
Kwakwanso. One man I beg.
Yeah,
It sounds like Northern Nation People's Party.
Actually, just on that thing, which name would you say sounds presidential out of all of the names in play? Not that you like his politics or not. It sounds presidential, President Osinbajo.
Probably because you're a Yoruba man. What's wrong?
No, not just that. Peter Obi too.
There's nothing wrong with that name.
Peter Obi too is another presidential name. Yeah.
Out of all of the names, I think actually Kwakwanso sounds presidential. Yeah, it sounds. It doesn't it? Kwakwanso. Yeah, I like that name.
I like the name too. There's nothing wrong. Your name is your name, right? It doesn't matter.
Kwakwanso.
As my name will sound foreign to Adigbo man or this thing, so we just have to. The name is name. Okay, Wike too sounds presidential. So
no, Wike doesn't sound presidential. Wike sounds like somebody. It sounds like somewhere you go to drink pepper soup. I'm going to Wike to drink pepper soup. But
I like Wike, to be honest. Apart from I like Wike, but then
yes, and yes, I was going to say this, but I recalled from it. But Alexander Gomez said it. Atiku Abubakar. That sounds presidential too. But thank you, engineer. Let me go on from your engineer to let's try Xero again. If it's not there, then we might have to free up the space. So Xero, are you there? No, we don't have Xero. So thank you, Xero. I'm sure he usually comes to the earlier session. So let's free up the space for whoever else wants to come in. So let's go then to Babati. Babati, are you there? I know you are there, Babati. Look at that. He has gone to raid the fridge. Look at all of this. Is it only? I thought it was only you that was always and on this Solly too, munching at a bar on the screen.
No, Solly.
What were you eating earlier on, Solly? Look at that. That sounds like some E factor something. So many chemicals. Is that some of those E foods?
No, it's like all those jelly beans.
Jelly beans. My goodness me.
Dry crayfish with sugar.
If I eat that, I'll be bouncing off the roof. God, man.
It's just more sweet.
It's more sweet.
No, I eat a bow. I make my pounded jam.
Why Yoruba people? Why is it that all you Yoruba now you are now losing yourself? When one man speaks, sometimes I think say an Igbo person is speaking. With my heavy irrational mind, I cannot even connect to Yoruba.
No, irrational mind is not a Yoruba.
But we are not speaking Yoruba.
My Yoruba doesn't sound real. Is that what it is?
I can't connect
accent.
I can't even.
But me also Yoruba now. Also Yoruba, me on the accent.
But me so Yoruba now. Who talks like that? Look how close these people.
I don't know. we are losing the language.
So are you saying that
Lagos
you
Yoruba?
can connect the region, Ola, when you hear the Yoruba that is spoken?
Oh, if you
Yeah,
hear me
kind
now,
of.
anybody
Yeah,
will know
kind of.
that I'm an
What
Ekiti man.
you
Even
realize
though
is
I'm trying to speak general Yoruba, right? But
I'm an
I
Ekiti man
still
too.
know that I'm an Ekiti man, right?
I'm an Ekiti man
you
too.
should be able to.
Yes,
you
but I
know,
can't connect your language. I can't see
I
you
mean,
asking.
I lived in Lagos. Maybe
That's it.
that's
So
why.
my own
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni
idea
Kàbọ̀
is
sí
Lagos
Alekiti.
Yoruba.
Kàbọ̀ sí Alekiti. Ọmọ Ekiti bó lórí.
Ado.
Adó ọ̀rá ọmọ amúkàrà sábẹ́ òjẹ́ òkàrà méjì òkàrà ṣe méjì nínú agbada tèmi ṣùkókó. Do you know the meaning of that?
Babe.
Yeah. You know, my wife is from Ondo, but if I listen to her and her siblings, if I hear them talk, I just sit to the back because I cannot pick a word. They're speaking Yoruba, they claim, but
Wow.
you know.
Is that Oyo Yoruba?
Okay, that's it.
Ondo.
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 No, I've not gone to Ondo
all
State
those stuff.
before.
I understand what you are saying. Even some of us Yoruba, sometimes we have to be very attentive to hear what Ondo person or what or Ikale people.
When Ijebu people speak, can you understand?
The standardized Yoruba, of course, is the Oyo Yoruba. And by the way, you know, anybody that is calling the Yoruba people Yoruba, already, you know, it's somewhat foreign to the culture. Because in Oyo, we don't call it Yoruba, we call it Yoruba. It's not Yoruba now, it's Yoruba. So what is even the meaning of Yoruba? It's Yoruba now. Hey, what are we? Look at this for the
the best Amala is in Oyo State. The best pounded yam is in Ekiti State.
Where in Ekiti State? Who told you Ekiti State has the best pounded yam?
Ekiti State has the best pounded yam. Egusi. What are you saying?
No, Ekiti.
What am I saying?
Is
Ekiti that is the champion of pounded yam and Egusi now.
But if we're talking about food, though, I think the South, they have the best food.
What do they have?
Our people,
you know, all those they are F-Young type meals.
Okay, one man. What is the national food of Nigeria? What do people know mostly?
Jollof rice,
and pounded yam and egusi.
The best place that make good pounded yam is Benue.
No,
it's Ekiti.
Minority
tribe
has the best yam
compared to the major tribe. You know that
you don't compete pounded yam with Ekiti. No way.
You don't.
Because when you even go to some part of Ondo State, for example, you will see the type of a different breed of yam entirely. But when you come to Ekiti, you will see like almost 20-something species of yam.
Yeah. But if you've not eaten pounded yam in Ekiti State, you've not eaten pounded yam.
Do you know?
Exactly. But when you start going to Idori side, all those people, Lodumori side, all those kind of things, you start hearing Aladaki is just a branch. It's just a bread of yam you find. We normally plant inside cocoa plantation in Ekiti. So that's what kind of yam you find there. But when you come to Ekiti,
you know, I know a guy in the UK that bought a pestle and mortar for his wife because he doesn't want to eat this powdered pounded yam.
This powdered pounded yam has different tastes. You know, the real pounded one is that's the real pounded yam.
If you buy Ola,
the one that will knock you out.
Ola is the best.
Yeah, Olu. Is it Ola?
Ola. That chemicalized woman don't really speak the language.
Sorry, what speaks the language?
I say a lot of the minority tribe don't really speak the language compared to the Igbo and Yoruba who speak the language. I know that. Do you know that, woman?
No. What I really feel, Charles, is that we should have a standardized language, and because the Yoruba language is so easy on the tongue, that it should perhaps Nigeria wants to adopt it.
There are a lot of British people that
speak national language. You know, maybe if we want an
indigenous one man. You said Nigeria should adopt Yoruba as its national language.
It's only because it's easy to learn and easy on the ear.
And what did you say about in CBD?
What is that one? You know, it reminds me of Shigidi. You know, CBD Shigidi.
What do you say about in CBD as a writing form? You don't have a writing form in Yoruba land, but we have done then the creeks.
I think the two languages that you should adopt the Igbo and Yoruba, because Igbo and Yoruba is so popular around the world. The language, you know that.
The Igbo language is somewhat. If we want to use international comparisons, I would say the Igbo language sounds somewhat Germanic to me. You know, like when Germans people are speaking, almost like a forceful sort of tonality.
Yeah.
But the Yoruba language, it sounds somewhat Latin, somewhat French, somewhat Italian. You know, a natural rhythmicness and fluidity, just a poetic flow to it. You know.
But
Yeah.
Igbo's basically a romantic language.
Romantic,
No, it actually is.
Look at this guy.
No,
What are you talking about?
So Igbo sounds romantic in your ear.
Yeah, it does. That's what
Jake has been romancing these girls with Igbo.
That's what
Look
white
at
people
this-
like
look
to
at
speak
this
Igbo.
guy.
It's so popular around the world. Igbo and Yoruba, the most popular language around the world.
Yoruba is more popular because of the music.
No, I'm saying two of the most popular languages in Nigeria, the Igbo, Yoruba, popular. You don't hear a lot of outside languages that's popular. I don't know why is that. Only in Nigeria the popular outside language, but not around the world.
All right, thank you. So let's get back to the politics of it, and let's get to it with Solly.
Ethnocentrism. What is that?
Yoruba supremacist is essentially what he's saying. So that's a he's a very lost troublemaker.
Sorry, before you jump into brother Solly, please. You made mention of these people that this law that they change in United Kingdom. I told you that in Birmingham here, I think there's a massive rally.
Oh, are they protesting it?
Yeah, it's online, because in Birmingham here, this is what they're saying now, because people are really into it, because people are saying,
is it the blacks that are protesting it?
No, every race now, every race, they are really fighting government for that, because also, if the same government that would tell every UK citizen, if you have space in your house, accommodate the Ukrainians, I will be paying you £350 every month. So why is it they're not applying the same treatment to refugees that come to UK to settle down? So those are the kind of questions people are asking UK government, and they have to give a tangible answer, otherwise it's just going to be a nightmare for everyone here.
I'm not sure that I'm totally against it, but I can see why people are protesting it, you know, but we'll see how that plays out, you know. But yeah, you know, that asylum seeking space is a very toxic space. It's not toxic, but controversial, you know, because if you are seeking asylum, you are meant to run to the nearest country of safety, you know. So if you then go past that nearest country of safety, then you are seeking something else outside of just your personal safety. So that's just it, isn't it?
It's true. Well, in terms of United Kingdom, they're the only one that can open their border, and the border has been open for a long time ago, and that's why the people, they choose to come here, because in terms of education wise again, and in terms of the NHS, the free medical treatment. So those are one of the basic things that make people to come down to United Kingdom.
So what is Poland and Austria and the other neighboring Czech and the rest of them? What are they doing?
In terms of education, like I said, education.
You mean about absorbing the Ukrainians?
Yeah, Austria and those other countries I just mentioned, their living standard is even, I would say, even not even up to more than your standard there in the UK. Austria and Czech. Maybe not really Poland, but maybe Poland is still not up to your standard, UK standard. But at least those two other countries, Austria and Czech, they are very good. They have one of the best economies.
But in terms of medical facilities,
they are good. They're good. But I don't know. Maybe in terms of how wealthy they are, maybe UK is more wealthier. Maybe that's it. Maybe they have more money. They have more money to spend than those other two countries I mentioned. But like Woman rightly said,
then they accept all money looted now.
You say?
Now then they accept all money you loot from your country now.
You mean Austria and Czech and the rest of them?
No, I mean UK. Now then they accept stolen.
Yeah. So, but then UK. But like Woman rightly said, when you're moving from almost 5 countries before you get to UK, or that, I mean, you're moving from 3 countries before you get to the country where you're seeking asylum. To me, I think that's no longer asylum anymore.
Yeah, then you're an economic refugee.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. It makes sense to. I mean, I reason that way too. Because the thing is, if you're seeking asylum, you go to the next country or maybe one of the other countries neighboring to your country, you can seek asylum there. I mean, it makes sense. So why not seeking asylum in Germany, in Austria, and Czech?
Yeah, well, one thing you need to understand is that people are looking up to English-speaking country. You understand? So those are one of the reasons that you see people they run away and come
They don't
to
speak English. They speak Ukrainian.
Yeah, but like I said,
what I think is economic, like Mom man says, that's economic refugees. These are not asylum.
German has a solid economy.
Germany has solid economy. But in Germany, you have to probably learn German and
Yeah, you have to learn English too. Well, if you are coming from Ukraine, they're not
most
a
of the world
natural
already
English.
speaks English. But they already speak English. Most of the world already knows English.
You know, Ola says something. It's only in England you come with £15,000. They will welcome you. They will lick your leg, but you can't take that money out because you have to give accountable of how much money. How did you get that money, and for you to go out?
I think that's international law. You know, you can't cross borders with more than $10,000 without having to document it.
But United Kingdom, even though you're having any amount more than that, they can welcome you. They will lick your leg. That's what they can do. They will.
Are you talking about cash or money in the bank?
Cash, my brother, cash.
Why are you carrying that much cash around in the first place?
And even investment based on fraudulent proceed, United Kingdom will take it from you. It is only later they will start adding political something. Look at this type of sanction that is happening to all this Russian oligarchy now, for example. Look, this thing. This guy knew all those money were not clean before. Why will you take it? And it's only now you are now realizing, oh, dirty money. Yeah, this thing you start. You see, these guys are known for accepting stony funds, stony words, and they accommodate that thing, which is terrible. So they should just do away with the double standard. See all this kind of what more Boris Johnson has been doing these days with type of unreasonable sanctions. All those things that you know they were illegality, but you allow them for decades. All of a sudden now you are now presenting yourself as a saint. Come on, those guys they know they sabi tifo. They sabi tif well.
No, I don't think there's anybody in this world more crooked than not even the British, but the English. They are crooked.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I agree with you.
In the early years of American history, largely most of the big cities in America were built by drug lords, which the government knew that their money was not clean. With the opium drug trade. Yeah.
Opium. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So we continue to watch that space. I know that you are especially concerned about it, engineer. The double standard and the injustice of it. That's really what seems to annoy you somewhat.
Yeah, obviously, because I can't see them treating people of color like me. It's like something is affecting me as well, because the amount of injustice that is taking place is wrong. And if you look at it, the Ukrainians, they're just the way who they are. They look like the English people. So in terms of things like that, you have to treat people equal. But if you said you want to start anything bias, it's like there's no rest for the evil. I must be honest to you. You have to.
But that's the reality of the world that we live in, the engineer. The reality of the world that we live in is that the black man is just always, treated lesser than. They subordinate you as a being to any other person. Like as we were saying, that they are saying people who have space in their house should open it up, and they will pay them a fee. Can you imagine if that was people?
350.
People. Let's say, did they do that for the Rwandans? They will
exactly.
they will blow their boat up in the. It's just and that's really, that story actually ties with Nigeria as well, because the black person, the black race, they don't have a success story to tell, which then just lets the world see them as habitual failures as people. And Nigeria is the only possible success story that the black race can have. But then, it's just but
the only thing helping United Kingdom here in terms of sports, if you look at it properly, the finisher of their sports, the finisher of every race in United Kingdom is black.
No,
Is
not
black.
only black alone, France, Canada, United States of America. So you just mentioned them.
Exactly.
Yeah, but most of these whites don't really count sports as a
And that's
judgment of
physicality, isn't it?
yeah.
They give you physicality, but they don't give you brain. That's just the thing. Thank you, engineer, for that. Keep us updated on that space, engineer.
Luckily, we
Because
have Dangote.
Dangote, what is that? There's a look at this
You
guy.
know, it's
But
still something.
is what you mean? The richest black man?
Yes, it's still
All right.
something. It's richer than most of these European billionaires.
Well,
You know.
All right. Thank you for that. So let me take you then back to the politics of it, and we're talking about the youth coming out en masse to support Tinubu. You've seen the video, and you are now trying to call them bad because of your hatred of Tinubu. Sorry.
One man I was the only youth supporting Tinubu that time. Oh, which hatred? Hey, along about hey, those are touts, one man. Those if you go to Lagos now, those are the touts of Lagos now. Tinubu has just freshened them up a bit. Is it because they are not looking like mad people on the streets? Those are the current touts of Lagos. Because they've banned Agberoism. They've banned all these touts. They've banned land grabbers too. Omonile, they've banned all those things. So these people are adapting thanks to Tinubu. They are having house on the island. They are having
But
mansions.
would you argue that Tinubu has mass youth following?
One man, the youth that is following him, they don't really know him. They are just following. Oh, they don't know. They don't know much about him. They just say, oh, he's the Jagaban, like you said. There's one rich man that lives in Bodilon. That's all they know. They know Sheyi Tinubu. It's just clout they know him for. They don't know him as that. They don't know him as the person doing this one or the person doing a toll gate or the person doing. They are just finding it out. They don't know who this guy is. Basically, he's
But
just
for whatever
Jagaban, they know.
reason, he has a mass youth. There's no escaping it.
Yes,
He has more
yes,
of a youth following than Atiku, than Rotimi
yes,
Amechi, than
yes,
I'm not sure if he has more than Osinbajo. I will argue that he does, but people will argue that he does not. But
yes.
certainly, and then Wike, certainly, because nobody even follows Wike. So out of all of the only person that can claim more youth following than him is maybe what is his name? The Peperin Kepe guy, Showore.
That is true. Well, but
Would you
Lagos
agree
is.
with that? Yeah.
I agree. Lagos has a lot of youth too. A lot of people come there. They come from wherever they come from, and they come and thrive in Lagos. They wouldn't thrive any other where else. So it's full of youths. If all the other states gave an environment where you could succeed and thrive in, all these youths that are in Lagos would be in their own states. Why would they need to be in Lagos? So it just has that luck of a state migration that is on his side. It's not like he did anything for the youth, or it's just fortune played towards his favor, basically. That's
Oh,
just how he has it. It
oh,
didn't
oh,
work for them.
All right, thank you. And I'm sure you saw the poster yesterday, Osinbajo, the betrayer. It was all over Abuja. So Osinbajo now comes out via a journalist. He says Osinbajo is not a betrayer, rejected Obasanjo's Attorney General of the Federation offer to stay loyal with Tinubu. So he goes back to 2005 when he was the Attorney General of Lagos State, and apparently was made an offer by Obasanjo, which he rejected. But this is the second time now that an op-ed has been done against Osinbajo, and he has very quickly come out to try and debunk it. So is this a good strategy that every single story that comes out, you come out with a counter story? And will it get worn down by this strategy in the short term, almost even in the immediate term? Because just yesterday, somebody else did another story and he put out a video. Another story comes out, or another move comes out, he buys a journalist. How long can he sustain this strategy, Solly?
One man, he should have gotten somebody strong enough to back up his ambition. You know, he didn't plan this out well. Let's say he had the hand of Buhari backing him now. Would he be needing to reply all these things? So he doesn't deserve the presidency then. If he couldn't come out with such a strong plan, expecting all these kind of things and knowing how to counter it, then he doesn't deserve the presidency. They are going to weigh him down. They really are. If he is going to reply all the time, you don't have time to campaign because you always have to be defending his name every single turn because he doesn't have anybody that is strong backing him up. He said he called the people in APC. Those people were saying, "We have heard what he has said and we wish him good luck." They didn't even put attachments in their statements,
That's get lost, isn't it?
as in,
That's
you
polite.
know,
Get lost, isn't
ah,
it? We
and
have
they
heard
even
what he
said it,
said
and
and
all
we
of
wish
them were
him good
just
luck.
standing there and they were doing their chest like this.
Mm.
You see, these
Yeah.
people, they expose their character. They cannot even hide themselves.
Mm.
They just told him we wish him good luck. The moment I heard we wish him good luck, not
Mm.
that, and we have heard his this I think what's it here now. They just came. They came for a polite hearing and they have gone back to their house. Simple as that. He doesn't have a strong backing. He just, but he may
But
you
something
never
must
know
have
what happened.
propelled him to declare, though. So I mean, he must have some.
Yes, but then you should
He
come
must
out
have
with
found the
it.
confidence somewhere.
Yes, then you should come out with it. If somebody is telling you that they will support you from behind, why can't the person come out in times like this? Why must the person wait till that last moment?
Mm.
So somebody is probably giving the confidence, but the person probably doesn't even truly believe it. The person probably wanted to see the reaction of people too. Because by now that person should have come out to come and push him out and defend him and back him up. But we are not seeing any word from anybody. He just seems like a lonely man right now. He seems more lonely than when he was just sitting down as the vice president and not vying for anything.
All right. There's a game of poker that is going on between the APC and the PDP to see who blinks first. And this is in terms of their presidential primaries. So all the primaries have to take place sometime next month for reasons of INEC timetable. So the PDP primaries are taking place on the 28th of May. But APC, they are now having their primaries on the 30th and the 31st of May. So does that suggest then that they want to see who PDP are going to pick in order to know who
Yes.
they are going to pick to counter?
Yes. They are going to shock PDP. They already have their plans. Basically, they are saying if PDP puts this, we put this. If PDP put that, we put that. Maybe that's why nobody has really said anything yet. APC, they are not stupid. They are very smart when it comes to dirty, evil games like this. Geniuses. Albert Einstein level when it comes to games like this. So we should expect a lot of things going on after that PDP.
But they
Yes,
could not they could not apply the same Einstein knowledge to the economy, have you?
Eh,
Yes.
I said for evil.
Because it's
I
for
said when it
politicking.
comes to evil, that is what I said. When it comes to evil, they are Albert Einstein. When it comes to good, kilo kan won.
Uh, uh,
So that's just how it is.
all right, Solly. Solly, let me put this question to Babati. National Assembly should enact laws to legalize arms for citizens to end bandit attacks. It's a lawmaker saying this from Plateau State. And this is not the first time that this has been mooted as an idea. And I, for one, have always been of the thought that Nigeria should have the right to carry. Because clearly there's no security in Nigeria. And clearly there's an avalanche of banditry and assaults on persons in Nigeria. So the choices are the people to just in helplessness, hopelessness, surrender to being slaughtered, or should they at least have the right to fight back? National Assembly should enact laws to legalize arms for citizens to end bandit attacks. A lawmaker making this proposal, is that a yay or nay from you, Babati?
I support Nigerians have. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
I support Nigerians having arms, but with some kind of restrictions, because Nigeria, there's no current efficient database, because if you start selling weapons to people, it might end up in the hands of people you're trying to fight in the first place. Then you turn into the Wild Wild West. You don't want that happening. So I do believe that we should have some form of citizens arming themselves, maybe more of like community policing, but not necessarily individuals owning weapons, if you know what I mean. That way we can track the sale of it. So because if you go the individual route, then we are at risk for proliferation of weapons. We already have that issue anyways, but it's going to be worse since it's legal now. So I would support more of a community community access to weaponry, as opposed to individuals owning weapons for protection. That would be a more safe approach because of the unique position Nigeria occupies. We don't have that much data to track gun sales and do background checks. We don't have those kind of things in Nigeria right now. So, and if you say, okay, just sell it to anybody, you don't know if that person wants to use it for nefarious acts, or so there's no way to.
But is everybody having arms? Does that not checkmate the nefarious acts?
I mean, it's Nigeria we're talking about. You're going to turn that place into come on now. Somebody offended me.
But what I said to the later now, would they not calm down?
I'm saying the police force is not effective.
After how many years?
I'm saying the system is not strong enough to wither that kind of avalanche of the yes.
Sorry, did you guys saw there's a video on Sahara Reporters? A landlord who went and shot the generator, electric generating generator of one of his tenants. He used his pump action and he shot. He shot the generator.
You see what I'm saying?
The guy in the foot.
Nigerians and their anger management. That's what I'm saying.
So what I was saying,
the system is. I'm saying it might be right. Don't get me wrong, but we don't have the system to check those kind of things right now. So the safest place to put it would be community policing, where it's still like some kind of restriction to a group as opposed to individual sales. Yeah, go ahead.
Babati, I disagree. I believe Nigeria will never, ever allow it, just because of one thing. They are afraid that the East will want to carry out another operation to separate from Nigeria.
That you might have those kind of they call it something here. I've forgotten it. The mafia. They call it mafia, something like that, where a group of people will just come together and bear arms and have their own communities. So you don't want that in Nigeria. Nigeria does not have a strong security system to regulate those kind of things. So like I said before, community arms sales, like the OPC in an area with arms that we can track the sale of, will be better as opposed to giving one crazy dude that just bought it for 100,000 naira. That would not be the best bet for Nigeria. That would be anarchy. You don't want that.
Oh, all right. Babati, if Nigerians did have the right to bear arms, would this happen? 3 killed as herdsmen attack Enugu communities. So if they had the right to bear arms, would that happen?
No. That would not. This is what might happen. Okay, somebody comes into your farm. You gotta understand, people don't have. It has to come with restrictions. That means you need some basic training for handling weapons. You need a strong background check. What are you securing? Is your life in danger? Those kind of questions have to be asked. We cannot just have an open door policy to
should anybody that goes through the NYSC program be given the right to bear arms?
No, because the NYSC training is not even close to what I'm talking about. I have weapons as well for full disclosure. I have my own couple of guns I use, but that is not even
you use or you own. What do you use?
No.
Look at this guy. Are you an armed robber?
No, I hunt. I do. I hunt. I do. I hunt since I hunt, but it's more like
what do wild boar?
Yeah, we do duck hunting. We do
right,
deer. Yeah. But I do.
I have to start doing that. But these are some of the things I've always. Yeah. I don't have guns in the house for the moment, but later. Yeah.
I have a couple of shotguns and semis, but it's fun. But that comes with responsibility, training. the Nigerian, like here now, they make me go through all these background checks. Like if I'm going to sell arms to, okay, first of all, who's going to be the dealer for weapons in Nigeria if they have an open shop? Who's going to be selling the weapons?
No, there's a gun shop in Ikeja.
Yeah, but they have maybe a police report or something like that. That should be a reason for you to want to buy as of now, not just coming there to buy as an individual. What I'm saying is, if you have a new law saying that anybody can buy for safety, where is the check? Who checks the background of the person buying to make sure they're not buying to kill somebody? You see what I'm saying? The system is not strong enough as of now to negate all those shortcomings. So let's stick to police to community policing for now, for the community for now, to have those weapons as opposed to individuals.
All right. Thank you. And Wike gives condition for PDP consensus presidential candidate. So I was expecting him to dismiss it out of hand, but I can understand that he should not dismiss it out of hand. But what he says is that the constitution of their party does not facilitate for it, but the national constitution facilitates for it. But the premise, the proviso that he's adding is that there has to be justice, equity, and fair play. So those are ambiguous terms. But then he says that the people promoting that consensus narrative, they are disingenuous somewhat. He continues to push aggressively for that seat. So a lot of people were already expecting Wike to start to buckle and start to negotiate at this late stage in the game. But it looks as though he has that determination. He even came out a few days ago to say that his pursuit is not to get himself into a negotiation position for vice presidency. So what are you making of Wike's ambition, and where do you think that ambition will land him? And what are you making of Bukola Saraki's consensus moves? So to all of that,
everybody with half a brain knows Wike is running for VP. I mean,
is that what you think?
Yeah, come on. let me try to do my Wike impression. You know that I am running for office, and you know that my face is down. Like it does not have.
It's not in a very peculiar
manner.
Like it will hold it, and then the audience will land it for it.
like it's a primary school teacher or something. 1 + 1 is 2. Like
2.
That's how Donald Trump talks too now.
You can't compare. Please, let's not do that. I'm a Trumpite, so don't even go there. Don't compare Trump to.
But that's how it talks, though.
Yeah, it's more, But the bigger point is the man is running for VP. He does not have any national spread. All he has is Port Harcourt and whatever Rivers. Anywhere apart from that, does not have that national spread. So It's not a serious candidate in my opinion. But Atiku, shockingly, has a hold of the PDP. Is bigger than I thought in the PDP. I mean, Atiku is way bigger than I thought, because it looks like he's going to run. Like, they asked Atiku like a month back about his chances, and he said, if I want to get it, I will get it. I thought it was a joke when he said it, but now the guy looks like he's probably going to be the PDP's flag bearer. But my own point is that I don't know if the PDP gives it to somebody from the north and the APC goes for somebody from the south, then I think that would be a test of everything. Let's even say APC goes for Osinbajo, for instance, right, who is a Christian and from the south, right? And PDP goes for Atiku, who is a northerner and a Muslim. I think that we're going to test the very core of Nigeria, because we're going to test our tribal, cultural, and religious divide if that happens, which I am actually hoping that happens, so we can finally settle this thing once and for all. If that happens, that you have it.
What do you think will play out if that happens?
Man, then we have to look for test of loyalty from the north. That would be my own focus. That will you go for brains?
Who do you think is more tribal, the northerners or the southerners?
I would still say the northerners. I'm sorry.
You think so?
Yeah. No. In politics now. No. So in politics, no. Sorry, in politics, I'm just limiting this to politics. Because if you have, like before, if you have, Nigeria, they say the VP and and the president, they will have one from the north and one from the south, right? That's the current arrangement. But people don't. This is what people fail to mention. The VP thing only works one way. There's no way you're gonna have one of the rep from the south. Let's say you have Osinbajo, right? Can a Christian represent the north in that slot?
In terms of political,
Babati,
in terms of political antecedents,
right.
I would suggest that the reverse is actually the case.
Right.
In terms of politics, the South, the North have demonstrably shown that they are not as ethnic as the Southerners, because they voted Abiola over Tofa, who is one of their own. They voted Goodluck Jonathan over Buhari, who is even deeper one of their own.
One man, remember the poll I sent you on
saying,
that Instagram page?
Yeah,
they chose Osinbajo over the Northerners that were there.
Okay. So the question is this: in the case that you have an Atiku against Osinbajo, of course, we know they're going to explore and exploit the political and religious divide of the country. Will the current North be strong enough to look beyond that, to vote for a person like Osinbajo? Or with the South religious sect be strong enough to look beyond him being from RCCG to vote for Atiku? I really want that, actually, to be honest with you.
You know that the North is somewhat of a puritanical society, and Atiku, they see him as a man of the world. I think once when Jafar used to come on screen, he was saying that they see him as somebody that converts with women, which goes against that their, pure and holy sort of aspirations that they have in the North. So right. I'm not quite sure that his northernness will be sufficient enough for him to hold. Yeah.
So you think? I think what might help Osinbajo will be the Buhari factor in the North. That might provide him, that kind of, trust that he needs to navigate to the northern space. Atiku is a friend of the Southwest. I mean, he's married to Titi or whatever, but so that might help that. But actually, to be honest with you, that's the fight I actually want. I want an Osinbajo Atiku 2023. I want that debate. I want a debate on national TV, even if it's TINUBU or whoever. I'm tired. In fact, in a society, there should be debate even in the APC.
Who will come out on top if Atiku and Osinbajo take each other on in a debate?
Surprisingly, I would say Atiku, because
who will come out on top if TINUBU and Atiku take each other on in a debate?
I would say Atiku.
Who will come out on top if TINUBU and Osinbajo take each other on in a debate?
Osinbajo.
Who will come out on top if Peter Obi and Osinbajo take each other on in a debate?
Because as boring as those two are, Osinbajo is still more charismatic than Peter, which is just a very, rigid.
This is his voice, isn't he? It's a bit like David Beckham.
It's very squeaky and too high tone, like a girl.
Yes, it's like a squeal.
You don't, you cannot. You need some voice training, voice coaching. They all do, so you need some kind of voice training and voice coaching. But I'm looking forward to. I wish they had like a debate in the parties itself, like the APC would debate each on national TV, like they do in most countries.
Do you think that should be embedded in the constitution that you must mount the rostrum on the national debate?
Do you know what that will force? It will force the parties to pick quality, because there's no way we saw you on debate messing up, and somehow you want.
If Buhari had debated, they would not have
exactly. There's no way.
Can he even stand up for 1 hour on the rostrum? Is the question.
That's my point. That will expose him, and that will force the party to say, "Listen, we can't put this guy out there to be a flag bearer." So I think that they should force a debate even within the primaries on national TV. Let the people see who's running for office, as opposed to just putting them on some ballot. But I think TINUBU we do badly in a debate. It does not come off to me as a.
see what that Babati, you see what that country is doomed. When we don't have people that wants to lead and come and tell people, even their party followers,
you know,
what they want to do.
Debate. So, let's see you know.
Yeah. So even let me even do it that way. Delegate will start voting from there. So you know they go to different states and then they go debate there, and then each delegate decide there what they want to vote for.
So bribing will be useless because if you suck at debate, there's no way you will win.
Of
like,
course.
How? Like, what did you do? Like, seriously, you suck.
Yeah.
You know?
Babati, they used to do it until it came to Buhari, and all these people just shut everybody down.
When was that now? Ola, when was that? When was they used to do it?
Jonathan.
No, that's general. That's general.
But we're talking about within the party.
We're talking about party itself. Like
yes, now to the delegates. Yeah,
no.
It was on the national TV.
When was that? Which party did it?
Yeah, it was on the national TV in 2011.
Which party did it now? During Jonathan now? Which party?
PDP. PDP. It was PDP then, wasn't it?
So PDP.
When Article lost, wait now. When Article lost, it started threatening after. They were there. Even there was a woman there. This thing was on live TV. I watched it. It's not. They did not say them. Say I was watching it.
Article debated Jonathan within the PDP. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Yes, when before they started casting the vote, you know, they did national some kind of a debate. The delegates, you know, they debated on different economic policy.
Delegate debating or the aspirants debating.
The aspirant, the candidates. That's what I'm saying.
I've never heard about that in Nigerian history since 1999.
Oh, where were you in 2011?
Hold on. All they do is they will call themselves on the primary date. Everybody will go and vote. I mean, what kind of a democracy is that?
I said they debated. I watched it. This one is not the same. I watched it.
Help us dig anything out like that.
That is how you.
Well, no, Gola said they watched it. You know.
Yeah, I don't know what he watched.
You know, without those debates, you wouldn't have like people like Barack Obama. Without debates, you wouldn't have Obama. That's how you know. It came from.
Yes, but it should be a matter of constitution, should it not?
Yeah, please. Even Trump came from debates. Without debate, there was no way nobody knew what Trump. Without debate, he wouldn't have made it. So we need that debate. And they do three of them. They make three debates. One is for economics, two for foreign issues, and three for for military, whatever. So they hold three debates for each political parties that you have to go through. Two for economy and one for foreign defense. So I think that should be.
They will never do that. So as to do the mago.
But they should. That's my point. They should do that. Like one man was saying, they should. Yeah, they should.
And we say, I mean, the youth wing of that party should be insisting on that. Like APC, I know of APC. The youth APC, this guy from Kogi State was trying to insinuate something like that, but they shut him down.
Who? Abelo?
No, one guy from what's this guy's name? He has this. I think it's a Bira guy. It's one of this APC youths, whatever. In one of his interview on Channels News, he was saying that he was trying to ask the party to ask the candidate, let everybody come on a debate. Let us just debate. I think he said they shut him down because I don't even hear the guy's voice anymore.
And number two, make the voting in the primaries direct primaries only. Direct primaries. In America, we have 50 states. Some states even allow non-party members to vote in their primaries. So even in America, those 50 states, it's not even the same criteria for each state in the party. Like the Democrats now in Texas, for instance, now you can vote even though you're not part of the party. In some states, they have super delegates that are very influential. In different states, is like percentage. So you should have those kind of variety in the party. Those don't make it like delegates will just sit down somewhere the night before the election. They will come to them with a brown paper, and next thing you know, they are voting for one guy. So make it a direct primary where people can vote in that party. So that way, if you can do that, that means that if you don't have anything to offer, you wouldn't even dare come on stage to talk in the first place. You will just sit down somewhere, nobody will hear about you. That's the way it should be. That would change democracy in that country. That would save us the trouble. Then people like Shawari can join APC or PDP and make their point in that party without having to go through this ridiculous route.
Just like Bernie Sanders did.
Yeah, exactly. Then you build your. Then in America, you bring your own movement into a party. So you first build your own little
This is how
army.
democracy should
Then
work.
you bring that movement like Trump did. They bring their own Tea Party now. They bring the Tea Party movement. They brought the Tea Party movement into the Republican Party, and that changed the party forever. Same as those Bernie Sanders, they brought their own socialist agendas into the Democratic Party, and he influenced the party a great deal. So people like Showorena can have their own movement over time, then come into a big party.
They did have debates in 2019, but unfortunately, the people that we really wanted to hear from, they were not there. Remember when they tried to exclude Showore and it went to law? Remember when he was suing that they wouldn't let him get on the debate panel?
No, because they said it was
because
he was
going to be acting like an Agbero.
That's my point. Like if you that could have been an opportunity, an opening for him. You could have worked on him. Just get there first, then you can say whatever you want to say. But don't say, "Oh, they are stupid. This one is all this."
We are going to chase these crooked, expired politicians.
Yeah, those,
and we're going to give them the 5-0. It's just a ridiculous guy.
Atiku is going to jail for life imprisonment. He's going to be in jail. He's going. Don't talk like that.
Be glad that this guy is not here. Ajalekoko is not here today.
Those are my views. It's a ridiculous man. But let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat to the earlier sessions when we're talking about Yoruba. It says, I love one man's heavy upper class Lagos accent. So thank you. But I thought I had a thick set or your accent. But thank you for the super chat, Alexander. And the super chats this time to agree with Baba T. It says, I agree wholeheartedly with T's position on gun possession. So Nigeria are not quite civilized or matured enough yet to have the right to bear arms, is what Alexander Gomez concurs with. I agree wholeheartedly with T's position on gun possession. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Let me take you then to the Kwakwanso area, Baba T. And this guy now, sometimes you just have to know when to give it up. But then the ego is a very dangerous thing, If you have a big ego, it's like you're carrying a big burden. And Kwakwanso, the example that makes the point. They reject him in APC, they reject him in PDP, so he goes to form his own party just so that he can make noise. Waste of money about this exercise, Baba T.
We have seen this movie before. It's not the first to do it. We remember what happened to the Labour Party too. You leave a major party to go start your own. But I know Ola was making a point earlier that maybe it's time to build a movement, but it's not moving to the NNP, that party to. It's not moving there to build anything. It's going there maybe, like Ola said, to have enough clout that they might.
It just needs a vehicle to maintain relevance in the space.
Perhaps.
He sees himself in the bracket of the big boys, but the big boys don't see him. He wants to bam. That's just it.
Yeah, like what this guy did in the Osun election, that they had to buy him off. What's his name? The guy that was Omishore. You know how he had that movement, and they had to talk to him and say, "Listen, we need your help to win an election." I think he's trying to put himself in a place where the APC or PDP might need him in Kano when it comes to the general elections, and he might get his payout in that way. But I don't see him as a serious candidate, for 2023 right now. He's not viable.
Because where I'm looking at it, Baba T, is I'm looking at it from the spend of this exercise. So he goes to formulate a party. You are looking at roughly $1 billion naira there, and then he's going to go through all the accoutrements of.
Wait. Is a new party formed or is joining them?
I think so. I'm not sure that is an existing party. I think it's a convergence of elements like Atahiro Jaga. I think Patutomi is part of the mix. They are trying to form a third movement, and they are trying to bring this movement of. There's no such thing as a clean politician in Nigeria, but politicians that are not as tainted as the ones that we have in play. So they're trying to form a cleaner sort of space to present a different sort of narrative, and he wants to feed then the arrowhead of that narrative.
But if he felt that way, he should have done that years before now. We only have barely 10 months to the elections. So if he was really sincere about, changing the course of the country and coming with a better idea, I don't think 10 months to the election is the perfect time to do that. You should have done that 2-3 years ago if you're really sincere. But I don't think it's sincere in that purpose anyway. So let's
the convenience of it, you get rejected in APC, you get rejected in PDP, and suddenly you get a eureka moment, and then the realization finally.
No. If it was serious, it would have been years ago. That way you have enough time. 10 months is not enough time to make all the moves you need to for that change. No, so it's not.
Is this clout chasing, big boy style?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, maybe to stay relevant, but for how long, anyways? After 2023, then what happens? If you were smart, you should have gone to the Senate like everybody else. Go and retire. Go to the new retirement home for governors. Go to Senate and retire. That way, you can even be more relevant than what you.
It was a senator. It was a senator now.
Already,
yes, it was a senator. It was this is what I'm saying. So it was a minister.
So nothing left again. Yeah. So nothing left again. That's president. He's just bored. I think he's just bored. He's just bored right now. He needs something to do.
I think this 2023 will mark the final passing out of that style of politics, the big personality politics within the Nigerian political space. Because a lot of all these traditional big names, their crescendo is 2023. Atiku, Tinubu, Kwakwanso, Rotimi Amechi, all of Osinbajo even. So all of them, whoever wins in 2023 is going to mark almost the end of that generation of that.
Okay. Let me just say this, and this is. I am uncomfortable saying this, but I have to mention it, and I'll just throw it open to the panel and you to one man. Do you see a scenario where we might possibly have a coup, a military coup?
Well, that would be the clean cut, wouldn't it? That would just reset,
Right. Do you see a possibility where that might be?
I don't see it under this administration, under the Buhari administration. I don't see it, because what would be the point?
To keep the power in a certain area in the country?
No, that would be too obvious, wouldn't it?
I'm saying that if the pendulum swings south, and they notice that they might not, be able to persuade the person to do what they want.
You see, we can't have a coup under Buhari because he only has 10 months left, because it will be pointless. And if you have that coup, who is going to arrowhead it? If you have a northerner, then it's just very easy to see and say that this now they are using via the barrel of the gun to forcefully hold on to the country. And you may say they can do that, but then everybody then becomes a Yoruba nationalist, everybody becomes a Biafraist, because we've waited long enough to get that power back, and you are now using the force of the barrel of the gun to take it.
Okay.
But if a southerner takes it via the barrel of the gun, then the converse thing as well, that it's just impossible.
Okay. Yeah. So the second part is, like, I think the majority of this group on this panel, I've always said that it should be the southeastern, and most people.
No, I don't say that. No.
I said the majority.
Which majority?
No. My own poll, my own scientific poll.
Take me away from that majority.
Okay, wait. Okay.
It's the Yoruba turn. It's the Yoruba turn. We've worked for it.
You are denying me. Okay, but
Yoruba turn. Then you get the Yoruba turn every year.
This is sad.
No, don't worry. You have rational mind.
Thank you, Gary.
You have a tail. You have Jake.
The man is very rational. His man is very rational right now. He's speaking facts. But I'm saying that my concern for my Igbo brothers, sometimes I think I come too hard on them, is that if they miss this opportunity based on the current Nigerian arrangement, they have to wait 16 years again.
So, and they won't get it then either.
Yeah, I'm saying that, guys, if you miss this opportunity to fight for your birthright right now, if you don't get this stuff, this is 16 years old, and it's like they don't understand what I'm talking about, like I'm speaking French or something. They don't seem to grasp the enormity of this if they fail. So you have
If we don't have an Easterner president in this upcoming, which is highly unlikely, then there's a good chance that we may never ever, in fact, almost certainly never ever have one ever, because the Yoruba person that's going to come in, he will put in a performance, and he'll build even further bases. The Northerner will insist after his 8 years. And when he comes back again, the environment already used to a Yoruba president, they will just naturally gravitate back there. You will hear the usual noise making from the East.
From the
I don't know why the East want to be president. Anyway, it's a big responsibility. They are better off not taking it on.
No, I don't agree with that point. I don't. You know my position on that. I don't. But they are not making it easy for me to even defend them on this platform. They are just giving out reasons to even, they keep attacking each other, destroying each other's political campaign, and they don't even have anybody viable. Everybody's pretty much vying for Nomax right now.
Are the Yorubas not attacking each other?
But they know how to limit that attack where it doesn't affect that person.
Which they know how to do that. Everybody's attacking themselves. It's just that when it comes to
just wait.
You keep shifting the goalpost.
But no. Ete is not shifting the goalpost. Look at the situation between Aregbesola and Tinubu. At the end of the day, they settled. This Osinbajo and Tinubu case, they will not make it go too much.
Yeah,
they will still settle at the end of the day. That's Yoruba politics. Washington, they still settle at the end of the day.
Which Igbo politicians is fighting themselves? Which one?
This is my point. I'm saying that you guys at this point should have had one person that you will all support.
Are they not supporting Peter Obi?
But
really?
But it's not a united front.
It's not united.
But look at Ethiopia, for example. Don't say Ethiopia.
It's a united front. The only people that
is Rochas Okorota supporting Peter Obi.
Amechi, Wike.
They are not in the same party.
Is Ojekalo supporting Peter
but
Obi?
one man.
Rochas is not in the same party with Peter Obi.
What about Wike?
You guys don't get his. Why you
guys? Igbos in the PDP has come together and said that they want a Igbo presidency. All of them. We saw Peter Obi, Pius, and two other Igbo aspirants.
Guys, wait.
What about Amechi?
In 03.
Amechi is not in PDP.
No. In 03, AD gave an instruction to people in Southwest. They said, as you are voting for governor for AD, vote for OBJ, PDP for president. If you remember, they were voting for their party for AD in Yoruba land. But when it came to presidency for 03, they said vote for OBJ. So when it comes to that point, forget party. It is your time. Forget party at this point.
But you see, they don't get. Look at Ethiopia. Ethiopia goes down. Look what happened in Ethiopia when that's it goes down. And what I'm saying is, what happened? It happened to Nigeria. Nigeria don't get the act straight. I swear to God, it's gonna happen.
What happened in Ethiopia?
Ethiopia goes down. The type of Ethiopia that was being deprived, and look what happened now. Ethiopia having a civil war of that. Look what happened in Ethiopia. But we're down. It's happening. You see?
Okay, but this is not the situation in Nigeria.
We get along.
This is not the situation in Nigeria.
To try to be being deprived.
Come on. Okay, but nobody's depriving a certain tribe in Nigeria.
Hold on. I want to hear what Ete actually has to make of what you just said, Babati. So what Babati is saying is that this little sliver of a window that opens, that the Southeast, they have to perfect their game to even stand the slightest of chance, which is even a slim chance. Because if they don't get it now, hold on. This is to it. If they don't get it now, and it's not looking likely, but Peter Obi and Wike are keeping hope alive. But it's not looking like if they don't get it now, of course, whoever comes in by hook or crook, he will serve 2 terms. And as soon as his 2 terms are ending, the North will be insisting
go
that
to the North.
we want our bulbs. So 8 plus 8 in simple math is 16. So that's 16 years before the East can even come into play again. And even when it comes to that 16 years, the Yorubas are not going to then take a back seat and say, no, it's the Igbo's turn. They will come up with just like they are making up stories now, they will make up stories again to wrestle it again to the Southwest. So there's a good chance that that country, for as long as it exists, will never ever have an Eastern
But here's
president.
the issue.
That's to it. That's to it.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
that's to it. Yeah.
The thing, yes, is true, because if the Southeast misses this period, which is largely a southern turn, the next turn will be northerner, which is 16 years out of it. Now, after 16 years again, when we say, okay, probably it's coming back to the south, we might hear another story. South will say it's their turn, or Yoruba will say it's their turn, and the Igbos will be sidelined again. And it can also be a continuous process, because people will keep on bringing excuses, like they're bringing excuses now and formulating stories of Igbos sabotaging themselves. I don't see any sabotaging.
That's lies.
Making stories like Igbos are their problem. I don't see how Igbos are their problem. Later they will say Igbos are agitating. That is why.
Why do you think the Southeast, and you're not from there, by the way, so you are speaking independently, but why do you think the Southeast are always being outmaneuvered? It cannot just be the simplistic marginalization that we hear all the time, but why do you think they are always being outmaneuvered when it comes to politics?
It's because of their style of politics. Their style of politics is not probably the Northerner and Yoruba.
It's not
style
inclusive.
Of politics. It's not like it's not inclusive. When they don't like somebody, they don't go for the person. Why you see that they've not been any Igbo voice over the years is because the Igbo voice over the years have been a total mess up. You see, if TINUBU was an Igbo man, they would not rally around TINUBU, because obviously they will see him as a total mess up. Just like the way they see Okorocha and Uzokalu as a total mess up. Now, the only people that they have that are not mess up to them, which is people like Peter Obi and the new rising person like Soludo, those are the two people to them. That is how their politics is. They praise you when you do good, and they don't praise you when you do bad. That is why it's difficult for them to penetrate to the Nigerian system, because the Nigerian system is corrupt. We don't vote who is good. We vote who is our kinsmen, or who will give us bread for the short term.
So do you expect Do you expect the Nigerian politics to pivot to the Eastern way, or do you expect the Easterners to pivot to turn? So should the Nigerian politics turn towards the East, or should the East turn towards Nigerian politics in order to have the relevance that they want in politics?
For Nigerian to be great, it has to turn towards the pattern of the East. They should not reward bad politicians. Bad politicians should not be rewarded with further political relevance. Once you don't do well in your position, your relevance is supposed to die in natural death, which is not the case in various parts of Nigeria. A man from a southwest will do nonsense for 8 years, will still come out and be relevant. Why? Just because he's a Yoruba man. Finish. Not because he did anything.
That is not why. That is not why.
That quote you just said, why?
That is not why. It is. Don't say it is because he's a Yoruba man. Yoruba people don't say, oh, because he's a Yoruba man. We don't do all these tribal kind of things that you say, oh, he's a Yoruba man.
It's done. Wait. If you don't do the tribal stuff, why will you say that you've not had your turn?
Because the man is a popular Yoruba man. Don't you understand how clout works? Don't you understand
how clout works? He's a popular Yoruba corrupt man. You're supposed to see beyond his popularity.
Okay, yes. But when you go to the ballot box, The person that you trust the most is the person that you know the most, no matter how evil the person
But
is.
so I'm gonna
It's
say
called Stockholm syndrome. Do you understand?
Where
but
has that
Don't,
gotten
don't.
but so
assassination?
listen,
That is
And
the
listen.
thing.
well, I'm
I'm
just
sorry
trying to
to say
correct
this.
you.
I'm
I'm
sorry
trying
to
to
say
say
my.
it's
I'm
because he's
sorry
a
to say this to
Yoruba
my
man.
Yoruba
It's
brother.
not
I'm sorry to
because he's a
say this.
Yoruba
I'm
man.
not gonna hurt you. I'm sorry to say. But I think
The truth
I
is,
think.
no matter how you put it, it's because he's a Yoruba man. And
But
he's the man
That
that
is
is
how
popular in their
tribal
region.
people think. That is
okay.
how tribal people
But
think.
you
We are
see,
not tribal.
hold on, sorry. If you don't listen to what and this is to Solly, and then this is also to Ete. But if you don't listen to what you're both saying, nothing will change, because what Solly is explaining to you, Ete, is that the Yoruba, and he's a Yoruba man, he's telling you that the Yoruba politics, it doesn't look at all of this. Is he? It's personality politics that
Yes.
really they run with personality. They like the mystique of that person, and that is really what moves them. But what Ete is saying is that in the East, they look at the reputation, that is it for the greater good. This is what Ete is saying. But I'm not sure how that obtains in the East.
But I
Seeing this
don't
sort of
agree. I don't
yeah,
agree with
and
Ete.
Soludo is a good example of what Ete is
You,
saying.
you, you see, woman, I keep saying, I think the day the Yoruba people wake up, the Nigeria can change. I keep saying, do I say that? I think the problem with Yoruba people is that the non-Yoruba people
Look
understand
at
they're
this
not
guy,
waking up.
American
That's the
guy.
problem.
The
That's
problem
what
with the
the
Yoruba
rich
people.
Yoruba people could basically paying you guys off because no, you guys are weak. That's a fact.
Okay,
They
Jake,
know
look
we are
at
weak.
it. They are woken up.
That
They are
that
just
that that
follow.
Ite code just
Jake,
show why you
Jake,
put president. Whether Ite said
Jake.
why
The
you put
problem is not
president because you people
Yorubas
are smart.
waking up.
People know who's
Jake,
a bad, who's a good guy. But Yoruba people, I'm sorry to say this, that's true.
Jake.
I'm
It's
seeing the
not.
bigger picture.
It's
I'm seeing
not
the
the
bigger
problem
picture.
of Yoruba people waking up. Is what are the options? If we had better
Isn't that the
options, we'll
truth?
choose them now.
That's the truth, man.
So
Your
it's not
people.
the Yoruba people waking up. It's give us good option and I'm a vote,
No,
and we will vote for that
Is
option.
Peter Obi not a better option than Tinubu?
but
Is he
Well,
not?
like I said, does he have more clout
It's
than
not a
Tinubu
better
in the West?
option. It is. Stop saying that, man.
Ete,
He's
does
a
Peter
better
Obi?
option.
Based on
He's
what?
a better
Ete,
option than Tinubu.
but so ask
Ete.
this question. Why is that the rich young people are whipping the poor young people out? Why they whipping out? Why the poor people
Whipping the
are
what?
speaking out against the
Why are
rich?
the rich Yoruba people ripping the poor
Yeah,
Yoruba
that's a
people off?
fact. I'm saying the big that.
When did they rip the poor
And
Yoruba people off?
I think that's just a global, that's a human nature. It's not, that's in every culture anyway. The rich always take advantage of the
No,
poor. That's just
because
a
no,
life.
no, what I'm saying is that the one issue I have with the poor young people, the good people is just that they didn't speak out any bad government, but they do not. That's the issue.
Well, they do speak out.
They do speak out.
Have you not heard of Sunday Igboho? Have you not heard of
They speak out,
Professor
but they don't have any
Akintoye?
power.
Have you not heard of all
They
of these
have no
people?
power,
But I
Jake.
think that's why Nigerians have a problem. Until Yoruba people speak out, Nigeria will be a good country.
Okay,
But
but
they
they
are
speak
speaking
out,
out.
but they
Hold
speak
on,
out, but they have no power.
hold on, sorry. They do speak out, Jake, as Charles, because I've just cited you two examples. Sunday Igboho, Professor Akintoye, just endless. Gani
Koiki
Adams,
Media, all
Koiki
these kind of
Media,
things.
all this. Even
This
So
myself, have
many,
I
so
not
many
speaking
forms
out?
of media.
no.
One
Yoruba
man,
speak out
really?
more than any other tribe.
One man is
You
preaching
see,
That's
now.
you see,
Is it
Yoruba
all the
speak out
public?
more than any other tribe.
you see, this is why the evil people are not happy.
You see,
The
Charles,
evil
Charles
people
is
ain't
just
the evil
okay.
people are happy because the evil people wait for the evil people to speak out, but they're not doing it. That's a
But
fact.
I'm just
But
Jake,
we are
why don't you
speaking
just
out
hold
focus
on,
though.
on?
hold on,
No,
We
I'm
Charles.
speak
saying the
out the
truth.
Can you
most.
hold on,
I'm trying to help.
Charles? Did you just
I'm
hear what I just said?
yeah.
I just gave you examples of just a few people in Yoruba land that speak out very vocally, even risking their lives. You heard how they shot Sunday Igboho. You heard how they attacked Professor Akitoye's house. You've heard Koiki Media. You've heard all the media spaces. Gani Adams saying that he wants to be weaponized. The Olubadan came out 2 days ago. They are speaking out. So maybe you are not
No,
paying
no.
attention.
I'll give another good example. A northern guy will easily trick a Yoruba than an evil guy. That's a fact. In order to
Why is
help
that?
your people, you're bringing you.
Oh
But do you know
my
why I say
God.
that? So they know that your people.
Jake is
Charles,
Okay,
Charles,
I'm
when
saying
you
Jake,
go
Jake.
through Charles,
Don't
when
brainwash
you go
Charles,
through
Let
the
man.
him
history of
land. Let
Nigeria,
him land
I'm
now
trying to
because
help your
it's
people. I'm
yeah.
trying to help
Go
you
on.
people.
Yeah.
I'm
Repeat what
helping
you
you guys
just said.
out.
Yeah.
You guys need help. I'm trying to help you guys out.
We
No,
trying to
no.
help. Why don't you go
That
ahead?
actually help
I think
Nigeria.
Jake, you should
I'm trying to
focus
for a
on your Igbo
solution, and you
people
guys don't think there's a
and leave your
solution.
Yorubas alone, man.
All right.
You know,
I
focus
blame
on
Babati. You
Jake,
opened up this Igbo space.
focus
Jake,
on
no,
your
no, no.
Charles,
your
let me
help.
tell you something. So, if you go
Jake,
through the
let me tell
history
you.
of activism and agitation in Nigeria, nobody
Yes, let's
does it
start
better
there.
than Yoruba. Start from
Saijo
Jake,
Mother of Fela,
Larin,
start from
you
yes,
Mother
know,
of Fela, start
through
from Fela
her.
himself, Ransom Beto Kuti, Femi Falana,
yes,
Gani
yes,
Fawemi, just to
Surely,
yes,
mention them.
surely.
yes.
You know when they were having the suffragette movement in Europe, Mrs. Ransom Kuti, who is Fela Kuti's mother, she had
Yes,
already predated that movement in Lagos. Something that had not, that is women's emancipation,
yes.
you know.
Even the rights of the minorities. It was Howard
So,
that founded that.
Charles, it is
Howard,
good
Oh,
sometimes to
all
read
right.
some historical book about the agitation in Nigeria before you make conclusion, right? When you are saying Olori Alatako, those people that oppose government frequently, they are Yoruba.
Yes, they
Very
just
simple.
don't do it
Okay.
violently.
So
You
now
know.
we can agree that agitation is not an Igbo thing. So people should stop using it against them and
No.
stop saying
we are
that.
no senseless
Hold
agitation
on,
is an
hold on.
Igbo thing. That's what we are saying.
Let Ete land. So sorry, Ete, you land, and then if Mike wants to counter you, he can. Yeah.
Yeah. So people should stop using it against them because we're always hearing narrative that somebody like Peter Obi can't be the president because of the agitation going on in the southeast. The way the IPOPs are like they've ever seen Peter Obi come out to say he's IPOP member or is a Brafia. So the thing is, if we all agree that agitation is done by virtually every region in Nigeria. Virtually every region. Agitation is done by them. We should not hold the Igbos and say, oh, they are the one that is doing agitation. So because of that, we should not allow them in Nigeria.
Okay. Ete, let me help you out. One man, please.
Yeah. So sorry. Let
Ete,
me just okay. Go on, Mike.
Ete,
Ete,
the
that's what you need to
problem.
understand.
Hold on. Sorry
Wait now,
now.
let me
Yeah.
let me
Go
say this straight. Ete, you have to understand something. There's difference between legitimate agitation and illegitimate agitation. You understand? See, when you say
Yes,
Yoruba, we just gave
yes.
you this agitation Yorubas were doing. Those are legitimate agitation. You understand?
So the one Igbo are
Now,
doing is not legitimate.
no, that's a fraudulent agitation. Fraudulent. That's a senseless. That's why everybody
So
hate that.
only
That's why everybody
Yoruba
It is
voted
knows
out
how to
too
against them.
do
violent.
legitimate agitation.
Yeah.
It is too
Say it
violent.
again.
It is
Are
based
you
on
saying that only
violence.
Yoruba
No,
knows
it's
how
not
to
even
do
just the violence. It's not the
legitimate
violence. It's
agitation?
not the violence. No, it's not the
The
violence.
agitation didn't start violently. It wasn't
No, I'm not talking about
violent.
the violence. No. The violence is not the point I'm making. The kind of agitation they are pushing at Biafra is a fraudulent agitation. It does
How
not
is
make
it a
any sense.
fraudulent agitation?
Okay, what is Biafra to you? What is it definitely? Are you Biafra?
I'm not Bravian, but I'm
Oh,
just
you are not.
asking
Okay,
you.
so
I'm not
you just answer
Bravian.
my question there. You just answer my question. Okay, Nnamdi Kanu is saying your people, people that are from other, they are non-Igbos, he wants to create country, including all of them, without consulting them, and when those people speak to him, you tell them to shut up, he will insult them. You are agitation. It's like me, Yoruba now. Like we talk to you about
Same
Yoruba people
thing
agitation.
Igboho
Wait,
was
listen.
when he
Me,
was
Yoruba
going to
man.
Benin Republic and everywhere and saying they are all Oduduwa. Same thing Igboho was doing.
No,
Igboho did the same thing.
well,
Igboho insulted
No, it's
everybody too.
different. It's
no.
different. Igbo consulted
Igboho
first.
insulted everybody also. He's
Igbo
not
insulted the
he's
stupid
not he's
people.
not an Igbo thing.
Ete, you're
He's
missing my
not.
point. Ete, you're missing my point. It's not even the insult or the violence I'm talking about. I'm talking about the term, the definition of the agitation you're agitating. It's the Biafra agitation is completely illegal. How can Igbo people wake up and say they want to create a country that include all that people without consulting them, and you're using force and you're telling the government that they must give you? That's not your right.
They
If
are not,
Yorubas are saying they want
attacking
their
any
own country
place
as
in South South.
Yorubas, that's a legitimate agitation. You understand? You are saying you want Biafra. You know, if you are saying they want Igbo nation, you can say that's legitimate. But you are saying you want Biafra, and they ask what is Biafra. 75% of that land Biafra is not. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to other ethnic group. That's illegitimate agitation. That's why people look at you as what you are doing is a fraud. That's a fraudulent agitation. So you can't compare that with the one with examples we just gave you about.
They agreed. See, the IPOP agreed that they should go with their 5 states.
They haven't agreed. No.
They agreed.
No.
Kanu used his own mouth to say it. He said when he was in prison that the government approached him and they told him that okay, they will give him his 5 states to go and form Biafra there. And he said no. They didn't want that. So he must take all the other territories, south side, all those areas, all those, including even at those states where they have Oba. He was insulting their Oba because
if you tie to rapper, you're Igbo.
If you tie to rapper, what kind of agitation is that? Legitimate agitation?
You can't force people now to join you by force now.
You say anywhere in the world, the title, anywhere in Nigeria, the title rapper is your line that it belongs to you. It's Biafra. Is that what do you call that legitimate agitation, or is that not a fraud? So it's not the agitation. It's not the word agitation that people are speaking against. It's a fraudulent agitation. You understand? So that's the difference. You need to understand that.
Is that the reason why Igbo should not be the president?
No.
No one is saying that shouldn't be the president. Go on, if you want to be president, go and present yourself and campaign. That's what we are saying. We can't say
they are doing that. They are doing that.
No.
Well, wait for the election. Then people want to vote for it. They vote for it. But they can't be forcing me. I have to go vote for Igbo man.
Let me ask you a question, just off the back of something you were saying earlier, and it's still within the Biafran space, but not necessarily Biafra. But as Peter Obi continues to progress his move towards the Aso Rock seat, almost without fail, he's going to encounter that Biafra question. So how is he going to negotiate that? So as it goes about, as it gets closer and closer to Aso Rock, the question will be put to him that what is his position on Biafra? Is he for the agitation, and does he want that nation? So how he answers is almost certain to alienate a certain swathe of people. If he's for, he will alienate Nigerians. If he's against, he will alienate the East. So how is he going to negotiate that question as he hurtles towards the Aso Rock seat? Ete.
The truth is, he's not going to alienate the East. Because for him to say he wants to be the president of Nigeria, obviously is against Biafra. To me, that question to anybody asking that question is just looking for headlines. The truth.
No, they're going to ask him how he's going to handle the Biafra agitation.
He's going to handle it the same way the North is handling their insecurities.
And how is he going to handle IPOB? How is he
going
to handle
Nigeria
IPOB?
He's going to do what is best for Nigeria. He's going to do what is best for Nigeria. And
okay, so if they ask him if he's going to unproscribe IPOB, how will he answer that?
He will definitely unprescribe IPOB. He will definitely
proscribe it. That would be your recommendation
to doing something like that. Are they not trying to attack him right now? They are trying to attack Soludo right now.
That's political suicide. That's political suicide. He can't say that. He will lose. It's a trap. It's a trap question.
Lose.
It's a trap question.
It's a question that there's no answer that he will not lose.
That's the point.
Do you know why he will not lose? Because there are plenty Igbos that don't even want Biafra. Plenty. Forget all the plenty people you see come to shout online.
So the Igbos
most
don't
of them
want
are not
Biafra
even
anymore.
in Nigeria.
Look at this. Unbelievable.
Most of them are not even in Nigeria. Most of the people you see shouting Biafra online, they are not even in Nigeria. There are plenty Igbos who don't even want all this. They just want to live their life and make their money. They don't care about Biafra or anything.
Plenty so the Igbos don't care about Biafra anymore. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying the Igbos. I'm saying it's just a tiny section
that want Biafra.
Just the way is a tiny section of the Yoruba land that wants Oduduwa Republic.
No.
No, it's not a tiny section.
They might not say it to you, but trust me,
Every Yoruba person wants it.
When time
I
comes,
feel so.
you will find out how much. But let me reply.
I don't know a Yoruba man that doesn't want Yoruba nation.
Yeah, they
Me too.
come on, they
Me
want
too.
it. But
They don't
And
want
I don't
Yoruba
know.
nation. If they wanted the
Ete.
Yoruba nation, they will be fighting for Yoruba nation. They are
we
not.
don't
They
we
want
don't
a
we
they
don't
want
no.
like
their
that. We
second
don't work
Yorubas
that
are
presidency.
way.
different. Yorubas are
We
different.
don't work
They
that
won't come
way.
to you directly. They're not very direct like that. They won't come to you
Yeah.
that way. They will just be planning for years. The
Yes.
day they show up, it's like, oh my god, we don't come out like that with gun blazing. Gun blazing is not our own
All
mantra. We
those
don't
one
do
is
it that way.
How do you think the IPOB
When have you
narrative
ever
will...
agitated seriously, apart from Sunday Igbo? When?
Do you know that it was Yoruba people that fought for the democracy that we have today, right? Were you growing up during the 90s? You saw all the.
It was not just only Yoruba people that fought.
Primarily, it was
Nigeria
Yoruba people.
fought.
Even pull up all the names of the people that faced the military to kick the military out of power. It was mainly Yorubas, and then maybe a few South people. So you guys, you should all, just because we don't beat chest and do all these the way, that's not the way we do things. We it doesn't mean we are not agitating or we are not fighters.
When Igbo was in Benin Republic, people went there, but you won't hear them on the media now. They were making moves behind the scenes, but you never see them on TV yelling and screaming stuff. We do things background. That way, when you show up, the work is almost done. That's the way Yoruba people behave. They do everything in the background first.
Was the work done?
Yeah,
You saw Amotekun, right? You saw Amotekun, right? Did you know Amotekun was coming out a week before he came out? Did you even know at all? He just came out. Everybody was like, "Oh, what is this?" And it was already out. So that's where Yoruba people do things, man. We speak when the job is already done. When everything we need to do is already planned, executed. That's when you see us talk. We are not people that don't plan something and just start talking.
Amotekun was just a reaction to the Fulani herdsmen.
Let me reply, Ete, before you move on. Ete, please.
So Amotekun
Sorry. When you asked the question about the Igbo presidency earlier, the perfect case study would have been Obama when he was running for office. You know, they were the minority, but they knew that if you don't vote for this guy, we might not get this thing again. So even though he's half white, even though he grew up with a white mother or he grew up in a white environment, they still did not look at that. They look beyond that. But you don't have that in the Igbo space. That's my point. You are too picky with somebody being not being classy or not being. Forget that one. TINUBU, I'm telling you, if TINUBU get APC ticket tomorrow, people will vote, they get your vote tomorrow. I'm telling you that.
They are supporting Peter Obi now. They are supporting Peter Obi.
I don't see, bro. I don't see.
Are they supporting him like TINUBU?
You don't see it where? Are you in Nigeria? You're not in Nigeria. Go to Nigeria.
Where is the support? Nobody. Come on now. Be honest.
Where is the support? Go online. There's just a poll that was done. There's a poll really? PDP official did. Peter Obi won it landslide.
Online poll, bro. You are quoting online poll for Nigerian election.
Online poll, yes. Online poll with
are you serious?
Is it this thing one almost, is it, I think 170,000 or so. Online poll.
Come on. It's Nigeria we're talking about.
I mean, those people have PVC, actual PVC.
That's what I'm saying. It's
they do have their PVC.
How many of them
now on ground? People are doing that.
But you know that people are going to vote. Hold on.
PVCs.
But you know that people that are going to vote in this election mostly are the market women. The most people who are not educated, who don't know how to use internet. You know, those are the people.
And you are failing to understand that people vote for party in Nigeria. People vote for party. If he gets that ticket with PDP, he already covers a certain percentage of those market women you're talking about.
All right. Let Charlie Boy have the final word on that space, and then I want to move on to Ola just to keep the conversation going. So, Charlie Boy, do you want to round off that particular talking point on?
In that space, I think Nigeria should be fair to the Igbos. It shouldn't be treated like shit in Nigeria. It should be fair. Enough's enough.
Enough's enough. So there it is. You heard it from Charles. Enough is enough. I'll stop this nonsense. So thank you for that. So let's go to Ola, if it's still with us. Ola, are you still there? Okay, I think
Yes,
Ola.
I mean,
All right. All right. Or do you want me to give you a moment and go to Rational Mind first, or are you?
I'm okay.
All right. So yes, that right to bear arms. Do you want to speak on that? Because that seems to me to be a solution somewhat. But Babati was saying he doesn't object to it wholly, but it has to be a qualified right. So, qualified or not, do you think the right to defend is now something that the Nigerian state has to, allow the citizens to have in whichever form they choose to legislate it?
Wama,
And it's a lawmaker proposing this, by the way. Yeah.
Wama, you are an elite, right? I'm sure I don't know the number of time you take down for a loan to see that even any little thing, someone that just learn how to box, learning boxing, just for little argument, the next thing was just to exchange blow. See, Babati actually did a very great justice to that topic because he presented whatever I would have even planned to present at all. Because our hunger management is a big issue in Nigeria. Just a little thing like this, because it's just like, let's say, typical day on a Friday, you see how people used to quarrel on the street of Lagos, that they will break bottle, they will carry plank, settle everything with every object, projectile object within their vicinity. So just imagine when you now introduce that right to carry gun. Is going to be disastrous. Whatever is happening in America is going to be a child play. So to me, organized security structure is what we need to have. For example, now you can have some group of farmers, maybe they want to protect their farm, they can arrange themselves and get license and protect their farm. You want to see people that want to protect their community, they can organize some kind of a security architecture and protect their this thing at the street. But by the time you start giving individual that gun, many people will be dead before even those that kill them even realized what they've done. So to me, let us some kind of community policing, and you license them to carry guns. That should be enough. We don't need 200 million Nigerians to be moving around with a pistol or with a rifle. We are not. No. We are not in the worst situation. So to me, is in attempt to solve a problem, we now create the worst one. So to me, it's a no.
All right, thank you. And Kwakwanso's declaration under NNPP. So when they say politics is not do or die, and they describe some people as desperado, would you describe this as a desperado move by the Kano man?
More than 95% of Nigerian politicians are desperado because all they want is, once you get to that position of power, you want to sustain yourself. Because if you don't sustain yourself, you don't know what's going to happen to you as a result of whether the crime you've all committed or maybe you just want to sustain yourself, because some of these politicians, they have nothing they are doing. They don't have any sustainable business outside politics. So they want to maintain their influence. So they will always find something. So what Kwakwanso is doing is that he has to build something to have political leverage. Politicians, they deal in numbers. So now, the more numbers that he can put to himself to prove to people that, see, I still hold my ground. So he can use that number to negotiate. The negotiation sometimes does not really necessarily mean that it's going to become the minister or it's going to win the presidential election. But sometimes you need to put those people that you think is part of people you want to contribute, you want to be part of those people that are calling the shots in the country. So that is exactly what I think Kwakwanso may be doing. Then, if we have some kind of situation that maybe we are not saying, okay, let's even
sort things out, and let us even bring some people that we think they are neutral into whatever we are doing within our party. Who knows? I'm not saying that's the basis thing. Maybe I can give it a 1% chance that may happen in our situation, because Buhari too ran from party to party. We shouldn't even forget that Buhari didn't start with APC. Sometimes it was the ANPP, sometimes it was CPC. So it was jumping around too. So Nigerian politicians generally are not disciplined. They don't stand for a particular ideology. They stand for their pocket. They stand for how to sustain themselves. That's the only thing they know about. So that's just my point there. Sorry, Tosin Adekunle, I'm not saying Nigeria is not at war. That's not what I meant to, I say in a situation whereby everyone start carrying guns on the street, it's not good. But when we are talking of intertribal war, or all those kind of all those Fulani criminals, not some criminal elements. No, sorry, I'm not trying to brand Fulani as a tribe as criminals, but that's those criminals group that call themselves herdsmen from that tribe. They are already declaring war upon the country. Boko Haram too, they are declaring war upon the country. So if you want to say Nigeria is at war situation, in a war situation at that, I agree with you. But in a situation whereby 200 million people will be carrying gun on the street, no, it's not going to spell any good thing for Nigeria. I subscribe against that. So that's just my opinion. So on Kwakwanso, I think he's sustaining himself. Not that he will become the president, at least he wants to have some basis, some numbers to negotiate. So
all right, thank you. Osinbajo, not a betrayer, rejected Obasanjo's Attorney General of the Federation offer to stay loyal to Tinubu. So it's a journalist saying this, clearly a paid journalist saying this. But this thing that Osinbajo is doing, because this is strike two now. You were here, of course, when we were discussing the Farouk Perogi op-ed that he put out a video to debunk. So this poster came out yesterday, and he's now put out, he's bought a journalist to recount instances of loyalty to Tinubu. So what are you making of this strategy that is wanting to micromanage every public output regarding him in this presidential race? Will this get quickly tiring? And is he showing some sort of weakness? Because if people know that this is what he's doing, then they'll start to initiate conversations in that space. So what are you making of this thing that he's doing, wanting to counter every single bit of information that is put out against his push for the presidency?
I have my opinion about this, and I still maintain that opinion. You see, to start with, all politicians, maybe we can have some outliers, maybe 0.01% among them. They are all betrayers. So it depends on the perspective you are talking about. You see, these are the people that have conspired against the people of Nigeria just for personal interest. Tinubu we are talking about today, you can never be a worse betrayer than Tinubu when you look at the accident of that man. So now every Nigeria is qualified to come out, to be voted for, to occupy any elective position in Nigeria. But this idea of people gathering themselves together and be worshiping someone and be turning someone to demigod is what is not acceptable. Because what is happening in Nigeria today is that Tinubu is about to be demystified. So the language of betrayal is just a very low. They are the lowest of it, just to use something that does not make sense. Instead of calling Osinbajo a betrayer, you should tell us what the like of Tinubu will do better. You should be fighting for what they are going to achieve. Now, for Osinbajo to come out and deflect all those things.
Is that not the nature of politics? Politics is universally a dirty game.
Very dirty. Very dirty. But this Nigerian situation is worse because, this is the politics of conflict, politics of attrition, and you can give a lot of bad name to the way we play our home. Our own.
Did you see how Donald Trump campaigned to become president? It was virtually insulting people.
It's just like exactly Donald Trump, just when it was his own, sorry Baba T, but your man was speaking like a third world country politician. So it's as dirty, you know.
What I'm saying is that it's universally, that's why they say it's a dirty game. So it's not, they are not going to give him an easy right to the presidency, and whatever it is that they see, they will use to product him. And of course, it would have been alarming and surprising if they had not gone against him on this treachery line, this betrayal line. But the way he's responding to it is a curiosity.
The betrayal line is what I don't quite agree with. But they like the one that Pierogi is saying, trying to call him religious bigot, all those things. Yeah, he has his own fact, for example. But like I keep saying, when people have their own fact, I want to know their position, where exactly they are going to. It's not as if some of those people that are throwing out dirty fact, it's not as if they don't have a point at all. No, they have. But I'm more particular about where exactly they are going. Because if you are giving me about the dirty politicking by someone, just for you to give me infrastructure, for you to create 100 million jobs, I don't care how dirty you are. But if you are giving me some kind of dirty politics, using religion to control, using ethnicity to control, whereby you have nothing to offer, then it's a big concern for me.
I'm surprised that you are concerned, because what is playing is essentially how politics are plays. They will say and do anything to color you bad and color themselves good. And there are no limits, there are no go areas. They will use any, and they are playing for power now. You know, they are playing for power. So, I mean...
yes, you are very correct. You see, when Trump is playing with your even birth certificate, everything, but he's telling you how he's going to close border and give the people of American jobs. And he did exactly what he said. But our own, we just throw that dirty thing without even telling them us what they are going to do for Nigerians. That's exactly what I'm saying. You can go dirty. Why going dirty? Give us your own economic plan.
But it doesn't matter now. The landscape does not demand that. So you may well, from an ivory tower, be of that thought. But these people, they know the Nigerian space and they give it what it wants. You know, but it's really Osinbajo's response that is, you know, how long is he going to do this? That every single piece of negative output, he has to go and do some Hollywood video to counter it.
You see, your image matters. And when someone is trying to mess up with your image, you try to do as much as possible to correct things. So that is why, for example, when you are talking in the public, when you are showing your face, you want to be very careful of what you say, so that tomorrow you don't want a situation whereby it's going to stand against you, especially when you don't have time to explain and to defend yourself. Now, fortunately for Osinbajo, for example, he has that time to correct himself. If I'm looking for a job today and someone see where I've disagreed with virtually everybody on Facebook and they want to employ me in a leadership position, let's say Google or those things, but these people will not even give me time to correct myself. They will be looking at my profile online and I don't have opportunity to respond when they are doing all these things. But Osinbajo now has his own opportunity to respond. They will throw as many as possible at him. But the thing is this, he must find a way to respond to all those things, at least to demonstrate his ability to manage the complexity of Nigeria, different expectation and different type of conflict. So the only thing is this, he doesn't have to be the one to respond to this. That's why he has to have his campaign team, those people within the communication. Just like everything you accuse Buhari of, for example, is Adesina and this other guy, Gabasheo, that will come out and correct all those stuff. So there's nothing wrong if Osinbajo has some people like that will do the job for him, because you don't let some kind of allegation go. go without being challenged. The only thing is this: when you are challenging that thing, make sure you challenge that thing properly. Don't just play to the gallery.
You know why a lot of people, because what you are saying is not the norm in high profile spaces. In high profile spaces, they see a lot of negative outputs about them, but they just ignore it as though they don't see it. It's only because they don't want to give veracity or validity to it, but more importantly, they don't want to open a conversational space around it. Because however that conversation pans out, it never really pans in their favor. So this Tinubu now that this Osinbajo rather, that he went and countered this pierogi with this video of 16 people that he says are Muslims. So they then opens the space for pierogi to counter him back, and he comes out with additional, saying that 80 people that work in his space, he employed them overwhelmingly their RCCG. So then he then has to continue to dig that down that rabbit hole. But by the way, the attention span of the mass is not really one that retains to a particular storyline. They will just hear that, they might hear his counter, they hear his comeback, and then they just say, oh, yes, they are saying that it's a bit of a religious fundamentalist. So sometimes I don't know that it's managing information very well. Essentially, is where I'm concerned.
They need to manage it very well. Let me give you an example. Before they rebranded Buhari in 2015, average southern people, they will never campaign for Buhari because they were aware of all his political history. Just because they like of Tinubu, they made us know that this guy was a religious bigot, was a tribalist thing. They will even refer to everything he did when he approached Lamadishin and all those stuff. But then, towards 2015, what did they do? The like of Lai Mohammed, they started by using the media to diminish Jonathan. They did that perfectly, to the point that anything that Jonathan wanted to do in a positive, they will go and stand there and counter it and use superior media power again to diminish Jonathan. Then later, those people that were actually the major opposition to Buhari before, that thinking they would use Buhari to hijack power, they started promoting him. Just imagine Tinubu coming out, Tinubu that used his own mouth to, even in 1993 or 92, that used his own mouth to say Buhari is an ethnic bigot, that all those stuff, started now telling us the history of how former general delivered their country, that they needed them mostly. They were telling us that Buhari was a born-again person. They were telling us how he's his driver for more than 20 years has been a Christian. In fact, even Buhari himself went to the extent of even running after pastors to become his running mate, to prove that he is not a religious bigot, that is not going to Islamize or Fulanize Nigeria. They use all those communication to at least win some people's mind. Before we knew everything, what was going on, everybody started saying, say Buhari, say Baba. You understand? They use that thing to win, but not before they damage Jonathan. And unfortunately, the Jonathan team didn't do a very good enough job. So if you're an APC person and you actually know the evil, you've used information management, you've used it, you use evenly, you use it as an even means just for you to gain some kind of political advantage, and someone is now using the same thing to counter you now, for example, you can't stand it, you have to oppose. You see, like Yoruba will say, you see, someone that his own profession is to behead people, and someone is now taking sword now across his head. He will never accept that. Like. So when you want to diminish the like of Osinbajo, or someone that knows the potence of the media and the information and the misrepresentation of information in the public space, they will never stay and allow you to do that. And don't forget that even the kind of people that are even attacking him this time around, they are even intellectuals. When you are talking of professor of journalism, now using empirical evidences now to tackle someone. Oh, you can't just, it will be difficult for you to to keep quiet like that. Otherwise, that guy, even despite defending it, the damages have been done, but trying to make sure they dilute the impact. That's what they are doing. So, because all the allegations against Osinbajo, very powerful one, that if you don't deflate or dilute it very well, is going to stand there and people will believe it forever. Because any information you throw, just like many people will believe that Wole Soyinka graduated with a top class from a university. Some people even still believe it up to today. Until one day they asked for Wole Soyinka that, oh, is it true that you graduated with top class? The man started saying, I'm still wondering where people got that. You know, that information moved for decades. And people still believe that that was the information, you know. So just the same way, people believe, you know, people like us that never believed that that Buhari was a saint, that we still maintain our position. It's just because we were privileged. We were privileged to have access to some kind of information. But some people, when they rebranded Buhari, people believe that the same Buhari that destroyed middle class that time. You tell some people, they say shut up, it's a lie. They just lie against that man. All those stuff. Buhari said he will make $1 to $1. Some people say he never said that. They removed it from the internet, and people believe that Buhari never said that. So that's exactly what you can use information to achieve. So whenever someone is laying some kind of criminal, moral allegation against you, especially when someone is a pastor, you are now using such information and you keep quiet. He's an orator, he's a lawyer, this thing. You don't expect him to keep quiet. So to me, it's better for him to respond to as many as he can than to keep quiet, because they will tell you when you keep quiet, it simply means that you consent. You've agreed that everything said against you is correct. So let them go into that war and let us see who is going to win. But personally, as a common man, I like it because, you know, if you ask me, I want Osinbajo to win that ticket, not because I think he's supposed to become the president, so that the TINUBU camp will now release their full, you know, they will unleash their full beast, and they will go gaga, and everything will go to the point that people will say, oh, we have to agree. Let us talk. Let us discuss. How do we move the country forward? That's exactly what I want for the country. So, like I said, for the information I have, they're already challenging they want to stop election in Ekiti through the court. They want to stop election in Osun State through the court. And, you know, I just pray that they will get, because to me, to the best of my knowledge, whenever a case is in the court, there's probability that you won't be able to move further on that case until that case is determined. Just imagine now you stop election in Ekiti State and the case is in the court, and there's no election in Ekiti State. That means Yoruba nation agitation, they are actually achieving what they want to.
Have you gone on to another topic?
Yeah, I'm just talking of what all this kind of ruffle can even be generated to. You understand? That's exactly that. I like the way they are playing it. Let them fight their political, let them fight themselves to finish. At the end of the day, to the advantage of we common people. So
all right, thank you. So just a brief comment on this. Young people are determined to work for TINUBU'S presidential ambitions. So, I mean, whether you call them Agbero or not, whether you call them rented crowd or not, and they don't look like a rented crowd to me, nor do they look like Agberos. Mobolaji Johnson Arena in Onikon was jam-packed with young people all saying Jagaban, Jagaban. So this phenomenon, that it is a phenomenon, and there's no escaping from it. Tinubu Rada's popularity amongst the young people. First, do you accept that he is popular amongst the young people? And if you do, what are you attributing that popularity to?
Yeah, he may be popular among the youth, but what type of youth? Because when we say youth, we are just using global language. What type of youth are we talking about? Even those Yaloja, for example, that TINUBU'S daughter controls, they are youth too. And those Agbero too, that they are youth too. Same way, we have university students, and I think some of us on this platform, for example, in the diaspora too, we are youth. So what type of youth? So when people are saying TINUBU is popular among the Agbero's youth, they may not be far from the truth. Because some youth, for example, that especially those people that gather at that Lekki Toll Gate protest, for example, it is very difficult for me now, for example, for someone to say, oh, those youth are actually behind Tinubu. No, it doesn't make sense. Because those youth we are talking about, for example, they know that toll gate where they keep people, they got court injunction for that tolling not to continue. They took the case to appeal court, they threw out, and yet, as it is today, Lagos State is standing against the content of that court. That's what Tinubu has been doing in Lagos. For example, now you make in Lagos, and those people you kill at toll gate too, they are youth. So, what segment of this youth is supporting Tinubu? So, it's popular among the Agbero youth, not among the intellectuals, not among those people that are educated, that know their right from their left. So it's what we know, not something that is possible in Nigeria, and that we do rent crowds. We do rent crowds just to give us the feeling. So to me, it is not enough to use the youth we find on that video to say, oh, the youth are for Tinubu. Then, because the same way too, I will tell you that the youth I find on Twitter, the one I find on Facebook, the one I find on Instagram, and we are here to, that we are talking to, I don't think that for Tinubu.
Do you not? So you don't concede that Tinubu has a mass youth following?
No, I think I disagree, because what's you? The youth that you wasted their life, they don't even know what they are going to do tomorrow.
No, that's your sentimentality. But the reality is that he seems to have a youth following.
That's why I said that we have to segment the youth. Agbero, Iyaloja, yes.
No, they are not Agberos. They are educated people.
Okay. They are educated people.
I don't think you can just diminish them. No, they are not Agberos. They are educated people. You have to understand that. You have to understand that Tinubu has a real strong following amongst an elite professional group.
One man, those Agberos elite.
One man, like those youths. One man, like those youths in London, they were saying, Mr. President.
No. Those were APC, those were Northern APC people now. But it's very easy to throw the usual missives at Tinubu, and it's very easy to do that. But if you look at some of the things that this guy has made, some real, innovative moves, like that Alpha Beta, for instance, that people used to beat him over the head with. That as a piece of work, setting aside the chronism and all of the isms that he used to advantage himself, and the fraud and all, setting all of that aside, but just as a body of work. If you look at that Alpha Beta, and by the way, that Alpha Beta is being commissioned by other states and even other countries to come and help them maximize their tax revenue. They commissioned taxing in a way that it makes the best use of the opportunities that Lagos presented. He quadrupled the economy of that state, just through sheer ingenuity. And people in business, they know that. Professionals, they know that. They know that is the most. So what was it? Was it Edo Tony that was coming to tell us that you can't do a deal past 9 million naira in Lagos without Tinubu cutting a slice. So we know that it's the most corrupt of beings. But what is ingenuity is something that a lot of professionals actually they give kudos to. So it's somewhat remiss to quickly add the Agbero, it's MC Olomo. That's just easy to go to. That's a very easy thing to say.
You don't know these modern Agberos. These are modern Agberos.
Don't worry about what that's a meaning. What does modern Agbero mean? That's a meaning.
Which one is modern Agbero?
I don't know what to talk about.
The Agberos are before.
You see,
Agbero in Gucci.
And those Agbero we are talking about, they are not totally illiterate, because when we say education here, sometimes we are talking of those more sophisticated people, maybe ND holder, degree holders, maybe those people we are talking about educated. But the fact that they are Agbero doesn't mean they cannot read or write. It doesn't mean they didn't go to primary or secondary school. So,
exactly.
How can you be educated and still be doing Agbero?
Is the thing.
Because that's what Yoruba people do.
But now, But now
anyway, that's
you will have people that are educated but they are not learned. For example, when you go to school, you cannot even apply your education. Well, okay, why will the youth, for example, graduate from university, and you will see that the like of Tinubu as mortgage your future, for example, you can't even work. Even the little you have, someone is able.
No, that's your own subjective view, though, that he has mortgaged their future. And people will present you the different arguments that is opened opportunity up for them. So that's your subjective view.
That is why I say some people are educated, but they are not necessarily learned. That is exactly what I'm saying. So those agbero that I'm saying maybe primary school,
educated and learned. It's the same word, man.
I don't know what it's talking about.
It's not the same word, bros. I
no, let's not go down that rabbit hole. But let's go down the rabbit hole that you're already embarked on. But carry on now.
So the thing is this: you have the education, right? You are not applying it because already agbero style is what you've actually taken as your career. Now, but there are some people that, as we speak now, for example, that they even spend their money to educate, they get first degree, second degree, but they don't have anything. For example, there's no way you talk of Obasanjo today. You can't talk bad of Obasanjo where I am. I will tell you why I support Obasanjo. Now, fine, I was working before Obasanjo became the president, but what type of work? What type of job? I was at NEPA, climbing pole, doing all those rubbish. Even with your degree, if Mola will sit down in the north, I'll be packing these people. But those of us who a general manager cannot even introduce someone. But when the like of Obasanjo came, when he liberated the telecommunication sector, everything, you see everything just liberated. Oh, I moved fully into IT world, and before I started rising in my ideas into the point of even trying to even sustain myself. So when you see all those things, when you not talk of bad about Obasanjo now to me, I will tell you how his policies have lifted people out of poverty. I will refer to Computer Village. I will refer to liberation electronic banking in Nigeria. I will talk of so many things just to promote what this guy. But when you look at some of these people, how many agbero people now that are following Tinubu now, we reason that way. For example, we think that,
why do you keep saying that? Okay, just land the point, then I'll move it to another talking point. But I'm not sure that you should just sweep them all up and say they are agberos, because I don't think that you can. I don't think you can substantiate that. But
even those people that Tinubu even first started employing last man, they are majorly agberos. Those people that we use in last man. We use NOKU to sort everything out. Okay, so one last man just broke someone.
What about the people that are employed into the management systems of Lagos State? Are they agberos too?
That's where I've classified this category. You understand? So when we talk of management, we are talking about how many of them? How many? So what I'm saying is that Tinubu allow agbero system to run in Lagos so that any day he's going to call upon them, they be his tools. And he went to even the point of even appointing his daughter as a Yaloja. Who are those Yaloja? Yeah, they are educated people among Yaloja, but when you want to look at, you classify everything fully. How many of them are sophisticated like any one of those people on this forum, for example? So how many of those people are sophisticated are those people you find on Facebook and on Twitter?
Thank you.
So that's exactly what I'm saying. So because, for example, can Tinubu come to Canada today and you think I will run after Tinubu and I will video me and say you to support? I will not. I will not.
You may not, but others will. I know a lot of sophisticated people that believe very strongly. My cousin, one of them, very strongly in this guy. He has no ox to go in this thing, but it's just this. It's the easy goes. It's a bit like it's a bit like some of these names, Atiku, Tinubu, Buhari, etc. I see them like it's a bit like Davido going to a concert and singing Choma. It's very easy for us to throw all these hit songs at them. Oh, Agbero, corruption, all this and that. But there's somewhat of a lack of sophistry in that. But Rational Mind, you wanted to come in. Yeah, hold on. Let Rational Mind come in. Rational Mind.
Well, what I just want to say is just we're just talking about what Ola is saying is He's talking about against the backdrop of what Tinubu is known for within the Lagos space. It's true that not everybody that follows him, not everybody that he employs are Agberos.
What was it known for within the Lagos
space?
It's
known for. He brought Agbero kind of politics into Lagos. Yeah, he brought Agbero kind of politics into Lagos. He uses them for his let them start their primaries. This their governorship primaries in Lagos or local government primaries or whatever primaries. You will see what the impact or you see the level at which these Agberos they operate within the party. You will never see people that are sane. When I mean sane people that will go to, you see people that will go to primaries with weaponry of all kinds, machete and everything of all kinds. Are those civilized people? Even though they look like, they dress like clean people because they made money from Lagos State or from the NUTR park, and then they come to the park. A lot of them come there they are ready. If their delegate or their man does not get the ticket, they're ready to scatter that place. Is that the kind of democracy we want in that state? So it's known for that, so that whenever people swarm around them, even though they are learning, people can't tend to see them as Agberos. I agree with you, one man, that not all of them are Agberos. There are people that are well read, well schooled, who are with him. But because of what his politics is known for within Lagos, that is why everybody castigates him that way. That most of the people around him are Agberos. But that does not necessarily mean that they are all Agberos. That's just what I have to say.
All right.
So a guy like Tinubu who owns Lagos is dirty. It's funny to me. Very funny.
All right. I didn't hear what you just said.
I said for a guy like Tinubu who owns Lagos is dirty and not clean. It's very funny for a guy who owns Lagos. He produces money where his mouth is.
All right.
Otherwise, he's saying that we Lagosians are docile, right?
No. Well, yeah, somewhat, yeah.
So that is why we in the middle class we accuse ourselves for just we give all those intellectual ideas, we talk beautifully everything, but on the D-Day, man, everybody will be watching Nollywood. We just sit down at home, we just be analyzing on Facebook on this thing. So, but those people that Tinubu cater for, those are the people that are coming. That's why you see now when old MC Oluomo, when they banish him from the NURCW, what did Sanwo-Olu do? He just appointed him to a position because they know the impact of that guy. It's a critical stakeholder in winning election in Lagos State. So that's why they will never joke with him. They will never joke with Yaloja. They will never joke with Olokada Shama. They will never joke. So just think that's exactly what Tinubu is meant for. So to me, I don't know the youth, maybe Rational Mind or maybe Babati or Soli are the one day. I don't know, but definitely I know that I didn't see myself there. So to me, yeah, Agbero too, they are part of the youth. Yaloja too, they are part of the youth. So they say you have youth following, yeah, but what class of youth following? That's just my concern. So we can't.
All right, but all right. Let me just leave it there. All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. Let's go from Ola to Rational Mind and take Rational Mind back to where we started, which was the Kwakwanso narrative. He declares for presidency under some yam and dog party. So what are you making then of this guy? The music has turned off, the DJ has parked and left, but he's still on the dance floor saying it's Michael Jackson.
Well, the DJ has not parked, the music has not left, the music is about to start. I don't know how you're using that. What you mean by that, actually?
Sometimes I just open my mouth and hopefully that the right words come out. Often instances they do, but sometimes it's just nonsense. So
yeah, we sometimes do that. Anyway, so I think at Kwakwanso for me is once upon a time he was one of those not an elite figure that you would think that he might one day become a president in that country. That's why you see that country. You see, we cannot predict. Who knew of Osinbajo about 8 years ago? More than 8 years. Who knew Osinbajo? Nobody knew him. So one thing I just see in that country is that the politics there is changing fast. It's changing. We just keep seeing different names. We even know Namande Sambo, who was the vice president to what's his name?
Jonathan
back then. Who even knew Jonathan? 1999. Back before 1999. So You see, that's one thing about that country. But I just see, like we keep saying here on this platform, I think this 2023 is going to be a decisive moment for most of these old politicians who have been there from the 80s, even from the 70s and up to the 80s and early 90s, and who are still thinking they are still relevant. So I think in moving out, like we already said here, moving from cross-carpeting from PDP to his own party, which I think that party is an old party, new Nigerian party. I think something like it's an old party. I don't know, maybe it's a new party they just formed, or they just revive a whole party to make it look new. But I think that name has been in the play for a long time. So anyway,
does it not sound like an Aminu Kano sort of? No, it's not Aminu Kano's party, but it sounds like one of those Aminu Kano sort of mindset.
You know, Kwakwanso is this man that kind of like his kind of a political model is built around Aminu Kano. That's why sometimes when he talks about our great party leader, whatever, Aminu Kano, whatever, so is this kind of a political movement which he says they create for the what do they call it, Talakawas. I mean, I can't even pronounce. Anyway, so they want to take care of and when he was there, he did very well. When he was there as a governor, I mean, I think our minister here, Jafar, could say that he benefited from being sent abroad on scholarship.
I mean, how do you know that? Did he tell you that?
He said, I think he said that on this platform, or maybe during the chat. He said it. I remember that the people like him could benefit from him, and then like that. So yeah. A lot of people were sent on scholarships, which I know of. He did. I mean, I would say he did a little bit. I mean, he did better when he was compared to any other governor I've ever seen that has ever ruled that big government that state called Kano State. I think it's a good product, but it's kind of politics. Like I said, it's too northernized kind of. He carries himself like more of a northern figure, like you said. I mean, Kano, kind of like this northern. He needs to make himself look like you make yourself appealing to other which I think in one of his last interview, I saw him. He didn't wear his normal Mabariga that he used to wear. He wore a suit. The kind of way they sold this idiot that is there in Nassau Rock to us. He was wearing all kinds of different outfits. He was wearing Igbo outfit, wearing Yoruba outfit, wearing just to make himself appealing to. But when they get there, we see that they show their true color. So you just see the thing is, it's up to Nigerians to decide who they want to vote for. But for me, I just analyze people. I won't be biased. I will try not as much as possible not to be biased on people who analyze. So, but then I think he's a good. I would say I'm one of those northerners. In fact, I will put him ahead of Atiku because I don't think he has any corruption case, even if the EFCC.
I think they went against him once. I think it's actually still in court.
Yeah, well,
I think it's Ganduje that is spearheading that space.
So let them bring whatever evidence they have. I'm not saying all of them are clean, but as far as we know, I don't think there's any corruption case that has been successfully prosecuted against him. So for him going to PDP, I mean leaving PDP, I think he knows that he has no future there in that party. He feels the PDP will never give him tickets, which I think it's not even in the northern people. The turn of any northern people to even want to clamor for any ticket right now. We have 8 years of this idiot there who has done anything but rather worsen the situation of that country. And then they want to bring another northerner again. I mean, if you people say you have somebody who can win your side, they will also equally have people that can win from the south. So what's the point of saying, no, we want somebody that can win the ticket? I mean, don't tell me Atiku can only, this is a guy who contested in 2019. Did he win the ticket? Must we have to hold on the ticket for him again? I mean, this is the rationale that we have to, the reasoning, the logic that all of us have to look into. 8 years of a Fulani man, another 8 years of another Fulani man. No, give me a break. It makes no sense to me. This is not an issue of. We have equally people who are capable in South that can turn that country around, even better than any person from the North, in my own opinion. So, like I said, maybe you should just contest and like Ola said, use his party to win some seats within the government and in some states, and maybe you can use that and negotiate alliance or bigger alliance or mega alliance in the future. But that he's going to win, it's highly probable that he's going to win. Improbable, should I say? Or should I say probable? Anyway, so that he's going to win that election. But then I just think you can just let him try and see. maybe that would help him. So that's all I have to say for that.
All right. And this thing that is imagined that Osinbajo wants to counter every single piece of op-ed that's been put out in the space about him, going chapter and verse. We already saw the excesses he went to with the Farouk Parogi output. So now he counters now this poster that was put out calling him a betrayer, with a long-winded article with which almost certainly he sponsored. Well, when I'm saying he, I'm saying essentially his camp. I'm sure he's not there like Dr. No from James Bond, you know. So, but what are you making of this strategy? Wanting to go after every little, want to micromanage to the last minutiae of everything. Do you think it will very quickly wearing one on him and also on the political space? Because in the political space, it's ebb and flow, isn't it? You let one slide, you catch one, and then you put one out, and then in the round of it, you build a picture. But he wants to micromanage to the last minutiae of everything. What are you making then of this strategy by the little man from Ikene?
Little man from Ikene. Well, you can call him little man because he's a giant in his Ikene, because you see people rallying for him in his own country. I mean, in his own village, from where he's from, in Ikene, people were saying Ikene for Osinbajo, you know. So, I mean, he was even, like, he knew what was going on, because when people were saying that, you see, some of these politicians are very, very, very deceptive, you know. I mean, we all know that they are deceptive. But what I'm just saying is that, I mean, this guy, was it you or somebody reported it here that, which I'm here to confirm, that he has already moved his political card, I mean, whatever registration from Lagos State.
Yes, that we did that yesterday.
So, which means he already knew he was going to contest at some point.
He did it in February 2021.
So what are we saying? So what is all this game like? Oh, Osinbajo, we are trying to move the vice president to come and contest. Himself now says, after hearing the whole clamor by people from right, left, and center, now I want to throw my head I want to throw my heart into the ring. Like, my goodness, give me a break. You already knew you were going to do that, because you already moved your political card, because you knew that if you have to be in Lagos State and you want to contest for presidency, the Lagos delegate will not let you. And maybe even they might give you the treatment of this man from Edo State governor. They might give him the treatment just to get him to disqualified, you know, at some point. The one thing about is that politics is very dirty.
Obaseki.
No, not Obaseki. The governor, I mean, the former PDP chairman. Oshomole, or maybe even Obaseki treatment too. They might give him Obaseki treatment and say, oh, his political card is not found. He did not register in the ward where he said he's from. So you don't trust Nigeria. So maybe that was why he knew all the games, and he said, okay, let me move my political party card to my home state where I'm from. That way, I know if I can contest against Ojuobo from Lagos State, then I know the delegate from Ogun State will vote for me, because they know I'm their own son, you know. So he knew what he was doing. So all this clamoring that, we are asking the vice president to come and contest. We are asking him. You know, he already knew what he was going to do. So let's just leave that. So what he's trying to do, micromanaging, is media out there. I won't call it micromanage, perhaps. You know, sometimes, you know, one thing about, he knows the people that he's fighting against, that the people that are brutal. These people, they are mafians. They can destroy him. In fact, you need to listen to how some people have been reasoning, calling him Judas Iscariot, and saying that, I mean, I just listened to somebody, the way the person just said that he failed. But then he failed. But whose party is it? Is it not your party? He said he failed. He managed the Economic Council. He did this. He failed for President Buhari. Look. President Buhari is the president. He is the vice president. If he failed, why are you trying to divorce him from Buhari being a failure? So if you can look at that that sneakiness now, what you say sneaky, or that trying to be clever by half, that okay, so he needs to watch. I mean, what I'm not trying to say here is this: he needs to manage his how people perceive him out there, you know, just so that people will not see him in bad light, because the way that country is going right now, the election is becoming very, very ugly, or the campaign for presidency or the ticket is becoming ugly, and people will do anything to destroy his image, to make him look bad, so that he will not be sellable. And I think him trying to like refute that, maybe at some point he might get really really tired of it at some point, because when it becomes too much and his campaign media could not really handle the barrage of accusation and other kind of accusations coming his way. But I think it's not a bad thing if he's doing it for now. But I think doing it now also makes it tell people that, look, I'm not what people think I am or what people portray me to be. So I want you to see me this way. I'm this person, kind of person. I'm not his campaign man. Don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not for him. I just try to be balancing whenever I try to analyze things.
Are you anticipating that one will have to step down for the other before the primaries? That is if they don't come up with a consensus candidate. I'm talking about TINUBU and Osinbajo. So if they don't already agree, because they've now announced the dates just today, the 30th and the 31st of May is when they're looking to have their presidential primaries. So are you anticipating that one will have to step down for the other? Otherwise, they will end up splitting their vote base and then opening a portal for Amechi. Yeah.
It's seeming to look like that, but I don't see Osinbajo stepping down. I don't see Tinubu stepping down. So in the event that they do not step down for each other, it could be maybe another ploy by the cabals to decimate Tinubu's influence by putting up Osinbajo. That way, if both of them steal each other's votes from the southwest and maybe other parts of Nigeria, then Amechi might really have the upper hand, because if his own vote is intact from the whatever the mathematical thing that they might do, or the magical thing they might do among themselves. But then it's possible that that could give Amechi the upper hand. But I don't see Amechi really going anywhere with that declaration or whatever. I don't see him going anywhere, except if the Northern cabals will do the APC. Because at this point now, well, everybody's just trying to read the game that is going on. You know, couple with that video that we saw of Malaboni and maybe was it the Attorney General, whoever was that went into some kind of closed door meeting with Atiku. So when you read all these things, you just don't understand what is going on. But you just know that there's a scheming going on somewhere. And they won't come out and tell us there's a scheming, but we can read. And some of us have been very good in reading that and then really say what's going to happen at the end of the day. But at this point, for me, I don't see Osinbajo stepping down. And if Osinbajo step down for Tinubu, then it means that Tinubu will win that ticket. That is, if they did not do Ojoro. I mean, another Ojoro, they come up with another Ojoro, because these people, they have both plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. If anyone does not work, another one will work for them. So, but I just hope Tinubu and Osinbajo, they have their own plan A, B, and C, and D, because these people they are trying to fight against. It is clear that they don't want Tinubu to have that ticket. They don't want him to have that ticket. They want to skip him out because some people just feel maybe he's not going to be their kind of person who they can control, or who will maybe carry out the Northern agenda or whatever agenda they have. So, but then I know he has his own agenda. Tinubu has his own agenda. He's coming in with his own agenda. So all this guys that he's doing, trying to pretend and deceive them that he's.
I think everybody knows that you say here he's coming in with his own agenda, but really he is his own man is essentially what they recall from the most. So with Tinubu, he's going to clear everybody out and bring his own set in. But with Osinbajo, he's going to manage what is already in situation, bring in some new faces, hold on to some traditional spaces that show up his base, you know. But with Amechi, he's just going to continue with what Buhari has already put in place for him. But Tinubu will just sweep them out and sweep his own set of criminals in.
Yeah, possibly too. That could be possible.
And that concerns them.
That's a concern. I mean, even sometimes if you want to tell about somebody's future, you can look at his antecedent. This is a guy who has always said he doesn't believe in one Nigeria, as reported in Tell of 1994, 1992, something like that, one of the tells in the past. And he has also made.
Is that magazine still going? Remember, there was a time that you couldn't wait to get it.
those are real good magazines that I read back there those days. Oh my goodness! I mean, I don't know why. I don't know.
I think that thing died after Delegiwa. I never read it after
No. You know, even during Abacha, there was Tell. I read Tell a lot. Oh my goodness!
I mean, in terms of its potency, was it still?
Yeah. Maybe not like when Delegiwa was there, but they too were still trying their best to bring news, even news that you cannot even see reported any other dailies. They will bring you news, real news. So, but then I don't know if they are still in operation up to this day, but it's been a while. So anyway, so talking about Tinubu, you see, like I said, I don't see Oshiba just stepping down. But the only way they can, if one should step down for the other, which is I think Oshiba should step down for Tinubu. But Tinubu is not sellable. That's just what I think. It's not. It's going to be. He's coming with a real baggage, and it is already condemned in some ways. So let's just allow Oshibajo go on. But I don't think Tinubu's people around him will allow him to give it to Oshibajo because they already see him as a traitor. I don't know. I don't think they will allow him to want to step down. So well, you see, that is their game. This their game is so ugly that you just can't even understand what they are about to do or what they are up to. So, but just to answer your question, I don't think both will step down for each other. And if they do, it means they want to form a united front and being able to clinch that ticket for APC. And like I said, if by adventure, either one step for each other, or maybe none of them get his ticket, either Tinubu doesn't get that ticket, or what's his name? Osinbajo don't get that ticket, APC will implode.
No, if Tinubu are not, if they give it to Rotimi Amechi, then forget
APC
it.
will implode.
Yeah, that's the end of. And if PDP comes back into power, then APC will cease to be a party.
So APC will implode, and that
because they cannot handle opposition because they hate each other in that party.
Of course,
the only thing that holds them together is the power they hold.
They just pretend like they like themselves. No,
they
APC,
hate each other.
They hate each other. So APC will implode, and I doubt if PCP. I doubt if Tinubu will be able to hold it together in any party. I don't see it's going to be.
No, he would revert back to his ACN or something because
there's rumor going on that they are making grounds for him to move to SDP.
Yes, somebody mentioned that in the comment section just now.
I've had that days ago. In fact, they interviewed SDP chairman. Was it day before yesterday or 3 days ago on channel? Was it Channels or Arise? I listened to his. They were asking him that. I think it was Channels. Shengo Kibaloye was asking him the question, and look, if we're hearing stories that your people are making preparation for Tinubu to defect to come to your party, he said, well, he didn't answer the question. He was just dancing around the question. He says, well, everybody's welcome, whatever. He said he was just going around.
But he will not deny it though, because it will add to, even if it's not true, he will not deny it now.
Of course,
because it adds to the cachet of their
So, well, let's just see how that plays out with them. It might, because what I just say is this: if Tinubu or any of his boys does not have that ticket, if IME does not have it, or anybody from the Southwest, which I think will be, I will consider as Tinubu boy too, one of his boys, then I don't think APC holding it together, and APC will implode.
Fayemi is saying we will hear from him after Ramadan, which is to tell us that it says he's still consulting, which is to tell us that he will declare after Ramadan. So firstly, he's not a Muslim, so I'm not quite sure why Ramadan affects him. But if he comes into the race, how does that then recalibrate still this already duo that then turns into a menage a trois? Fayemi, Tinubu.
What did you just say now? What did you just say now? I mean, I was thinking you were trying to speak a French word, borrowed it English.
I said menage a trois. A threesome.
Frisson. Frisson, or what did you say? No, just go on. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm trying to understand the French word you're trying to use. But I
said menage a trois. You're not a French speaker, so you wouldn't know, but that's in common parlance in English as well. But it's like a threesome, isn't it? Unless I'm mistaken, which I think I'm not.
Go on.
Yeah. All right. Now you've got me confused. But essentially, if Fayemi comes into the mix, does that not then even add more to what it then turns it into like a three-way betting?
Yeah, that's going to be another bad thing into the whole thing again, because already we're talking about just two people who are already stealing votes for them from them each other's side. And because the Southwest, how many delegates do you have from the Southwest? So if they are already, halving or sharing into half the delegates from the Southwest, then the other delegates, and then if Amechi has South and Southeast intact, which I think is going to do, then the North is going to be where they're going to fight. And so if Tinubu and what's his name, Osinbajo are already sharing their own number of delegates that is supposed to be for one person, then that could give Amechi that upper hand. Because I know the cabal will struggle work for him perhaps because they feel that he's somebody they can use. Because considering what he has done for Asina State and some part of the North, making railroad for them there, and then abandoning his own people in the South. So anyway, so that's what I see. Now with Fayemi in the mix again, oh my goodness, that is going to be a real massacre for the Southwest politicians in that delegates, their primaries. So I would just advise. Just let the two of them just slug it out for now. Let what's his name throw his hat in the ring. What's his name? Fayemi, which I doubt if he would, if he really has that decision made up that he's going to declare. But then if he has not made up, let him not even think about it at this point. Because if he does, then I'm sure the Southwest will lose out in this election. Complete it, all of them will lose out. Because they only have just few delegates from the Southwest. The majority will come from the North. And if Amechi could have his own brothers from the South and Southeast backing him, because his number one is of Igbo origin, and also is the state where he happens to be his own kind of tribe people happens to be from the South side, even though we know he's an Igbo person, then that will give him the upper hand among them. So that's the analysis I see there. So Fayemi should not just throw his hat in the ring. That's all I would have to say.
But his ego is such that he is almost certain too, because he equates himself very much to the level certainly of Osinbajo and almost certainly to of Tinubu as well, because he sees himself in equal measure to these people, and he would think to himself that well, if Osinbajo, who I am equal to, or even because that guy he strikes me as somebody with some sort of superiority complex somewhat. Yeah. So I cannot see why he would not. When an element like Rotimi Amechi is saying he wants to be president, and he, Fayemi, of course he will. I cannot see why he will, certainly.
Well,
but does it dilute the Yoruba space is the thing. What Enigmatic is saying that is a persona non grata in Yoruba land.
Meaning it might not get any vote from him from
that is detested and distrusted.
Yeah, but because if he throws his hat in the ring, if he gets some part of, or if not all the delegates from Ekiti State, then he has taken another number of delegates that would have count in favor of either Osinbajo or for Tinubu, or possibly for him too alone. Then they will share the remaining one from other states. And then they will.
Do you think if they go in and dilute the votes in this way, and then they open up that space to let Rotimi Amechi in, so the Ogun State delegates, I'm assuming they will go with Osinbajo, the Ekiti State delegates will go with Fayemi, and then that opens a portal to let Amechi in. If Amechi comes through and then it ruins that Yoruba space, do you think Yoruba land will forgive both Fayemi and Osinbajo if neither of them or all three of them don't get the ticket?
I think they should not exclude anybody out of it. They should not forgive any of the three of them. That is, if the three of them are the ones that are throwing their hats in the ring. They should not forgive Osinbajo. They should not forgive Tinubu. They should not forgive Fayemi, because the point is they brought about the loss for the Southwest in this election. Catching the ticket for APC. So,
do you think there's a real danger of that happening? This dilution that is.
Yeah, it will. It will, because, like I said, everything goes by delegates. The delegate counts at the primaries. So if already they have like 200 delegates from the southwest, and maybe they have like 400, or let's say they have 300 from the south, from the north. I mean, south, and southeast. Maybe they have like maybe 250 or 200, and then already Amechi is already having like, let's say he's having like 200 from south seats and south put together. The many 50 delegates, they are sharing it among themselves. The three of them sharing it among themselves. That is the three people west southwest. Then within the southwest, it has 200 delegates. Already, Amechi has 200 delegates. Bam. I'm just give you an example. That's just an example. Bam, from the south and southeast. And then they are having like 50 among themselves, or 70, 50, 100 among themselves. And then the north now, which has the 400 delegates now, or 300 delegates. Now they have to share it among themselves. Let's say Amechi even has like 100 out of it. The others who have 100. And they share 100 among themselves, or 70, 50, or as the case may be. Or maybe even Amechi has 70, 50, 70, I mean, I have 75. Amechi will carry that thing. I mean, Amechi already is having, they already considering name their, what was that tattoo they gave him in Casino?
The Mariah Jaws of yeah.
So imagine, so I see that playing out that way for him, because the delegate that would have been for just one person from Southwest will now be shared among the three of them. So diluting it that way. So for me, that's what I see might invariably happen at the end of the day. But that's why they need to start thinking about a consensus among themselves from the Southwest. Because if they say they all want to go out for that thing, I think it's going to be brutal for them. They will kill themselves. I mean, they'll ruin their political career at that place, at that delegate primaries. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind, and thank you, gentlemen. So we seek to start to round off here, and to round off, to land back still on Rational Mind, and we kick the rounding off with Baba T, who I suspect may not be with us anymore, because it's not like Baba T to be quiet. So Baba T, are you still there? Okay, yes, I think Baba T has gone to raid the fridge. So one of these days I'll get to find out what all these fat boys look like. Always look at engineer, he's still munching away. He's not, oh God, but engineer, we have to talk. This your late night carbohydrate eating, although I'm not one to talk, I do it too. So thank you, Baba T. So from Baba T, we go on to, let's go to engineer so we can release him back to the fridge and the kitchen to go and see what Madame left there. So engineer, to you.
Yeah, thank you, one man, and thank you, guys. All we need to understand here is when it comes to the issue of Nigeria, we, the ones in diaspora, we love our country, and there's nothing we can do to see how that country will move forward. And something we need to realize, the election time is coming. I will just plead with people, please and please, if you are making a choice, make the right choice. Because 8 years, add that 8 years to your age. Do you want to live in sufferness, or do you want to live in fairness? So let's think very well. Vote for the right candidate, either from APC or PDP or other parties. Let's do our best to vote for the right person, because if you vote for the wrong person, remember, 8 years is not 8 months, it's not 8 hours, it's not 8 minutes, no, 8 seconds. So it's another half of your life will go on frustration, anger. So let's endeavor to do our best and choose the right candidate that will lead that country. People should learn from what APC regime they did to us now, which is a wake-up lesson. And for one man, you're doing well. Thank you very much. I don't know how to start thanking you. With your platform, I know a lot of people now. So you are doing well, and this platform will make a change in our lives. And also, let's endeavor to come to this channel. We welcome more ladies to come in. We welcome everybody. Come in, please. Share your ideas, and let's see what's gonna happen, because no one is perfect here. The only little we know, that's what we contribute, and that will help a lot. And For me, I will say to everyone, happy Easter, and God bless everyone, and enjoy your Easter. Thank you, man, and thank you, guys. Have a good morning.
All right, thank you, engineer. Always a delight. Engineer, one of the best faces on the platform. Always a smile for everyone, and always a nice word for everyone. Ete, of course, I'm sure has already left us. Have you not, Ete? Yes, I suspected him must have. So thank you, Ete. So that was Ete. You heard a lot from him earlier on. So that was Ete. So let's go from Ete to Charlie Boy, who is always starts with us and always sees us off. So Charlie Boy, you know the routine.
Yeah, my last word, I just pray that we Nigeria people like good leaders and pray for our grandkids, because the way Nigeria is going will help anyone. All this killing must stop. Killing the east and the west and the north must stop. The government must all together find what's up with this killing. People are dying. People shouldn't be dying for no reason. The government should come and do security for the killing to stop. So for our grandkids, for our future. Bye for now. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless the whole world.
All right, thank you, Charlie Boy, and may God bless you too. From Charlie Boy, we go to Ola. Ola to you. Oh, sorry, that was Ola to you.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your time and your contributions. Like I like to always say is without you guys, there will be no one-man show. So that is why it is important to know how big you are and what you represent. So we encourage you to thumb up and share so that we can have more people with repositories of knowledge that can even guide us better. So we'll be helping ourselves so that to get in the well-informed set of information for us to address the future of the country. So as it is now, we know that we are all the same in one struggle, whether you are Hausa man, whether you are an Igbo man, whether you are Yoruba man or Southern people, Ijaw person. You see, we are all in one struggle. So it is we against them or they against us. So among us, religion, ethnicity, honestly, I don't think they mean that much. It is only when the political elite want to manipulate us, they use all those things as tools against us. So please don't let us fall for that, and let us start emancipating ourselves from them. If I can give you an example, for example, it's what we've seen recently. You will see these people, they be pardoning themselves, the criminal among themselves that have set us back, they will pardon him. That is an example. They are setting the ground for themselves, laying the precedent so that many of them now, they know that they will be in jail tomorrow. So they are potential prisoners. So they are making sure that they do everything in favor of themselves, even by the time they lose the country dry. By the time they just convict them and sentence them, they will still come out and still get some kind of pardon. So at the end of the day, who are the losers? The masses. So that is why whatever is going to happen next year, even personally, the way things are going, I'm beginning to believe that there may not be elections. But let's assume there will be elections. Let us raise our antennas. Let us be sensitive. Let us forget about ethnicity and focus on those that can deliver. And don't let us be on one another jingola for a politician, because that is not what our trouble. So let us use our let us use our knowledge, and let us apply our senses, because I know we are all sensible, to vote for the right person. I won't give you a particular candidate, but I will say those people that have not dirtied their hand, that they don't have the blood of Nigerians on their neck or right on their palms. So you can look into the polity and vote for the right person, get involved in the process. And already you are getting involved in the process by participating in this forum, but you need to do more by thumbing up and by sharing the message. So I know at the end of the day, what will happen to us is that we can always get better. And that is what I wish for Nigeria. For the Muslim faithful, Ramadan Mubarak, and for the Christian faithful, Happy Easter. And I hope we will embrace the kind of a lifestyle of Jesus Christ, So we do the right thing, and we won't join the corrupt processes, and we try to make sure we do the right thing to free our conscience so that our country can become very great. Wherever you are, I greet you. Good day. See you later.
All right. Thank you, Ola. So that was Ola, of course. You know the voice. And to the Muslim faithfuls, try and embrace the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I think the saying goes. So peace be upon him and peace be upon Rational Mind. The final word.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, one man, and thank you, everybody. Allah has already said it. You guys, please, thumbs up. We love a lot of people to come on the platform. This is where most of us, we get more education, should I say. You know, a lot of topics we go over here. We discuss a lot of things. So please, thumbs up, as that helps the algorithm to propel it up. Also, please also subscribe if you've not, and I will allow one man to do the remaining reading out and thanking you guys there in the chat section who are always chatting and trying to correct and try to tell us the new information or whatever. So we appreciate you guys. So I think one man will have to call you guys out at the end of it. So anyway, for me, in conclusion, I just want to, already we've talked about that. The issue of the insecurity in Nigeria, the solution proposed by the lawmaker, that would be a way to go if Nigeria is a country that has things in place already. By things in place, I mean, if they have things figured out, we have a lifestyle or kind of an economy, or we have database, we have constant electricity, we have running waters, we have what is obtainable in developed countries. Then that way, I know that will be able to help them to put things in place. I mean, put things, some check and balances in place that would not allow for abuse of people having been harmed on their own, having guns or whatever to protect themselves. But in the current situation Nigeria is right now, I don't think that's the way to go. The only thing that lawmakers should be saying, and it's also fellow lawmakers should be talking about, debating on the floor, is creating a state police, up to even the local government police. If they can allow these three tiers of government, three tiers of government, the state, the federal has their police, they can change the departments of state into a kind of a federal police, and let those police that they have currently right now under federal government, that they have an IG, let every state has those police under their control. Let them pay them. Now, also the local government can also recruit their own police. If local government could recruit their own police, I tell you, that will go a long way in stemming, because they say every situation is local. I mean, by every situation, I mean every crime and whatever is local. So they know their terrain, they know their areas, they know how to deploy whatever they need to deploy to arrest or to put down whatever criminal act that is being done. So, but then if we're going to go by the way of arming people on their own, it's not going to work. Nothing's going to work. It's going to create more anarchy in our country, mayhem. Like already we saw on Sahara Reporters, landlord who shot his tenants simply because he asked him to stop using generator at certain hours. I mean, these are lunatics that we have in our country. So, I mean, just because you tell somebody and then you have to shoot him, and even so, we need to think about that's just one of the many people or a time bomb that's waiting to explode if we go that route of harming people on their own. It would work if Nigeria is a country whereby we have very educated people, we have people that are okay on their own. There's light, there's constant electricity, there's water. People, because that country right now, people are on the edge. People are angry. People, maybe you can't tell somebody who has not eaten for how many, can even afford to eat 3 square meals again, and you have him, he has a ham, he has gone with him. I mean, why would he be hungry? Why would he want to shoot somebody if he has the opportunity? So it's not the way to go. So the way to go would be, let us create state and local government police. Let the federal retain whatever they need to retain as their own federal police. And if the judicial system works very well, no state governor or even local government chairman will be able to abuse the state police or the local government police that is under their control. They should set up some check and balances in the form of judicial, laws or whatever they need to enact to make sure that no governor would recruit this police for his own advantage. So I think that's just the way to go. But so just trying to create guns and give guns to people, that's a recipe for disaster. So one man, thank you very much once again. And thank you everybody that are listening. Hope to see you guys tomorrow again. Have a good night and good morning.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Rational Mind. A real delight. So thank you, Rational Mind. So Rational Mind has the final word. And in the absence of Ajanle Koko, we continue with the tradition that he introduced into the space, just to acknowledge the people who don't come on the screen. So often he starts off with the chairman of the One Man Went to More platform, the might that is Alexander Gomez. Of course, Alexander, pretty much the patron of the platform, we have to acknowledge. So thank you, Alexander. And Alexander, it seems as though the name Alexander, it really chimes with the One Man Went to More platform, because there's two Alexanders, Alexander Gomez, of course, you know, and Alexander Akashe, you know, too, who has been away for just a short period, but he's rejoined us to keep the comment space honest. So thank you. And Bongsmo, of course, that adds a bit of glamour and elegance to that space. So thank you all. And then let's acknowledge some of the names in the comment section that have not come on the screen. This is William S. Don. I won't attempt your last name, but that's William. So thank you, Williams. British Victim turns up as usual. Joseph Ebene, we see you. Enigmatic Hondi, he came and made a cameo appearance on the screens, but has preferred since to stay with the conversation in the comment section. Marcus the Great, but what makes Marcus great? Ola, of course, you heard from on the screen. Ajanle Koko, he did not delight you with his presence today, but he came in laterally in the comment section just to remind you to thumbs up this stream. So that's Ajanle Koko, of course. Everybody knows Ajanle Koko. Oga is the next person. Oga Namasta. So Oga, but is it Namasta is the question. So we have a royalty in our midst, Prince Ogiri Sonny. So thank you, Sonny. That's a new name to me. I don't think I've yet come across that one, but this definitely I have come across. Adewale Olusegun. So Shege, I see you again. So good to have you, Shege. Spy Ninja, that's a double bubble, isn't it? It's a spy and a ninja as well. So how do you even escape from that is the thing. It just gets you one way or the other. Josephat Obioha. So I'm not quite sure where that name is leading to. So that sounds hopefully female. Because if you are called Josephat and you're a man, then, then maybe you want to put a phone call through to Bobrisky. So hopefully you are female. Adeola, we see you ask Google, but what is the question we keep asking? So to ask Google is not the thing, but the question to ask is the thing. D King, so he's been on the screen a couple of times now. So a voice that is evolving within the platform. So D King, we see you. He didn't come on the screen today. He preferred to interact in the comment section. Chibuzo, we see you. You don't get more Eastern than that. Chibuzo or Chibike, or Ifeoma, that certainly tells you everything you need to know. Full and proud. Fourth of many, but just how many is the thing. And why not first of many? Why are you fourth of many? I suspect that is a birth position. So that's probably the fourth born in some family. Michael Babs, we see you. So, yeah, so that's my key right there, keeping it honest in the comment section. Kenadio Network. So that sounds like a business sort of a name or a social media presence of some form is usually what you find behind a name like that. Ayokunle Agwola, of course. I mean, I read that name out every single day when I'm doing this. Baba T, Boston Tea Party, the Ajabota guy from the other side of the pond. Tosin Adekunle, so I see you, Tosin. And then from Tosin, we go on to Gideon. So hello, Gideon. Good to meet you. From Gideon, I think we got Gideon twice. So from Gideon, we go to Obi Ruben. But thankfully not Obi Kubana. Or is that thankful? Is that if it was Obi Kubana, I suspect you would have flooded the super chat with those voodoo dollars that he, conjures up from wherever. So his own, of course, the man with the isms, the big grammar guy, Kachi Achem. Of course, I mean, anybody that spent a minute in here, they would have come across Kachi, who keeps it honest in the comment section. He's always rebel rousing in that space. Let's see. It's a lot of the conversations going on. Professor Data, of course, you all know, Prof, is metallurgist from the United States, currently doing his PhD. So just a super brain in our midst, a metallurgist, a material science PhD person. So that's the level we reach. Larry Ade, we see you. Larry, they often call people called Larry. I wonder if he's ever come across that. Almost certainly he has come across that nickname. So now the only other time I've ever heard this name was my own grandfather. It happens upon again, Theophilus. But this Theophilus, funnily enough, from the East, not from you are laughing like my good self. But we forgive him for being from the East only because he carries so noble a name. Clitus is the person that name is almost on the cusp of being dangerous. Clitus. Be careful, my man. I hope you are not trying to be funky with that name. So we see this chap as well. Olajumoke Akintola. So we see you, Olajumoke. There are some transgender names in Yoruba land that could be burned by either genders. That might well be one of them. Angel Adele. So we see you, Angel. Hopefully that's a female name. And Alexander Gomez, of course, as I truly said, he usually chats via super chat, and he does that now in this session yet again. Also, so that's Alexander. A lot of the names repeat because the conversations usually take place amongst people. So this one now, Mikibo NG, Mikibo NG. So that's a loaded name. They say if you know, you know. That's one of those if you know, you know things. So you cannot guess at what underpins that. Ota Mahana, we see you. How often have I read that name? So a regular staple of the platform. Eva Meliva, Obi-Wan Kenobi. So that's just a rhyming words right there. That's a play on words. A pun, A-P-U-N, a pun. That's a play on words. Edo Tony. So yes, Edo Tony usually comes under, what does it come under on the platform? World Peace. Truth hurts. But then why tell it? It's just easier to tell a lie, isn't it? Yeah. Just more kinder to tell a lie. You don't always have to tell the truth. Anybody that tells you to always tell the truth is a masochist. You don't always have to tell the truth, especially if it's not an impactful situation. Fidelix, we see you, or Benin Fidelix. So we see you. That's a name that I've yet to come across, but we come across it now. Noah Rotimi, what a name. How do you even begin to try and decipher that? So a name wrapped in riddle. So there it is right there, Noah. We say you, at least we know what Noah means. Like I said, the names repeat because the conversations are usually taking place between either a group of people or two people. But this we come across now. Olaniyi. I won't attempt your last name because I don't. You know I'm notorious for mangling people's name. Boluwaga Laditi, how often have you heard me read out that name? So we see you, Boluwaga. Good to have you on board again. Tolulope Folani. So there it is right there. All praise to God. Tolulope, Toluwalope is what Tolulope means. Mickey Okata. Look at that. That sounds like a name from Nollywood something. If that name is not in the movies, then it should be. Paul Matthew. So that's Paul Matthew right on your screen. Good to meet you, Paul. That's a name. That might well be an Englishman because I'm not quite sure how you even try and ethnicize that. I am African. He's a YouTuber too. He usually goes under that appellation on YouTube, and but he joins us every so often just to share his thoughts on matters that we're discussing. So on and on it goes. Jaja, but is there for Pobo? We asked the question, but it's not yet answered it. Flash Mankind, bonjour, monsieur. I only say that really because Flash is based in France somewhere. Top merchandise, but what's top merchandise? Because that could be from drugs to to haute couture. So what's the top merchandise? World view, but what is your view of the world? You've never come on the screen to share it with us. David Tunde Abe, Davido Wagwan. So Davido has now made that name popular now. Nordicoin Media, known as Rational Mind. Canon Niger, who comes here regularly. So, like I said, some of these names, they loop in a conversation, so they're there. We've got our two royalties, actually, because this is a different one. Prince Todd Umana. So, Prince Todd Umana. So, I'm pretty sure that Todd is not the birth name of anybody. Perhaps it's a hint to the girls, either what they call him or what he aspires to be amongst them. So, Lit Igwe Vlog, we make this the last one, Lit Igwe Vlog. So that is a Charlie boy for you right there. It comes under so many names. Lit Igwe Vlog, Jake something or the other. And by the way, that Jake something that it does is a nod to Jake Paul, who I think is a huge fan of. Hopefully, he's a bigger fan of this platform than of any of the Paul brothers. But that it is right there. So that has been the session. So we've been through it to land here. The usual protocols, of course, enough people have said it. Even if you've not clicked on the like and subscribe button, then please do that for reasons that we just explained so many times. You should know them off heart by now. So there it is right there. The session comes to an end, but the conversation does not end here. Converge in the comment section where we can chew over the fat even more. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.